Do it again. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get our meeting started. If you could please have a seat. Thank you, and welcome to, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to Council Chambers and to City Hall, or to City Hall and Council Chambers. This morning, our invocation will be given by Pastor Steve Lopez with Koinonia Church.
Let's bow our heads this morning. Father, we just want to thank you this morning as we're about to have this meeting, Lord, and we just pray, Father, that as it comes to order, that it would be your presence, it would be your spirit that guides everything that takes place here today, Lord. We thank you. We call upon you right now as well, Lord, due to the civil unrest throughout our country, Lord, in California, Lord, and other places, Austin, Lord, and we just pray right now, Lord, that by your spirit, by your might, by your power, Lord, there would be a peace, Father. Lord, that decisions would be made, Lord, fair decisions, Lord God. As a church, we're not on either side, Lord God. We just pray your peace and your guidance, Lord. And we just pray right now that you would guide every city council member here this morning as they carry the burden of this city, Lord. We just pray your protection and your peace and everything they do. Guide them, Jesus. We pray right now all these things in the blessed name, the matchless name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas state flag will be led by two young, beautiful ladies, Mariah Stith, she's a fourth grader at Incarnate Word Academy, and Sloan Murphy. She's a fourth grader at Annapolis, and I think they're best friends from what I hear. They are participating in being mini mayors here soon, so that's why this is part of that participation. Ladies?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, and indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. I am the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God and one indivisible.
Thank you, girls. Y'all did a great job. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Eric Cantu.
Here.
Gil Hernandez. Here. Kaylin Paxson. Here. Everett Roy is here. I think he just stepped away. Mark Scott.
Here.
You see Mr. Scott? Thank you. Okay. Carolyn Vaughn. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Oh, we have
Adelita Cavada for Miles Risley.
That's right. Thank you. Okay, we do have a quorum present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. And before I pass it off to our city manager, I just wanted to make a quick announcement. I guess it happened last week. Our beautiful Texas State Aquarium has officially been voted the #3 best aquarium in North America by USA Today's 10 Best Reader's Choice Awards. On top of that, this is they have a milestone this year. It is their 35th anniversary, and so I think it was after 7 nominations in this prestigious category. This marks the first time ever that the aquarium has climbed into the top 3 rankings. And I know we have our Texas State. If y'all want to stand up and just wave real quick, congratulations. This is a huge. It's a huge milestone, as you can imagine, because we have hundreds of thousands of visitors that come to the aquarium every single year. So thank you for the job you're doing out there. I wanted to make sure we recognized you quickly for that. Thank you. Okay, City Manager, we have your comments and update on city operations.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and the community. Good morning. We do have 2 items on the City Manager's report today. The first one is very timely and very important. It's an update on our hurricane season, hurricane preparedness season as well. So Jace Johnson, our emergency management coordinator, will provide this update, but I'm just going to do a couple quick comments as he comes up to the podium. So The 2025 hurricane season began last week on Sunday, on June 1st, and it will last through November 30th. That's a total of 6 months that the season lasts. And while tropical activity can occur outside these dates, the majority of the storms form within that 6-month time frame from now until November 30th. So this year's hurricane season, as Jace will tell us, is expected to be above normal. And with activity in the Atlantic Basin, the National Weather Service forecast and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, also known as NOAA, they're forecasting 13 to 19 named storms, And of those, between 6 and 10 are predicted to become hurricanes, including 3 to 5 major hurricanes. So we do need rain, but we don't need a destructive hurricane. So we hope that we can get the best of what could be an eventful, in terms of rain accumulation, hurricane season. But with that, let me turn it over to Jace, our coordinator, and he's going to walk us through the forecast, but more importantly, how we prepare to address a tropical storm or hurricane should one approach our region. So, Jace.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Council members and Mayor, thank you very much for having me. Hard to believe it's been a year since we did this last time, how time flies, but we've been pretty busy. And through this presentation, please note I'm going to stay at the 40,000-foot level. There's a lot of little details that go on, but we'll give you a good snapshot of where we are today. So Office of Emergency Management staff, myself is the Emergency Management Coordinator, and now our new deputy is Mary Morosco, our sister from Communications. So we have a complement office of 3, including our emergency management specialist. So the city's emergency operations center is located at the old Frost building on Leopard, but really that 4th floor area there is the heart of the operations should we become activated. It's important to know that there's a difference between the Office of Emergency Management and the physical emergency operations center. When we say we're activating one, we're referring to the Emergency Operations Center, but what do we do there? That is the hub where we make sure we have up-to-date information. We have our players in there, whether it's from our local departments, regional, state, federal partners, and supporting stakeholders to make sure that we take the priorities that are set out by the city and assign objectives, strategies, tactics, and resources to whatever emergency is laid out before us, to include hurricanes. So how is the city prepared? So we have all hazards plan. Every department presents an all hazards plan annually. To include that, we also receive plans from our nursing homes and our senior centers. We do not approve those plans, but we do review them to make sure they're accurate and that they are taking all things into consideration, like a reception facility, transportation, key items that they need to make sure that they have. But it's also important to note that in addition to the Emergency Operations Center, the main departments within the city, including police, fire, water, health, public works, and solid waste, they each have their department operation centers. Now keep in mind, when we activate for an emergency, whatever applies to those departments, they activate there locally in their offices, but they send representatives into the EOC at the Leopard Street building, and that communications is set up to make sure that we are operating effectively in our goal to mitigate a response. So the city has emergency response teams. As we know, every city employee is essential. So if you're not department essential, if you don't have a waiver, if you're required to stay back during a storm, our emergency response teams are made up of, as an example, our refuge teams, evacuation teams, volunteer coordinations, donations management, points of distribution, and so on. But every team is gone over and pre-identified at the beginning of every season with human resources, and they're trained accordingly every season. But it's important to know that it's a team approach, right? We're an office of 3, but really we're an office of 3,500 or whatever the current number is, because all of us play a role not only as city employees, departments, but also with our regional partners, state, local, federal, and our public partners as well. With regard to planning and exercises, it's something that we do year-round. Obviously, we ramp up and we're heading into hurricane season, but some of these exercises include our Web EOC drills, which Web EOC, for those of you who don't know, is the software platform that we use to help us to manage a response, documents. We order resources to the state with it. But now we have it to where we're set up to share that platform throughout the coastal bend area with our regional partners, which, again, would really kick in if we have that kind of response that involves them as well. Our reverse alert drills, and I'll touch on reverse alert in a little bit, but we do that monthly as well, both internal and external. The Coastal Bend Hurricane Exercise, following the Coastal Bend conference that we just had, the second day we had a tabletop exercise, and I think the participation was around 500 partners throughout the community. Full-scale evacuation exercise, we do that annually. This year it's happening this Friday at the natatorium with our partners, the RTA, Red Cross, our city departments. So we'll do that on this Friday. Incident command training, we work with our local area, whether it's the port or whether it's the county or our other counties in the area, to make sure that we spread out the training, to make sure that not only do we make training available throughout the region, but we're really maximizing our time. And then the incident command training, and we make sure that every year our staff that are called in to support the Emergency Operations Center have that training. So you guys won't be surprised, we're now at hurricane season, right? Here we go. These are the names of the storms this year, and of course we'd have a Karen somewhere in there, right? Karen's always got to come in somehow, some way. But again, the manager touched on what the outlook is. And it's important to realize, to me, people are always asking me, well, what do you think? What do you think? Last year it was the world's coming to an end. It doesn't really matter, because we plan for whatever's going to come, and we always plan one above. Because as we wrote up there, it only takes one to make it a really busy day for us here. And so we're prepared no matter what the forecast is. But what is it that we focus on when we're talking about, as an example, things like doing evacuations or providing information as it comes from the Weather Service, is we know that if a hurricane hits north of us, all right, the main thing that we really have to worry about is winds and rains inland, all right? But if it hits south of us, as these storms move counterclockwise, that's where it brings the wind and the surge. But to give you an example up here for a Category 1, if we look at a storm surge of 4 to 5 feet during hurricane disturbance or tropical disturbance Alberto last year, we were looking at 4.5 feet of inundation. That just gives us an idea of what does 4 feet look like, especially when it comes to North Beach or those lower lying areas. Coordination and collaboration within our local government partners. We're working with Nueces County. We're working with the National Weather Service. Fortunately, we have a facility here at the airport, the Port of Corpus Christi, DPS, TDM, Texas Division of Emergency Management, our Coastal Bend Council of Governments, our CBRAC, the Coastal Bend Regional Advisory Council, which handles all of our hospitals, and then 211 Texas Information and Assistance. That is just really our agency partners that we're in collaboration with every day, and this is not the complete list. This is just the ones that we could get in this time. But also we have our partners like AEP, the Red Cross, our houses of worship, the National Weather Service, Del Mar College. Would be remiss if I didn't mention the Regional Transportation Authority and HEB, huge supporters of what we have going on, and things like the Coast Guard and Texas A&M University. But the list is pretty extensive, and this isn't all of them. So partner communication. Our office strives to make sure that of these categories up here, including businesses, hospitals, dialysis centers, schools, nursing facilities, our STEER participants, which is the State of Texas Emergency Assistance Registry, and the general public, that as information becomes available to us, we disseminate these information of these folks as well as possible. We keep our list updated. An example would be once we start receiving these weather briefings, when we know that we have a system in the Gulf, we make sure that as soon as we're done with those briefings, we send those presentations out to our folks through email, because what we're trying to give them is, number one, time, and as much information as they can have to make the decisions they need to make within our community, especially with regard to hurricanes. So with regard to outreach to the public and our residents here in Corpus Christi, every year, including this year, we're sending out 100,000 hurricane preparedness brochures with the utility bills. We do public presentations, community town halls, saturating our Facebook and Twitter, all of our social media accounts. We have a really program that we're working with our communications department, making sure that our branding and our messaging is succinct and clear and forward-leaning. Our reverse alert messages that'll go out, email, hurricane special, and then obviously multiple TV interviews as incidents develop. Again, engaging the community, there's reverse alert, the news, websites, city media, social media. We're really trying to stay ahead of the trends, making sure that we do all we can to reach every resident, no matter their situation, their location, any challenges that they may have. It's always on our plate, and we're always trying to use the best technology that we can to make sure that we don't miss anybody. Proud to announce this year, with regard to reverse alert, our community emergency notification system, we were able to bring on through our LEPCs, our other 3 county partners, to include Aransas, Refugio, and San Patricio counties, all under one umbrella of emergency messaging before they had their own. And what this does is that gives us that redundancy, right? That force multiplier. It allows us at no extra cost to the city to maximize all the products that Everbridge, who is the provider that they have for us. Some of these things will be rolling out to the community this year. But it allows us to bring all these areas under one brand, under one title, and if should the reason arise that they can't, for some reason, provide emergency messaging, we have the ability to go and support our neighbors and fill that role for them. This is a very quick snapshot. This is just fresh off the press, and I apologize for the small print, but this is our new updated website, the Office of Emergency Management website, underneath the fire department. But what you can see is that we're really focusing on preparing, responding, and recovering. And our goal is to have a one-stop shop that we can encourage folks to go visit to make sure that they have planning information, that if there is an emergency, if we are responding, there's something going on, that they have the most up-to-date weather information, our social media information, our press release information. And then when we get into the response side of an emergency, that we have the links that folks can go to, not only to get to FEMA, small business, TDM, et cetera, but when we know something's going on, we're set up to have a live document that's ready to go all the time with up-to-date information that, again, we can send folks to at any time. Yes, sir.
Okay. Hang on, Councilor.
Are you done already?
I've got just 2 more minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. But please do go to this website, look through it. It's hot off the press, working out a few little kinks, but I'd like to give props to our celebration to our communications team and our IT team that really pushed hard to get this out in time with all of the things that we asked them to do. It was quite a lot, and it is a big improvement. With regard to evacuation, should we evacuate? We make sure that in every presentation, every publication, everything we do, we push folks to know what is, this is an evacuation city, know what your routes are, plan ahead should that order come out. Again, here's the evacuation routes in the different zones. And then if we do need to evacuate, and we have a process in place to where we will help those evacuate that do not have transportation, we will partner with quite a few folks, including our city teams, the Regional Transportation Authority, Red Cross, Animal Care, but we'll set up to where the RTA will provide free transportation from the nearest bus stops to individuals. They're allowed to bring their pets, dogs on leashes, cats in crates, and I encourage people, just pack like you're going to go on an air flight, right? Make sure your bag isn't, a big jumbo bag, but that you have your documentation, your medications, everything that you would need. They're taken to a transfer station. Eventually, they're brought to the natatorium where they're processed. They're put in line waiting for the evacuation buses, and then we partner with the school district and state of Texas resources to take folks to the San Antonio area, or wherever the state determines is the best location. And with those teams that are evacuated, we send a city team with them during the duration that they might be out of the city, and to help us with the reunification once it's safe to come back into the community. Just a quick snapshot of the natatorium and the traffic patterns for arriving from RTA and then departing with the school district and the state buses. We are having a full-scale evacuation exercise on Friday at the natatorium. You'll see press releases and social media starting to come out today and tomorrow, inviting the public to participate. We encourage volunteers and anyone who wants to come and role play, right? Help us to work out and make sure that we're fresh and ready to go. Returning back into the community, it is a phased reentry. The first phase is going to be our first responders, our immediate mass care, those kind of folks. Following that are going to be restoration of essential services, points of distribution, mass care operations, et cetera. And then once it is deemed safe to do so, there's food, there's fuel, the roads are clear, it's safe, then we'll open it back up to businesses and residents. But with that said, we do have reentry requests that are submitted to us throughout the year, not only the city, but the county as well. So our key role players, whether they are government or they are businesses that support a response, nursing homes, universities, they all submit for a reentry request that with prior approval and signature from the mayor will give them entry back into the community, when we get to that phase and they're available to come back in to do so. Like I said, that's everything in a nutshell, and I can guarantee there's a whole lot more, but I couldn't work it in the time that I had, but thank you. So any questions?
Yeah, Jace, thank you. Could you touch on the, I know we had a memo and it was a sandbag distribution, which is related, but could you give us a little bit, maybe Peter, it's you, will there be others? Sandbag distributions?
Excuse me?
Distributions?
Distribution?
Of sandbags.
Oh, sandbags. So we have, yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear the first word. Yeah, we have there's 2 Saturdays. I believe the first is this Saturday.
Oh, the first one's this Saturday.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then, is it sound right? This Saturday, and then there's
Right.
one, I think, the following Saturday. Both locations will be at the Cabinets Field. So both locations are there. And there'll be 2, and the goal is to get them out now while it's calm and people, have time. That will be the general maximum amount that we generally need or use, but if there is a hurricane, people still say, do you have sandbags, and we'll still respond.
Okay.
It's just a lot easier now, so we do encourage people to come out now. We'll gauge the second amount of sandbags on this first event, so if these go pretty quick, we may make more for the second one. But these are completely made sandbags. We don't have to have residents use a shovel, and we load them in the vehicles, so it's a really full-service operation that we have. Yes, ma'am.
Great. And I just wanted to point that out because this is being very proactive.
Yes.
As you just mentioned, prior to us knowing that there's a storm coming.
Right.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, real quick. The last time we had one of these events, the hurricane passed north of us, but we have a lot of construction around town with regards to streets and stuff like that, and there's a lot of barricades and barriers that were not picked up during that event. Is there a specific, how do you work that out to make sure, because those could be hazards flying around in 100-mile-an-hour winds? What's the protocol for that?
Jace, go ahead, Jason, I'll fill in.
Yes, so at a point when we know that, hey, we've got something on the horizon, it's coming into the Gulf, and we're activating our teams, we're getting into, let's say, readiness level 3, we start having meetings with the department heads, with other agencies, and one of the topics of this meeting is, be sure you're reviewing your plans, equipment, employees, everything that's in each of their plans, but we're working specifically with Public Works, Solid Waste, to look at things like that, taking out the filtration systems in the water outflows, securing construction sites, securing the barriers, working with beach and parks to make sure that all the beach things were brought back. I can't talk specifically on ones that didn't make it on that because I wasn't purview to those specifically, but that is the intent, and that's how this works out.
Well, I know a lot of our our street construction is contracted out, so it's not something that we would have a map of, or should I say, have, an inventory of those kind of barriers and blockades or whatever that are out there. I just want to make sure that is a thought process in there, because, like I said, I didn't see any of those collected during our last event where it passed north of us.
Yes, sir. And I can tell you with our city contracts that we do reach out to them and say, hey, secure your site as much as possible.
Yeah,
right?
Councilman,
those steps are put in place.
Yeah, so engineering and public works both are prime departments, I should say. And you're right, the private sector, the contractors also through those departments are engaged. And so we have to be careful not to remove barriers and then have somebody drive off a hazardous road edging. So it's a delicate balance. But that is one of the basics, just like life safety, animal care, making sure you can drive and make sure those objects don't become projectiles. So it's an all hands-on team effort, but there is a delicate balance. Those barricades are there to keep people from driving into unsafe conditions. But the contractors are put on notice to secure them as good as they can, and then if the winds are predicted to be very strong, there's removal processes as well. Good point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councilman Cantu, and we're going to break because it's 12:02, so Peter, we'll have to go to public comment and come back and finish your report. Go ahead.
Real quick, I want to thank you guys for everything you guys do. And also, I want to acknowledge the city manager. Sometime back, a few weeks ago, we had some really bad storms that came into Corpus Christi, and our neighbors called from Alice and a different city and asked for help, and Peter was right away helping them. So I want to thank you for helping our neighbors, because that's what we need to do, and thank you for doing that.
Thank you, Councilman. I
Okay,
appreciate that.
Jace, thank you. Oh, well, you have one more quick question. Councilwoman.
Thank you for your presentation and for helping to foster this robust relationship with our surrounding entities. That's very important for this, so thank you for all your efforts there. My question would be, it's a huge concern, I know in my district specifically, if we see even a subdued weather event, we lose certain critical things, electricity, tower reception. And so my concern is, as we move into this season where we very well could see even further aggravated weather events, have we had any discussion, or is there a discussion that we can begin to have to strengthen those type of infrastructure pieces? It wasn't but a few weeks ago we had a 2 or 3 hour, thunderstorm, lightning storm, and the entire area was out for more than 24 hours. No cell signal, no power, nothing. And that really does cause extended suffering, especially, when we certainly don't declare, this is something you should seek other shelter, you should seek other, it's a lightning storm. You know what I mean? To me, they're very related.
Jace can answer too, Councilwoman, but so that infrastructure, the electricity, telephones, telecommunications are all out of the purview of the city, so we don't manage those. However, we do have close working relationships with AEP Texas, who manages the entire electrical grid, if you will. And admittedly, some areas are weaker than others. I know on the island, though, about 2 years ago, they replaced at the intersection of Whitecap and the primary road there, Park Road 22, that whole intersection, to enable it to withstand a better storm. But I think still in the city, there's a lot of areas that need that type of upgrade. And that's something we have to work closely with AEP on. Yeah.
Perhaps there's something we can do to advance the conversation proactively before the situations deteriorate. We're seeing increases in population, business utilization. I know they've purchased more land to increase their footprint, but we're seeing issues now.
Yeah, good point. So we'll get a meeting set up with Judith Talavera, who we have a good working relationship with, and try to just see, so we can forecast and provide to the council where are there areas in the city that may receive upgrades or are most vulnerable. And a lot of it depends on where the storm's coming and that type of thing. But you're right, we do see that in our city. And it's something that we can try to get advance notice to this council about. Just so
I'd love to stay involved in that conversation if possible, if we can just track and just help move that along. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all very much for your time.
I'm sorry. Councilwoman, go ahead. Councilwoman Blanc.
You may have answered this, but I'm just making sure. What if you have, I know you said you can go to a bus stop and you can go to where you're going to evacuate. What if you have an elderly person that's home, has no one, has no family, and they can't get out by themselves to a bus stop? Do y'all?
Yes, so there's a couple ways for that. A lot of folks that may have some challenges, hopefully, are registered with the State of Texas Emergency Assistance Registry. There's a push every year to redo that list to make sure that we know who those folks are. Also, if they're working within 211 or 311, they can call any of those numbers and request help, and we'll do what we can to make sure, because that is my ultimate goal. No resident left behind.
Okay.
I might jump in and add to this. Our Meals on Wheels customer base, which is hundreds, I can't remember the name, I don't know if Lisa or Robert are here, but I mean the number, hundreds of elderly people that are on that program, they proactively check on them too.
Good.
Before.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jess.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to public comment. It's 12:06, and then we'll come back and finish Mr. Zanoni's report. As you all know, we handle significant matters concerning taxpayer dollars, making it imperative that we uphold the highest standards of decorum and adherence to our policies. Our core principles of openness, transparency, and inclusiveness guide our actions, and we aim to achieve them while respecting our City Council policy, which has been in place over 30 years. Public comment serves as one avenue of communication, but it's certainly not the only method. You can also reach out to members of this council or myself by way of phone call, emails, or even scheduling an in-person appointment. With that said, we will proceed to public comment, keeping in mind the importance of decorum and adherence to this policy. Before we begin, I would like to ask our city attorney if she would please recite the rules of decorum.
Thank you, and good morning. All citizens must be courteous, polite, and respectful of one another, including the city council and city staff. The mayor and council members shall be referred to by title and/or title surname. All remarks must be addressed to the mayor and city council and not to the council members as individuals. Citizens are only permitted to speak on city-related subject matter. Speaking on any non-city-related matter is prohibited. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed. Citizens must refrain from any disturbing noise, demonstration, or other act disrupting to the city council business.
Thank you. Okay, individuals will be called upon in the order they signed up electronically. We will first hear in-person comments, followed by virtual public comments. Residents of Corpus Christi will have priority over non-residents, and if you'll please state your name and the city in which you live before your comments, that would be much appreciated. You have 2 opportunities to make public comment on an agenda item or city-related business. First, at its present time, and second would be at the time we actually hear the item, so please select one option. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. A visible timer positioned near the city secretary's desk will assist in managing the allotted time. If you have a petition or any relevant information, if you'll please hand it to the city secretary, she'll distribute it to us before speaking. So today we have, let's see, 43. It looks like 43 public comment, which consists of in-person and one WebEx. We are going to start with David Layfelt.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council, Mr. Zanoni. There's been a lot of talk in the media lately about the city.
Can you state your name and city, please, sir?
Oh, David Layfelt, City of Corpus Christi, District 5. There's been a lot of discussion lately about a difficult budget year with a $7 million shortfall. So I'm here this afternoon to make a couple of recommendations to help you cut that deficit by about $2.5 million. There's 2 programs that I'm very familiar with that, in my personal and professional opinion, are both teetotal waste of time and money. The first is the Litter Critter event. This is an event that essentially duplicates the transfer station. It provides it every second Saturday of every month, a service that the citizens can have on a weekly, daily basis from 8 to 5, 6 days a week. Cutting that one program would save over maybe $125,000. The second one that I really think ought to be cut is our city's recycling program. The city has the best recycling program money can buy. It's the most expensive processing contract in the state, and it's one that your customers do not want and do not use properly. You say, well, how can you say that? People say they want to recycle. You don't listen to what people say, you observe what people do. Our city's recycling rate is 5%, depending upon how you calculate it, which is atrocious for a program that's been in existence as long as it has. The other problem is people don't use it, and if they do use it, they use it improperly. And I cite the city's contamination rate. 26, 27, 28% on a good year. It's been as high as 40, 42%. That means people that use it are using it improperly. Many people use it as basically a second trash can. When you look at what people put in it, it's not that they're confused, they don't care. The things they put in the recycle bin are not things that are, the wrong type of plastic or a lid on the bottle. They put trash in there. They put trash, and more trash. And that's expensive. You can save $2.5 million by reducing this very expensive program that many of your national environmental groups have decided really isn't that good. Plastics recycling will never accomplish the purpose that your plastics producers say it will. It's a waste of money, and it's something that we as citizens really can't afford. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Layfelt. Mr. Zanoni, could you get us some more information on those two programs, just by way of memo?
Yeah, we can.
As
The litter
follow-up.
critter is very well regarded by the community, and the recycling, we can get some information.
Yeah.
David was over the program for many years. So,
Thank
yes.
you very much. Mr. Sean Flanagan, after that would be Shannon Roos. My understanding, Patricia Anderson is going to speak on the item, and then Susie Saldana. Yeah, do you hear that buzzing?
Yes, we'll see if we can get it fixed, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Flanagan.
Hi, I'm Sean Flanagan. I live in District 2 of Corpus Christi. It's a pleasure to talk with you all today. I'm speaking on Agenda Item 20, which is a memorandum of agreement between the city and the South Texas Water Authority. Folks, to use a sports analogy, this is a hanging curveball. Y'all need to swing at this and knock this out of the park for the city of Corpus Christi, because this memo, this agreement, A, will allow us to get a major water source within 24 months at the latest. B, it scales up to about, you can get as many as 25 million gallons a day out of this water source. C, we don't have to do any building. The pipeline exists. We don't have to borrow millions of dollars to do this, nor does it preclude us from pursuing other water sources because we use our capital resources. 4, my understanding is the price for this water will be considerably less than the price of water from other water sources. Now look, I'm a retired folk and I'm on a fixed income, and some folks don't worry about their water bill, but in my household, we know it's going to go up. We're in a drought, okay, but how much it goes up is a significant matter. If you all approve this memo of agreement between the South Texas Water Authority and the city, you are providing us with a huge source of water that we don't have to do anything for. It just comes to us. All the other alternatives we've looked at, and we're not saying this precludes you from doing anything else, it's just this is a gimme. This is a win-win for everybody. And I'm hoping you all can unanimously agree on this, and my congratulations to those of you that brought this forward. I was so happy when I read this and looked into it. This is really a huge deal if we can bring it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Shannon Roos. Is Shannon Roos with us? She's not. Susie Saldana.
I'll wait for the item.
The item, okay. Brad Bart.
What item is it? Which item?
There's several items.
Okay. Brad Bartleson.
Good afternoon. I'm a retired engineer, scientist, entrepreneur with experience in supercomputing.
Sir, can you state your name and city, please?
Yeah, Brad Bartleson. I'm in Corpus, reside in District 5. Love the city. Decided to move back here from DC after I've been here a while. And what I'm going to talk about is something I just looked at a couple of weeks ago and said, that's kind of funny, and that's been my nature my whole life. We have, when I put water barrels out that the city promotes, boy, they filled up real quick. I got to thinking, where does all that other water go? And I thought, it goes into the drains, and then it dumps, and we dump it into the bays. And I started realizing, if you look at the roofs, our ditches and everything, we collect and we pay a lot for a stormwater system. What are we doing with all that? So I started looking at this, well, we need water. Where's this water coming down here? We have an expansive stormwater collection system. I guess my presentation, there we go. And then we waste it to the bays. Now, it is used ecologically to some extent, but it also presents bacteria loading that I know from my running group, we sometimes close down the beaches. So couldn't we do something a little smarter with this resource that's coming at us? Next slide, please. So, yes, we're in a drought, but we're not way down there. We're at 84% of average right now. Old reports show that it got as low as 25 in history. I'm not going to go through all the numbers. We don't have time, but there's a lot of water coming at us. We've done some things in the past to retain that and use that, but they present issues I'll talk about in a moment. The desal plant you see there, its numbers that it's coming up about 30,000 gallons or million gallons a day. We have maybe 150,000 potential capture that we could go after in other ways, though. What you see in the right-hand corner is the EPA National Stormwater Calculator model that I used. And just, how much do we have here and where's it being used? A lot of it's industrial, and that pays and does wonderful things for us, too. Next slide, please. So these factors impacting the freshwater inflows, actually, it was interesting. A report showed that after we built the reservoirs up there, Choke Canyon on Lake Corpus Christi, we had about a 55% decrease in flow. So what happens is that when we back these up and retain them, they give this the steady water that we need, but they lose a lot to evaporation. So there's a solution to that, it's covered ponds. The second part is that, you start looking at all the streets and the roofs and all the means we have to collect water and then make sure we don't get flooded out. We waste it all. But it also, is that it? Yeah. All right, so I have just a quick system. I have a couple of solutions here that we can look at and to retain that, pump that, not add to the grid.
Thank you, Mr. Bartleson. And you're very welcome to email the council as well if you'd like to, continue.
All right. Yeah.
Hold on, can you, please, can you?
I'm sorry, what was your request?
Okay. Mayor, is there any way we can?
If you'd like to leave it.
And hand it to us and make a copy to one of the staff persons so we can have a copy. That'd be grateful.
Sure.
We'd be great.
One last quick concern is that if you look at the studies on what these desal,
Bartleson.
We stand to create a
Mr.
Dead Sea of the local
I'm sorry.
area.
Thank you, sir.
We'd like a copy.
Ms. Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, perhaps to his point, perhaps in our alternative water supply updates, maybe we can make a reference to the fact that we did approve moving forward with the study to recapture the effluent water, and we did discuss looking into the project that was to put kind of those covers over those lakes, just so we mention those, and so the community sees that we are looking at that effluent. We know it's a lot that's going down.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll do that.
Okay, Robin Sanders.
Madam Mayor, City Council, my favorite. What I'm going to talk about is relevant to everything that happens in this city.
Can you state your name and city, please?
Robin Sanders, Corpus Christi. Sorry about that. And that is this city council. You are the administrative people for the 7th largest city in Texas. But you've got a problem. The idiom, one bad apple spoils the whole bunch, has nothing to do with apples. It has everything to do with what one negative person can do to a group, a family, an office. And we've all heard there's one in every crowd. Well, there's one in your crowd. Just as we operate under decorum here when we speak before you, there's decorum for the city council. You have rules of ethics. Abusing a city employee is a rule of ethics. And you as a council have the authority to correct attention-seeking bad behavior. Attention-seeking is a precursor or a harbinger of mental illness. It can be bipolar, it can be sociopathic, it could be psychopathic. But it is going to destroy this city council. Whenever you have someone that's on the streets demonstrating against our city manager, wanting attention, and attention seekers, they don't care if it's good attention. It can be.
Object.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to object. The speakers must be respectful and address the comments to council as a whole and not one specific council member.
I don't believe that I've mentioned any particular council member, ma'am.
By name, isn't it? Can you pull your microphone down a little bit? Yeah.
Your city attorney is the one, I don't know who this lady is, that has the rules of ethics and the city charter, but you have the authority to censure, reprimand. You can even remove from office a bad apple. And if that doesn't work, there's always an election recall. So for the sake of comity on this council, I would suggest that every one of you read and understand what the ethics are. And I will say to our city manager, part of your job is not being warm and fuzzy. You're doing a good job, and you keep at it no matter what they say.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Patsy Vasquez-Contes?
I'm going to read because I can talk and talk, and I just prefer to read. My name is Patsy Vasquez-Contes. I am a 5-time American GI Forum elected national chairwoman and a 6-time consecutive elected American GI Forum Texas State GI Forum women chairwoman. Good afternoon, honorable council members, manager, and city attorney.
Can you state your city, please, ma'am?
My city is Corpus Christi, I apologize, in District 3. Again, good afternoon to all of you honorable council members. It is an honor to stand before you today to recognize and commend Mayor Paulette Guajardo for her steadfast dedication to one of our city's most treasured traditions, the mayor's 4th of July Big Bang celebration. For over 50 years, this event has carried the name and spirit of Corpus Christi mayors, serving as a symbol of civic pride, unity, and patriotism for our community. Mayor Guajardo is now in her 3rd term, has proudly continued this legacy, ensuring that our families, especially our children, experience a 4th of July celebration that is both meaningful and memorable. With the support of countless volunteers and community members, Mayor Guajardo has worked to ensure that tradition remains strong. She inspires children of our city to dream big, especially the 60% of them who are Hispanics and see themselves in her story. As a daughter of a veteran, a hardworking public servant, and a proud Mexican-American woman, she represents the value of service, inclusion, and opportunity that we at the American GI Forum hold dear. Mayor Guajardo reminds us that leadership is about carrying forward those before us have built honoring traditions while inspiring future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, she stands on the shoulders of mayors who came before her, and I worked with a lot of those mayors. Sorry, but she helped pave the way for all fellow. As a Latina leader, I respect that in closing, we honor this 4th of July, Mayor Guajardo's Big Bang celebration tradition to keep it alive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez-Contes. Andrea Puyol? Andrea? Oh.
Hello, Andrea Puyol, District 2. I'm here today to tell the council to vote against the rezoning of the Hillcrest neighborhood. I know it got pushed back on the agenda, but I'd already signed up for comment, so I thought it wouldn't hurt to cut. Anyways, just please don't approve the rezoning. The city has caused so much harm against the Hillcrest neighborhood, from abandoning it to now actively destroying it, and it has to stop. Residents of the Hillcrest, residents from Hillcrest and community members have spoken about this for years, and I know that some of y'all do not consider Hillcrest a neighborhood anymore. Well, it is, and there's people there, and there's their homes and their history, and they do not deserve to be forgotten, neglected, or destroyed. My friend Chloe Torres said, neighborhoods don't die, they are killed. If the rezoning goes through and it is approved, history will remember who killed the Hillcrest neighborhood. So please, again, do not approve the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Puyol. And just for clarity, this particular item was actually moved. It's on the will be on the June 24th agenda.
Thank you.
I mean, which is fine to talk about it today, but I just want to make sure you knew. Charlie Webb. And after Charlie Webb, we'll have Samuel Andre Fryer, Leah Araiza Ortiz, Tony Reyes, and Marilena Garza.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Webb.
Council, Mr. Zanoni. I appreciate the opportunity to address you just for a few brief moments this morning. First, what I've learned this morning is everyone should be required to go to a city council meeting. And I appreciate that as well. So I'm here on behalf of the Ritz Theater.
Can you state your name and city,
Charlie
sir?
Webb, pardon me. Charlie Webb, and I'm in District 4 and live in Corpus Christi. I serve on the board of directors for the Ritz Theater, and we've been in the news lately receiving some pretty good news, which we're excited about, but I wanted to come here to this council and before Mayor Guajardo to thank you all for what you've done for us in the past, because really we wouldn't be where we are, and we would not have had the opportunity to receive funds from the state of Texas unless you had been with us over the last several years and helped us get started. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We're very excited. We're in a contract with a world-class architectural firm from Baltimore that specializes in restoring historic theaters. I can't tell you what it's going to cost, and I can't tell you when it's going to open, but I do anticipate inviting every one of you there when it does open, and I know it will open. And really, that's all I have. I just want to express our gratitude to the city.
Mr. Webb, thank you, but why don't we let everybody know the amount you all were awarded? at the Texas
Well,
level?
we were humbled to receive $30 million from the state of Texas legislature.
Awesome.
Thank you.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you, Mr. Webb. Samuel Andre Fryer.
Good morning, Council. I'm Samuel Andre Fryer. I live in Corpus Christi, District 4. You know, when you look above your name there, you look above, you see City of Corpus Christi. And I know we've been talking about water, and I applaud all the efforts that you're doing to have alternative water supply and things of that nature. I really appreciate that. We do need water. But what do you think would take place if we took Corpus Christi, which stands for the body of Christ, which is the Son of the Creator of heavens and earth, Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Messiah, and we realigned our values and our purpose and everything that we do along with his values? What do you think would happen with rain? You know, Exodus 20 says this. It says, Elohim, or God, spoke all these words, saying, I am Yahweh your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourselves an idol, nor an image of anything that is in the heavens above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow yourself down to them or serve them. For I, Yahweh, your Elohim, am a jealous Elohim, visiting iniquity of the fathers on the children, on the third and on the fourth generation of those who hate me, and showing loving kindness to thousands of those who love me and keep my mitzvot or commandments. You shall not take the name of Yahweh, your Elohim, in vain, for Yahweh will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. Remember the Shabbat day, or the Sabbath, to keep it holy. You shall labor 6 days and do all your work. But the seventh day is a Shabbat to Yahweh your Elohim. You shall not do any work in it. You or your son or your daughter, your male servant or your female servant, or your livestock, or your stranger who is within your gates. For in 6 days Yahweh made the heavens and the earth, the sea and all that is in them, and rested on the seventh day. Therefore Yahweh blessed the Shabbat day and made it holy. Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long in the land which Yahweh your Elohim gives you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not give false testimony against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, his male servant, his female servant, his ox, his donkey, or anything that is your neighbor's. You know, the 89th legislature just passed a bill, and it's at the governor's desk to be signed, Senate Bill 10. And it talks about putting the 10 Commandments in a prominent place in all the classrooms in the public schools in Corpus or throughout Texas.
Mayor,
what do you think would take place if those very things were posted here in the city council itself?
We're going to interrupt you for a second.
This is not city related.
Yes, it is city related, because I'm saying, what do you think would happen if we were to post something similar on the places behind the mayor, so that every time people get up here to talk, they will have civility because they will see those commandments. Okay. What do you think would happen if we were to do that?
Mr.
So
Fryer.
thank you very much. God bless y'all.
Thank you. Leah Ariza Ortiz.
Sorry. Hello, council members. My name is Leah Ariza Ortiz, and I come from District 2, and I live in Corpus Christi. I am 16 years old. I'm here to speak because I'm here because I want to speak on how much I'm worried about pollution in Corpus Christi. Industry and oil harms us, and little regulations are put in place to protect citizens and our families. People living by industry have been known to have more health problems, with oil and gas pollution being linked to cancer. In fact, the International Agency for Research on Cancer has classified outdoor air pollution as a Group 1 human carcinogen. Air pollution, especially fine particulate matter, which we have more than the national and state average of, has been strongly linked to lung, breast, stomach, and brain cancer. By inviting more industry and letting them ignore regulations on pollution, death certificates are being signed. People who live by industry in Corpus Christi are in the 80th to 100th percentile for low life expectancy. Those who live by the university are in the below 20th. You rely on people not knowing that the effects of pollution has on us, or not having enough income to move out of these harmful areas. I ask you to remember that you represent the people and not the interest of industry. And also, I do know that this was pushed back, but I still am here. I'm just going to say this. You should not let Hillcrest be zoned for industry that will allow refineries that much closer to our neighborhoods and our people. I'm going to end this on a quote by Gandhi: "Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ariza Ortiz. Tony Reyes.
I'm speaking at agenda 11.
Number 11, okay. Marilena Garza.
I'm also speaking at agenda
11, okay. Sofia Hernandez.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sofia Hernandez. I am from Corpus Christi District 2. I am a student currently at the University of Texas at Austin, currently home for the summer as a participant in the Home to Texas program. The Home to Texas program basically is designed to bring students back to their hometowns, to reconnect with their roots, contribute to their communities, and better understand the civic and economic factors shaping our future. It's more than just a summer internship, it's about learning how our cities function and what it takes to lead them. So I would just like to briefly thank y'all and thank the city for all that they do and for allowing me to intern at the Chamber of Commerce this summer. And it has been enlightening to sit in for committee meetings, addressing issues, and the city and chamber members' careful attention to how they're aiming to help the overall community, especially with water, because that's been a big issue. Over the past week of interning with the chamber, I've had a front row seat to the ways this city is growing and how much care and communication it takes to support that growth. I've seen how public and private leaders like yourselves work together to create opportunity, support small businesses, and invest in the future of our region. Because of the Home to Texas program I am currently participating in is all about bringing kids home to fall in love with their hometown again and hopefully work post-grad. It has been a pleasure working with the chamber and seeing firsthand how members in our community are working hard to make the city a better place. Who knows, maybe I'll come back here post-grad and become a catalyst for positive change. And I want to thank the City Council for the hard work you do behind the scenes and in the public eye. Coming home to Corpus has reminded me why this place matters, why it's worth coming back, and why I want to stay connected and involved. I'm here for the summer not just to learn, but to listen, serve, and be part of something bigger. So thank you again for your leadership and dedication to this community. I'm grateful for this opportunity, and I'm excited for what the future holds for Corpus. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Adam Rios.
Good afternoon, everyone. Adam Rios, Corpus Christi, District 5. I wanted to just take a moment. I heard this discussed earlier, and it sort of changed the trajectory of what I wanted to talk about. I want to talk about my wife, Cheryl Botsmeyer Rios, who, as we all know, is the executive director of the Ritz. She came into that position about 2.5 years ago. And of course, a lot of things have happened as a direct result of that. She put together a strong executive board. She worked with everyone in the community, even outside of the community, on a local, state, and even a federal level to ensure this project would happen. Despite a lot of negativity that might have been out there, it ended up coming to fruition. I'm really proud of her. But for those of you who don't know, her contributions to this community go far deeper than the Ritz, and I just wanted to elaborate on that. If you don't know, my wife is a graduate of Texas A&M. She got her BFA and is an incredibly successful painter and sculptor. As a matter of fact, we just had a sculpture returned to us that she did in Berlin, and it had been out there in the universe in different museums of Europe, New York, eventually made its way down here, and we finally got it back after about 3 years. I'm really proud of her accomplishments in that. I'm proud of her being involved with the Texas Women for the Arts, who, through those efforts, brought the arts to more than 3.6 million children across Texas. The art education program that she started at K-Space and watched that come into fruition. A couple of years ago, or actually last year, I watched her speak at the Antonio Garcia Center for a summer arts program that was there. I was there with my company, Pony Boy Skate Company, and I was like the opening act for her. But it's incredible when I watch her engage with every socioeconomic level of person that you could possibly engage with in this community. And I remember telling the kids, you know, here I was talking about skateboarding. They just were like, "Can you hurry up? Because I want to get to what she's talking about." And I was just glad to be there because normally she makes me wait in the truck, so it was kind of cool to be participating in something like that. She also wanted to start an art education program on the reservation when I took her there to visit, and they weren't really expecting that there. And eventually, she was gifted a ribbon skirt to wear at certain ceremonies and at powwows. And if there's anything I can ever express about my wife, it's that she will always put others before herself. You might not see that. You might presume to know what her politics are. You might presume to know what kind of person she is. But I promise you, she's way more than what the Ritz is. However, of course, we are very appreciative of the $30 million grant that was awarded to the Ritz, but that took almost 3 years, but she's got 20 years of experience in this community prior to that. I love her very much. I'm very proud of her. I came up here, notice I didn't talk about skateboarding one bit. That's how much I love her. And I'm a lot to put up with, but you know, I'm that kite that flies out of control, and she helps reel me in, and I love her for that. So thank you to all for all of your collective efforts to help make the Ritz come into fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rios. Ms. Cindy Barrera had to leave, so she won't be speaking today, but we'll go ahead and go to Jake Hernandez. Jake Hernandez? Okay, Deanna King?
Hello, my name is Deanna King. I live here in Corpus Christi, Texas. I was initially here to talk about the rezoning of Hillcrest, which I understand was moved, but I'm gonna go ahead and talk about this anyway. We are in the body of Christ, so I think what I'm about to say, it would resonate with everybody. In the Bible, there's a scripture. It is John 4 through 42, where Jesus Christ meets this woman, a Samaritan woman, at a well. But before he does that, he sends his disciples away. And he does that because he knows that the disciples will not want him to talk to this Samaritan woman. So he talks to this Samaritan woman, and he gives the Samaritan woman what she needed, which was a word from God. And you ask how this relates to Hillcrest or to anything. Sometimes you have to meet people where they are. Sometimes you have to understand their plight. Sometimes you have to help them when you can, when you have the opportunity. That's what Jesus did. He gave the woman what she needed. So as part of city council, a representative of the city, you have to understand where people are coming from, no matter what their race, what their language, what their lifestyle, whether it's coming from the left or the right. Sometimes you have to send the masses away to think for yourself. What we need to really do is, as a people, is to get back to the basics and really understand what Jesus would really do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Gilbert Aguirre?
Hello, my name is Gilbert Aguirre, and I'm from Corpus. I live in Corpus. I don't know what zone it is. I have property around town. I'm sure it's in one of your zones. I just had some questions. And who votes for the zoning commission?
Pardon?
They're appointed by who?
Well, we can't.
Mayor, objection.
The zoning commission?
I'm sorry.
Questions?
You can't ask questions to the council, but you can make some statements.
I'm just like, this is my second time here, and we already beat the H1 rezoning, and we're coming again. And they're very sneaky about it. They move it around, and everything gets kind of moved around. But like the only reason that they're doing is to kill the last of the people that are they're there. These are their legacies. Me, I have a property I invested 20 years ago there because we're going to have all this growth. And I survived when Port Street went bankrupt, and I had tractors parked in front of my building for months, and I survived all that to be here. And then now it's like, get the fuck out. I'm sorry, but like, just get out, you know? And so I got duped. I was buying the property next to me, and right when I was in closing with the title company, all of a sudden the city and the port put $20,000 of liens on the property. And at the time I was stupid. I was like, whoa, okay, these people didn't pay the bills, you know? But no, it's because they didn't want me to buy the property. And so now I'm the last one on the street, the very last one, and they don't want me there because we were supposed to get a swimming pool and all these parks and all these renderings of all these cool things, and now it's H1. Let's put a bomb under the $1 billion bridge we just built. Let's put a bunch of chemicals under the, you know, history shows that's gonna make up, that's not smart. And the first thing coming to Corpus is, hey, let's see all these refineries. First thing coming, come on. So I think they're doing this just to get me out of there, to drop my property value, because they offered me $250,000 for a 6,000 square foot, fully air conditioned building, and told me to move out. It'd be better to go to the south side. So I feel bad because a lot of people have cancer there. I don't know if I have cancer, but a lot of people have cancer that are living there with all the stuff they're bringing in. And since I've been doing this, I found a lot of rules that the port is breaking illegally. And I'm going to bring it up next week. You know, there's a lot of things that they're doing that's not legal. And it was out of their own mouths in that meeting. The guy was sitting right there, and he admitted to fencing. I don't want to bring it up now because I don't want y'all to cover it up next time. But I just kind of disgusted because like I thought we were going to have growth and all this nice stuff, and then now it's like, get out. We need this for us. And they don't need it. They're already parking the helicopters everywhere else. But they're telling us that they need to make it H1 to put helicopters there. And that's not true.
Thank you, Mr. Argueta. Tina Butler.
Good evening. My name is Tina Butler. I'm from Corpus Christi, Texas. My district is 2. I'm here regarding the Juneteenth proclamation on behalf of the Texas Association of Black Personnel in Higher Education. I am one of the co-founders of the chapter. Each year since 2018, we have been coming to the city of Corpus Christi for our Juneteenth proclamation. I submitted the proclamation to the city 7 weeks ago and was told that we would not be able to get a proclamation during the month of June, maybe in July, but that's just like Christmas after New Year's for us. Each year, we have been providing a community-wide festival for the city of Corpus Christi. We have been having room blocks at several hotels that have been selling out. The last time we had 3 hotels and each room block sold out. We often ask the city for financial support as one of our sponsors. We don't get it, but we continue to strive. All of us are in higher education or CCISD employees or retirees. We are all volunteers. We're a 501c3 organization, and we continue to do this for our African American culture, our Juneteenth holiday. Today, this year is the 160th anniversary. So since we were not able to get our proclamation read today, I want to reverse that and invite each and every one of you, and also say thank you to Councilwoman Sylvia Campos, who came out last year and read the proclamation on behalf of the city, former council member James Klein, who came out. Since we didn't have anyone or able to submit that, we have asked our state organization, our headquarters, to send someone down to read our proclamation at our citywide. We have several initiatives, and one of them is our health and wellness. We have we are offering free mammograms this year as part of our health and wellness, and we have a mobile unit coming down from Arizona. We also have a Grammy-nominated artist, NAACP Image Award winner, who is one of our headliners, as well as 2 other headliners who will be here. And as I mentioned before, each year we get bigger and bigger with less and less. This is our first year having our 3-day festival. Normally we have a 1-day, but this is our first year. The festival will be June 20th through the 22nd. So I'd like to flip the script this year and read our proclamation to you and invite you to attend if you have time. I'm sure some of you see me around Corpus Christi, and I often see a lot of our council people at other events, but for Juneteenth, we have contacted our state. So it reads as thus, whereas Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day, marks the historic moment of June 19th, 1865, when the last of the enslaved people were here. Well, let me just end. The festival, free and open to the public, will feature headline performances, Southern Soul, free mammogram, as well as CPR by the American Heart Association and other things.
Ms.
So if you
Butler.
have time, please come.
Thank you. Ms. Butler?
Yes, ma'am.
Staff will come over and speak with you about, I don't know why the proclamation wasn't being able to.
I submitted it on May the 8th, and I immediately got an email.
I understand, but the people that handle that just want to come over here and speak with you.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Al Ariola. Then we'll have Rachel Caballero, Johnny Stubbs, Santiago Garcia, and Scott Marsh.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for noticing my chair had to unfortunately leave. Like many, I want to commend the idea of moving public comment.
Can you state your name and city, please?
Sorry. I was making fun of everybody who didn't do that too. Al Ariola, District 2. I'm a proud resident of Corpus Christi and the president and CEO of the United Corpus Christi Chamber of Commerce. First, thank you for recognizing Lemonade Day. Your acknowledgement reinforces the value of teaching entrepreneurship and financial literacy to our youth, values we share deeply as a chamber and as a community. I also want to commend the council for your leadership in addressing our region's long-term water needs. Water is more than a utility. It's a cornerstone of economic development and quality of life. Our business community depends on reliable, sustainable water solutions to grow, compete, and thrive. We urge the City Council to continue advancing the Inner Harbor Seawater Desalination Project and all complementary efforts that support a drought-resilient future. Delays will only cost us more time, opportunity, and dollars. Now is the time to act decisively and continue leveraging the state and federal resources that are currently within reach. Thank you again for your continued commitment to smart planning and Corpus Christi's future and prosperity. And as I noted before, I was mentioning the public comment opportunities. Many of our members, our 800+ members, do want to be present and share their thoughts. It is difficult for working people to be here. So I would submit that maybe it is a good idea to start giving opportunities maybe at a later hour. Certainly, there's an opportunity to revisit that process. So again, thank you for your time and your commitment to our community.
Thank you, Mr. Ariola. Rachel Caballero?
Welcome back. Rachel Caballero, District 1. Congratulations to the City Council members who are proving to have a backbone and have put items on the agenda that could positively impact our community. I agree that the annual 4th of July fireworks are truly not the mayor's fireworks, and I am a Latina female. The possibility of this celebration is because of the Corpus Christi taxpayers. That's it. Corpus Christi taxpayers. And the investment that they make back into this community via taxes and fees, whether erroneous or not, we're so tired of the narcissism. Today, public comment is up for discussion. As it appears, it could seem like a gesture to include the community's input. However, if you all have the meeting before the night of the City Council, then you have already made your decisions, and our public comments will be irrelevant. We currently have a city manager that only allows the community 4 days to review the agenda because of lack of preparedness. With the way this is being presented, we will always be given our public comments after the fact. This is a violation of our First Amendment rights, our First Amendment constitutional rights. So if there is going to be a meeting at 6:30, the schematics have got to be figured out, because there's no point in giving you guys our opinion if you've already made your decision earlier in that day. This is a final rhetorical question. Why are you all so afraid to move into stage 4 water emergency? It is time. It is time to curtail and force the hand of the heavy water users and demand that they conserve. The community has done their part. We have received 91% of our average rainfall. You all have oversold our water. We are so sick of your political games at the expense of our water. Make the decision already. Considering the lack of water alternatives and the lack of backbone to move into stage 4, it is time we move forward with a new city manager with real leadership and authentic operations experience. Let's not pass the review any further than we already have, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caballero. Johnny Stobbs.
Mayor, council, city manager, city staff, Johnny Stobbs, Annabelle, Texas. Today I'll be addressing agenda item number 9, a crucial topic that impacts our firefighters, the necessity of cancer screening, and asking each of you for your support. We began bargaining for a new CBA in May of 2024, and by that summer, we had a new CBA that council passed by a 9-0 vote. Inside that CBA is a new provision creating a voluntary wellness initiative, a program that I believe will save an untold number of Corpus Christi firefighters' lives. Cancer is such a huge risk within firefighting that the 89th legislature, Texas legislature, took up the issue and passed HB 198. It's called the Wade-Cannon Act, making law what our bargaining teams agreed to last summer. Firefighters risk their lives daily to safeguard our communities, but this heroism comes with unique dangers, including an elevated risk for cancer. Firefighters always answer the call. We show up, we do our jobs, and we go home. The problem is the things we take home with us from the emergency scenes. For firefighters, regular cancer screening isn't just a health measure, it's a lifeline. Every call exposes firefighters to toxic substances, carcinogens, such as benzene, asbestos, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, found in burning structures and hazardous materials. Research indicates that firefighters face a 9% higher chance of cancer diagnosis and a 14% increased risk of dying from cancer compared to the general public. Cancers like colon, prostate, lung, skin, and blood cancers are especially common. These aren't mere numbers. They represent my coworkers, my friends, my loved ones, our loved ones. This makes early detection through cancer screening essential. Tests like the one you will vote on today in agenda item number 9, mammograms, colonoscopies, low-dose CT scans for lung cancer, and routine skin exams can detect cancer early when it's most treatable. For firefighters, early detection can be the difference between full recovery and a tragic outcome. To my fellow firefighters, I understand the mindset. I feel fine, I'm healthy, I'm too busy. But cancer often lurks silently, showing no symptoms until it's advanced, making treatment tougher and outcomes less certain. A brief screening could extend your life by years, more time with your family, your crews, your community. To my brothers and firefighters, sister firefighters, let's make a pledge. Book your screenings. Union reps and fire chiefs, push your teams to get tested. Spouses and friends, urge your firefighters in your lives to prioritize their health. Firefighters are the strongest people I know, charging into danger without hesitation to help others on their worst day. But you don't have to face this battle alone or unprepared. Regular cancer screening is your defense, your early alert system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stobbs. Santiago Garcia.
Santiago Garcia, District 1, Corpus Christi. Mayor, councils, City Council. I wish to begin by expressing my profound gratitude for the foresight and commitment to the well-being of our first responders. A robust cancer screening program is not merely an investment in the health of our firefighters. It is a vital investment in the resilience and effectiveness of our entire community. Firefighters, by its very nature of our profession, are routinely exposed to a myriad of carcinogens through smoke, hazardous materials, and byproducts of combustion. This consistent exposures significantly elevate our risk of development's various forms of cancer compared to the general public. By detecting early onset cancer, we can ensure timely interventions lead to more successful treatment outcomes, reducing recovery times, and ultimately a healthier and more capable fire department. This program will minimize the long-term health care costs associated with advanced cancer treatment, reduce the number of firefighters out on medical leave, and ensure a consistent, experienced workforce ready to answer the call. Through my own experience, comprehensive cancer screening underscores a critical need for such a program. As a firefighter dedicated to serving the city, I was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer by accident. When I visited a city clinic for an entirely unrelated injury. A series of referrals led me to 2 specialists who, after further investigations, identified a tumor larger than a grapefruit. I had to actively convince oncologists that it was indeed cancer before they ran their own test. And to confirm the diagnosis, what they revealed was a staggering. I had been living with cancer for over 2.5 years with no symptoms. At some point, the tumor ruptured and spread aggressively throughout my abdominal cavity, affecting my diaphragm, my liver, my spleen, and my large intestine. The initial prognosis was terminal. I was sent home to place my affairs in order. However, 2 months later, I received a life-altering call. My case had been submitted to medical board, and after diligent review, a treatment plan was developed. With all that being said, thankfully behind me, I am here today to state unequivocally the entire ordeal of this life-threatening battle could have been prevented. It could have been prevented with comprehensive cancer screening. Precisely the kind that our City Council have already agreed to, putting in place to protect those who protect our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santiago. I'm sorry, Garcia. Scott Marsh.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and City staff. I'll be addressing agenda item number 9. My name is Scott Marsh, District 2. I'm a battalion chief with the fire department. In July, I will complete 30 years of service with CCFD. In my time here, I've seen more than 40 firefighters contract cancer. I am one of those firefighters. I've been diagnosed 3 times with malignant melanoma. I was originally diagnosed in June of 2009 with a melanoma that was found in my foot, and by the time treatment started, it had spread into my lymphatic system in my groin. After a 1.5 years of treatment and surgeries, I was declared cancer-free in 2011. I continued with screenings after my initial diagnosis, and because of the screenings, melanoma was found in my brain in 2018. After 2 years of treatment, I was considered cancer-free. And again, in 2023, after a routine skin check, I had melanoma removed from my lower back. I have used thousands of hours of sick time, and it has cost my family thousands of dollars to receive treatment in Houston at MD Anderson. the only place to deal with the type of cancer appropriately from what I had. I was told at the time I had a 50% chance to live 5 years. Luckily for me and my family, I've beaten those odds. I currently go to Houston every 3 months for dermatology and every 4 months for oncology, MRIs, and CTs. I have become the go-to firefighter in the department when you or your family member are diagnosed with cancer. My wife and I have sat with so many families to explain to them how their lives are going to change going forward with this diagnosis. I hope that with your support of this item, I will not have to have these hard conversations as often. I feel that if the department had a cancer screening process when this all started, my cancer could possibly have been caught. We firefighters take care of others with not too much regard for ourselves. As paramedics, we think that we can fix anything that's wrong with us. Obviously, this is not the case. After every fire, we decontaminate our gear and our bodies. This is something that is pushed on us now that the studies have come back, showing how quick decon reduces the carcinogens that can be absorbed by our bodies. Some of us need help placed on the table for us to take it. We're stubborn in that way. That's what this cancer screening will do for us. In the last 3 years, I've been asked to speak at 2 firefighter funerals. They were both my friends. They both worked for me and with me for years. Firefighter 2 engineer Mark Solis and Captain Tim Smith both died from complications of cancer. Both cancers that they died from are on the list of cancers that are screened for in this test. Neither of these funerals needed to happen. We will never know if they would still be here if they had been screened, but there is hope. All of us in this room have been touched by this horrible disease. With your help today, I hope we can catch the disease in its early stage so that our firefighters and their families do not have to experience the pain and suffering that goes along with a cancer diagnosis. My goal when I go to work every day is to make sure everyone goes home. I want everyone to go home at the end of the shift like they came to work. Hopefully that is cancer-free. With your help in approving this agenda item, we can make that a little easier. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Jennifer Gracia.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer Gracia, District 2. Thank you for having me here today. I am a member of TAFE, which stands for Texas Association of Black Personnel in Higher Education, and we are responsible for the Juneteenth Fest every year. I am the executive secretary, and I've been doing this for about 4 years, and every year we change it up in the community and do different things, but every year I'm in charge of the little artist poster contest, well, me and Miss Beverly in the audience. And I want to just share a little bit about TAFE on this platform. One, TAFE is an award-winning organization. We were awarded the Corpus Christi Cultural Landmark Commission's Award for Preservation of History and Education. And so I'd like to recognize that. And then we also, we also are, this is the 160th anniversary. We're going to be having a three-day festival. And this festival is truly a community effort. It's a collaborative effort. We bring in various musical artists. We create opportunities for community organizations, local businesses, as food and commercial vendors together. There's also a side beat to this. We also collaborate with different city departments like the Corpus Christi Firefighters, Corpus Christi Police Department, Corpus Christi Parks and Rec. And we also collaborate with the Nueces County Sheriff's Department. So Juneteenth also pours back into coastal bend tourism. We work on collaboration with CCVB, CCIA, CC Travel, hospitality, and the CC Health industry. We attract visitors all throughout the great state of Texas and surrounding areas. We also bring revenue, which we turn around and pour back into the foundations throughout the community, such as scholarships, food boxes for the elderly, and educational training. we'd like to invite you to join us if you can. Either you can get your boots on the ground with us on Friday night, or Saturday night, come and be a guest judge for the Little Artists Juneteenth poster contest, or Sunday, come and just enjoy the cool sounds of Carl Thomas on a Sunday night. If not, we'd like to be able to at least come back and display some of the little artists' work. And if not, we'd like to start talking about blocking for next year of what some of the city council members would like to do with us next year and collaborate. This is truly a collaborative effort on both sides A of the community and sides B of business for the city as well. So I hope that you can recognize that and join us. We know that the work can get heavy sometimes, but come join us. Join us for Taffy with some connection, some culture, and just some fun. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gracia. Jason Hale.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, council members. Jason Hale, Corpus Christi. Today I'm going to talk about the Ann Arbor Desalination Plant. First, I wanted to remind everyone that it has been 14 days since GHD's modeling for the plant was supposed to be completed. The study is important to me because I'm concerned that the waste from the plant will either sink and create dead zones, or it will not sink and it will overload the intake with salt because they're not that far away. Knowing that neither of these scenarios will happen would give me peace of mind, and I imagine it would give other people peace of mind too. Because, ultimately, water customers are on the hook for this project. It's an expensive project, and I think it's important that we are given the results in a timely manner for this study. Now, I don't expect an instant turnaround on the report being presented to council, but I am hoping we can see the results sooner than later. Moving on, I wanted to make a request regarding who will be presenting the results of this study. I'm not sure who exactly will all be participating in the presentation of the results, but I am hoping that GHD will be able to participate, even if it's just on WebEx. I think council members, will have good questions. They've had good questions before regarding the modeling, and I think it will be helpful to have GHD there to answer them directly, since they did work on the model. Anyways, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Isabel Reza. Councilman Kintu.
Peter, question. Can you find out what the time frame is for that study?
Yes, sir.
I've been getting emails and phone calls about it in the past week or so.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm trying to get it via text, but I'll get it to the councils today.
Okay.
We do plan to present the findings, and it won't be us. It's going to be the consultant, and probably Freeze and Kiewit will be here, maybe Freeze as well.
Okay.
So, yeah, we'll be showing that. It's planned. I just don't know the date.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman.
Ms. Reza. Rebecca.
Isabel Isa, District 2. I'm going to be all over the place. There's been so much to talk about. First, I just wanted to say that I support public comment being moved to the afternoon, but I also think it needs to happen the day before a city council meeting so that we can speak to the items before they're actually voted on. I also am in favor of any change to the meeting processes that allow for more public meetings as opposed to fewer ones. So if one is 24 meetings per year and the other one is 28 meetings, I would say do the 28 meetings, because democracy is about having conversations and discussion and hearing the people's voices. So we should embrace those opportunities to increase the opportunities for people to speak and give input. I came originally to talk about the Hillcrest rezoning and voice my opposition to it being rezoned as any type of industrial level. We've already done a lot of damage to that community. I was also thinking about the budget shortfall of $7 million and the recent controversy around the naming rights to the American Bank Center and the so-called conflict of interest with our partners in the city per Roland Barrera, because the partners weren't named, and they talked about how much they gave to the city, and I really don't know what they gave to the city, except a lot of really bad stuff. And then I'm hearing the firefighters asking for more screening, and it just triggers me because I lost my mother to cancer, and she worked at Valero, and they found out her diagnosis by accident, and we also had to go to MD Anderson because there are not doctors that we trust here. And why is that? It's because our quality of life sucks. Yet some of us come back and fight for a better quality of life over and over again, and you call agitators, and you make us seem like we're problematic. You say that we don't live in a neighborhood, but you haven't been here long enough to know the people that live there. And I want you to have good screenings, but I also don't want to live in a city that creates conditions for people to have cancer at the rates that we do. Do you know that Citgo was found guilty of poisoning our community? From 1994 to 2003, they operated open tanks that spewed benzene into the air and poisoned the Hillcrest, Washington Coles, Donna Park neighborhood, the broader community. We have some of the highest cancer rates, birth defect rates, not just in the state of Texas, but in the country. And it's their fault. It's their fault. Center people, not polluters. Center people, not profits.
Thank you, Ms. Ariza. Laramie Fain? Is Laramie Fain here? Okay, Melissa Zamora?
Hello, I'm Melissa Zamora, Corpus Christi, Texas, District 2. Corpus Christi, Texas, all my life, I was one of those who is trying to stay and change things. I'm not an outside agitator, I'm an inside agitator. Because I love my home, because I was born here for a reason. I'm now a public school teacher after going through the public school system here in Corpus Christi. I had a series of guest speakers come in and talk to my students, and one who is here in the audience, I could see on the screen. A very important question that she asked my students that I had never heard before, and I want to continue asking them every year, is, what do you think about Corpus Christi? What do you think about living in this place? One word that you can describe living in Corpus Christi, let us know, hearing from the mouths of the youth. And they said, trashy, polluted. This is coming from 6th graders, by the way. Small, nothing to do, weird. I'm sure this would change throughout different students in the area depending on where they live and how they were brought up. But I thought that was really interesting because I thought the same thing growing up here. And I was fortunate enough to kind of live in central, kind of south side area. But I noticed the pollution. I wanted to study environmental science because of the lack of care for our environment, even though I see it in some places, but then in the overall picture, not so much. So I wanted to come today because I'm off for the summer and I'm able to come back and give public comment. And I support also having city council meetings being given at a later date, like San Antonio or other areas in Texas where they have later city council meetings. Man, I have so much to say. And then I saw David Layfelt come in, and I know that he was working on a compost program here for the city. I hope that didn't die when he left. I think composting is super important and that we need to try to make efforts to save that, because that could save a lot of water. Healthy soil can contain water better. But I am a desal opponent. I think that we can do better as far as fixing infrastructure and definitely curtailing industry. I also heard Drew Mully on KIII yesterday talking about we are working hard to not take us into the next level of drought restriction, which I was questioning why not. And he was boasting about how the community steps up, and when we ask, when they're asked to, and we did, and we are, and we're using less water than ever before. And evaporation rates do do, yes, of course, play a part, but it's also the industrial taking of the water, and that's growing, and we're trying to bring in more industry when we don't have water to give. So please put people before profits, like was mentioned, and I'll be back next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Simona. Lamont Taylor. And after Lamont, we'll have Christina English, Mana Lytle, and Eli McKay.
Good afternoon, Council. Lamont Taylor, District 1. I stand before you regarding an issue that was taken off the agenda and placed on June 24th agenda. This is the rezoning regarding rezoning change. These proposed changes will greatly impact the residents that are remaining and the residents that are in the community of Hillcrest. First, I would like to commend you for your recognition of the Juneteenth celebration that was presented earlier, that you acknowledged via the NAACP and missed the Juneteenth that Taffy had provided also. I'd like to inform you that those of you who may not know that the Black community is not a monolith community. There are those of us who in this local community do not trust local government. And it has been greatly decreased in the last decade. I've been a lifelong resident in Hillcrest for the past 60 years. Again, I've had stage 4 cancer. I went to MD Anderson, and I think that early screening would definitely help. Also, I'd like to just add, why don't you screen those individuals who are in the Hillcrest area that has had cancer and that have died from cancer, and that you're still providing opportunities for inviting more industry in the neighborhood, but I digress. This proposed zoning change that you will entertain on the 24th by your compadre support of Corpus Christi is further proof of encroachment inside the city limits and changing our neighborhood into an industrial area. I'm not sure that your 5 years plan agrees with this plan. If so, in the Hillcrest community, we're being impacted by the city of Corpus Christi with your planned desalination plant on the west side and the proposed changes for industrial area on the east side. So in essence, we're being squeezed. The community in Hillcrest are being squeezed. Technically, they would call that a pincer move if we were doing a military tactic, because you're squeezing us on one side and the other side. The city has proposed desalination plant on the west side, and there on the east side. We know what you're doing, and we disapprove of you allowing it to happen, because you are in charge of zoning, you are in charge of individuals coming in and out of the city. So we recognize that. Please ask you to do not let this zoning go forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Christina English.
Christina English, District 1. Before I start, I am so sorry to every person in this room who, in the name of decorum, was forced to sit through unhinged, disgusting, and ableist comments made by a member of our community earlier concerning mental health. I am so sorry to everyone here. Now, I have been profoundly disappointed at the lack of civility and the lack of humanity this dais has demonstrated to my neighbors and to your constituents. Recently, I listened while an at-large member of this council, meaning Hillcrest and Washington Coal's direct representative, pretended, I hope, to not know where those places were. those historically Black neighborhoods in this community, and continually repeat the lie that nobody lives there. I watched our city manager, who I beg you to fire, wave his hand in dismissal, lamenting the Title VI victories achieved by these residents as they fight for their own survival and dignity. I watched my own district council person, who I share with these neighborhoods, as he did nothing to speak up for or defend his own community. Disgusting shame. Some of you don't even want these neighborhoods to have a park, and now on top of everything else, the industry, the flaring, the cancer, the aggressive push to buy family homes at discount prices, deeply impacting these families' ability to accumulate any kind of generational wealth. We're now entertaining the idea that even more should be taken. We should encroach even more. I find it interesting that even though the proposed use of this land falls firmly within light industrial, the original request was made for heavy industrial. It's almost like maybe the ultimate plan for this land is not storage. It kind of feels like maybe there's a plan that's not being talked about. The port wants to get back what they perceive to have lost off of the backs of the very people they took it from. They said, we need it back. We lost it when we built the bridge. Who lost what when we built the bridge? This is a well-worn story played out in poor and minority communities across the country and the world, places where less wealthy, less powerful people are continuously injured and oppressed for the betterment of faceless and soulless industry. Black and brown people have always been treated as expendable here and are now being forced out of the communities that they've built. Whether you like it or not, like all of us, you're already a part of the history of racism in this community and this country. Soon, you'll decide if you're going to continue to abuse and drive out our neighbors, the people you've been charged to represent, or if you'll be a cycle breaker. Rezoning any amount of land for any industrial use is absolutely an intentional act to make Hillcrest and Washington Coles less livable. Closing or rerouting any streets in these neighborhoods would only serve the needs of encroaching industry and make it less safe and harder to exist for a valued and aging population.
Thank you, Ms. English. Mona Lytle?
Good afternoon. My name is Mona Lytle. I live in a historical neighborhood and community of Hillcrest, District 1. I'm here in regards of the rezoning. I'm requesting that the city denies the Port of Corpus Christi rezoning in Hillcrest and in Washington Coles. The city, the port want to rezone to heavy industry, and it doesn't make sense. And then they want to close the streets of Winnebago, Nueces, and Broadway. If you close the street, you're talking about the citizens of Hillcrest or anyone else. In case there's a disaster, of a human disaster, whatever, we have no way out except for going to port, going to the right, and going to the left. So in other words, you want us to die. We need these streets to remain open to the public and to the neighborhood. Not only that, the rezoning for heavy industry, you're talking about building a swimming pool, I guess you want it to be a mud pool. I mean, it's not making sense. Why are you gonna rezone heavy industry and you're gonna put a swimming pool there? As for the swimming pool, there's other people in other neighborhoods that would love to come to a new swimming pool. So there's so much I can say, but you know, all of you know, have been hearing about Hillcrest. You've been saying, okay, why are they complaining? We're not complaining, we're just telling you. We want our neighborhood just like your neighborhood. I don't like going to my neighborhood, then next thing I see a rezone. I see a rezone. We see rezones. The city has closed Broadway with no notification. We had no notification. We're blocked in. We want to be free, and it's up to you to make these decisions. District 1 has not reached out to us. say, hey, you know, what's going on? We don't get nothing. I get more with Sylvia Compass, you know, she's how's things going. Even Mr. Cantu, you know, we get, you know, we see they care, they're people. But everyone else, I know you're busy. I know there's other things, but you know, Hillcrest was here before any of us was here. We've been fighting for decades, and we need a break. Enough is enough. But closing of the streets, unacceptable.
Thank you, Ms. Lytle. Did you have a question, Ms. Paxson? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Zanoni, I know the item's not on our agenda today, but our last commenter brought up a valid point. Is it possible to have some supplemental information on the impact of the proposed road closures for when that item comes to us?
Yes, yeah, we can. And just for the record, the item was not moved, and so there was some conversation about it was moved. It was planned for the 17th, which is next Tuesday. However, because of posting notices, it'll actually be on the 24th of this month, the 24th. But in advance of that, we can get you information. And we expect that the Port of Corpus Christi with us will brief the council. If you have questions, yeah, this is really the Port of Corpus Christi's application.
But to that note, if we can have something on those roads, because we're going to have to look at the entire process.
Yeah, that's why the Port of Corpus Christi needs to come and visit with the council on road closures and rezoning. But we'll set that up for you before the 24th.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I said it was moved. I thought it was moved.
No, well, I think some of the community members were confused for some reason, but it was never on today's agenda. I know we did move some.
Okay, sir.
Yep, excuse me, yeah. We did move some things from today's agenda to next week's. However, this item was never on the agenda. It was not on like a Monday posting. It was never. I misspoke. Yeah, it was always planned for the 17th, but it will be moved to the 24th because of posting notifications. They have to send out notifications.
Okay,
yep.
Thank you, Peter. Eli McKay? And then we'll have Nicholas Cameron, Daniel Pena, and Pat Craig.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager. My name is Eli McKay, and I live in beautiful Uptown Corpus Christi, District 1. So I am here today to stand in solidarity with my neighbors who live in the Hillcrest and Washington Coles neighborhood. I attended the Planning Commission meeting in late April, where we had like about 30 people take time out of their day to come and speak against rezoning that is being requested by the port. As you know, the Planning Commission decided instead of heavy industrial to recommend light industrial, which I commend the Planning Commission for that. It was a really inspirational moment to be heard. So I have to request that the council also deny these rezoning requests of heavy industrial in and around the Hillcrest and Washington Coles neighborhoods. Please also deny any requests to close roadways that would impact people's ease of entering or exiting their neighborhood. This is a big deal for me. I live in an area that's not really a neighborhood. It's just a few houses on a street, but I am often blocked in because of parking concerns at the Al Cruz Tennis Center. I'm glad they're busy, but there's parking issues, and if there was a fire on my street, fire trucks wouldn't be able to get in many times because of the amount of cars parking. I'll call my councilman on that. So I would love to see this council for the first time in the history of our city, be the council who does the right thing for the Hillcrest and Washington Coles neighborhoods. Because I've done a lot of research in the history of that area, and they've never had anything done right by them. So I also want to touch on the item discussing public comment. It's been mentioned before. I'm a big proponent of public comment being moved to the evening so that working class people could attend and comment, but what needs to happen is it, just like San Antonio, it needs to happen the night before, as has been said, so Monday night at 5:30. That would ensure that the public can show up, and that would be before any decisions are made. And I think for my last 15 seconds, I would just like to take a moment of silence for all of those who have passed away from the Hillcrest and Washington Coles neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Nicholas Cameron? Is Nicholas with us? No. Daniel Pena?
Daniel Pena, Corpus Christi. I live in the area of Hillcrest. For now. I mean, you guys have obviously tried every effort in the world to get us out of there. You know, we've been led by the nose ring, I guess that's the saying, you know, for years, by this city, by the mayors telling us how they're gonna, you know, rehabilitate our neighborhood, how they're gonna fix it, how they're gonna, Port Street, they cleared Port Street of all the businesses because they told us they were gonna put storefronts, hotels, barbershops, all of this is written down. The council, I mean, if the council asked, I'm sure the staff could provide you how many times they've promised us they're gonna do something. We've been silent for a long time because we've been led by the nose ring, you know, to believe that, you know, they're gonna do something. They haven't done anything as of yet. You know, they're working hard on getting us out of there, you know. Anything you can imagine, anything crooked, anything dirty, anything nasty, we're going through it. We've asked our city manager to come and visit our neighborhood. We had complaints about lights and trash and brush is not being picked up. And so what he did was he brought code enforcement in there. Well, I see a lot of violations, you know. It wasn't about us, what we said. It wasn't about the port with 3 or 4 foot grass. It was about violations. And so whatever we started to do went into the trash. He came by again to talk to us about the pool. He says he talked to us. Talk about the, you know, there's so many things. There's so many things. You know, I just can't believe that all this is going on. Taxes, right before they bought us out, before they bought out the people that were there, the port didn't pay more than $43,000 for any property in the area. Worst of all is, the person who had the complaint against them was TxDOT. Please explain to me how the Port of Corpus Christi ended up the owner of those properties. The port initially invested $20 million, which they paid 17.5 to the DRA, was the people that were involved to get the job done. So how did they end up the owners of the property? Now we're fighting because at the time, our taxes, I can tell you, $43,000 for my property. And now, $217,000. Why didn't you do that when the sale was going on? And we could have gotten a decent deal. But no, now we're at 217 being taxed to death because if we can't get you out of one way or another, we're going to tax you to death. We're going to get you out of here one way or another. We have Nueces Bay close to the neighborhood. We have Broadway close to the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? We're surrounded. You know what I mean? And now they want to close Broadway. The city's going to close Broadway, Nueces, Hatch, and then on the other side, the port wants to close the
Mayor,
same
time
streets.
limits will be stricken.
Thank you, Mr. Pena. Thank you. Pat Craig. Is Pat? Yes, there we are. Ms. Huerta, do we have Mr. Hendricks online?
Good afternoon. My name is Pat Craig. I live in District 5. So much to go over today. I applaud you guys for asking questions. You're asking a lot of questions. I love to see half of the agenda with what you have put on. Thank you, because it is a council meeting, and you are listening to some folks. I do not agree with putting a name on a 4th of July event. I don't think anybody's earned that. I think we should keep it that way. A lot of people have done a lot of work. And yes, the taxpayers have funded that. Excuse me. I hope you vote in favor for that water supply that seems to be very reasonable and very priceable. Hope you're asking all the right questions. I don't have a lot of information on it. I think it's item 20. There is a question about water. There's nearly 4 billion gallons that are unaccounted for in the last 3 months. And I did the numbers for the evaporation, and that's included. Please take a look at the information. Some of you have that. Evaporation is significant, and it's not the reason that we're missing water. I think it's item 22, the public comment. I didn't serve 20 years in the military to be told I can't ask a question of my council members in public. I don't know when that rule came in. I've always asked questions because not only does that trigger something in the brain, it gives you guys something to take a note about. That's honesty. We shouldn't be told we can't ask questions. We know you can't answer. I've been on the receiving end of that too, I get that. But not asking questions, I have no idea where that came from. It's not constitutional. And the last thing I'd like to say, there's a lot of prayer for all of you. Please know that. I've told some of you. It's a tough job. Appreciate you doing what you can. Please listen to the people. Let us ask questions. Because I know you can get something done, because we have when we work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Craig. And John Hendricks, do we have him on?
Mr. Hendricks?
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You want to state your name and make your comment, please, and your city?
Yes, you got a good copy on me here?
We can see your PowerPoint, yes, sir, your slide.
Okay. Sorry, I'm at work here. I'll get it. Okay. It's shoot. Okay. District 2, Corpus Christi, John Hendricks. Sons of Confederate Veterans, Camp 713, Adjutant BFW Post 2397. A couple weeks back, I commented on how nice it would be if we could honor our history, our identity, not to mention our Lord and Savior, by making the Feast of Corpus Christi an official city holiday. If you have slide 2, if you could put it up. I understand some of the sensitive Catholics fear that having the city make the Feast of Corpus Christi an official holiday might offend Protestants and non-Christians. I disagree. I hope maybe I can give you some perspective. My parents, may they rest in peace, were Southern Baptist home missionaries who went up north to convert the Yankees. Slide 3. My dad was baptized by Brother Lester Roloff. May he rest in peace. And if you don't know who Brother Roloff was, I welcome you as a newcomer to South Texas. I can recall on numerous occasions, slide 4, how my dear mother would speak to us in hushed tones and with tears in her eyes when she told us the story of how a Spanish explorer, so greatly impressed by the beauty of our bay, named it for the most beautiful thing, the crucified body of our Savior. Madam Mayor and distinguished council members, I do not think declaring the feast of the body of Christ an official holiday would offend anyone nor divide us in any way. On the contrary, I think people like Brother Roloff and Mom and Dad would have seen the holiday as a wonderful opportunity to pause and celebrate the very name of Christ, not just as individuals or even individual churches, but all together as a city. After all, his name is our name. Slide 5. In the venerable voices of the past, I close by editing the valued opinion of the pastor of one of Corpus Christi's largest and most storied Protestant churches. He texted me regarding making the Feast of Corpus Christi a holiday, and I quote, I must say, I'm not offended, and I support this resolution unquote. And many thanks for bearing with me.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Ralph Weingarten. And for the record, Mr. Weingarten is not a city resident.
I'm here on behalf of the applicant for item number 23.
For 23. Okay, sure. Thank you. Sorry, Rebecca. Yeah, Lauren Cargill.
Okay.
Okay. Myra Alanis. And then, oh, I'm sorry. I think that's Myra.
Good afternoon, Myra Alanis, Robstown, Texas. The City of Alice and South Texas Water Authority, and now New Wastewater District Number 3, are all pursuing various stages of brackish desalination. Our leaders have chosen to drain aquifers that have taken generations to fill, all for the sake of economic growth. But look around. Nueces County is surrounded by refineries, terminals, chemical plants. We should be thriving, but we're not. Our streets are crumbling, rates, fees, and taxes on residents keep rising, city and county budgets can't be met. We're spending millions of dollars on temporary water solutions, and now desalination threatens to leave us with generational debt. If industry brings so much money, where is it? Why are working families and small business being asked to pay more and struggling, while industry gets discounted water, tax breaks, and frozen property taxes? The theory that industry leads to prosperity has already been proven false. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alanis. And lastly, we have Elida Castillo.
Good afternoon, Council. Elida Castillo, City of Taft, or Resident of Taft, also a council member and Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Taft. Here to speak on the zoning issue, which I know was moved to June 24th. But I also want to talk to y'all because we only get a minute, but the City of Corpus Christi appoints 3 members to the Port Authority. Nueces County appoints 3 members to the Port Authority, and they are making various changes not only to our communities in San Patricio County, but here in the City of Corpus Christi. It is on y'all to make sure that those decisions are going to be beneficial to everybody, because right now Corpus is not operating as a good neighbor, the same as these industries. We're only given a minute to talk when the impacts that y'all make, decisions y'all make impact everybody. We have 1 minute, but we pay the same rates that y'all pass on to the residents because you are a regional water provider. So want y'all to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Okay, that will conclude our public comment. It is 1:48. The council is going to go into executive session on items 20, let's see. We're going to go ahead and go into executive. Yeah, we're going to go into executive session on 25 through 27 per Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.072, and we will return. Okay. Okay, welcome back. Oh, we've got some new faces. We lost a few faces. Okay, I think we have Councilwoman Paxton. You have a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion authorizing a Texas real estate farm and ranch contract with Bapo Land, Inc. for the purchase of approximately 250 acres of land known as Sutherland Ranch near the intersection of FM 6. Well, gosh, can we change their name?
I know.
Just they say and FM 624, which may also be described as 250.116 acre tract out of the Vincent Lopez Herrera portion of the Barranco Blanco grant near Blunser in Nueces County, Texas, an amount not to exceed $2,133,500.
Second.
We have a motion. Mr. Buddett, I had the second. Any further discussion? Please submit your vote.
And Mr. Scott?
Aye, yes.
Can we see Mr. Scott, please?
Don't you see me?
Not yet. There you are. Okay. He's-
Dad, I shaved today.
Thank you.
27, yeah. The motion carries. Let's see here. Okay, plus Mr. Scott's online. Okay, unanimously.
All right, and then Mayor, I'd like to suggest a motion to make a motion to authorize the execution of all documents necessary to settle the claim of Thomas Joseph Moore against the city for all personal injury claims arising from an auto accident on August 15, 2023, in the amount not to exceed $125,000. Make a motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please submit your vote.
Mr. Scott?
Yes, aye.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Whitney, or, not sure why I'm thanking you. Now we're going to go ahead and go back to our city manager's updates on city operations. You have one other item, Mr.
Yes, right. Thank you, Mayor. We just have one other item, which is a quick financial update. And so we're going to pull up the presentation here, but this is our second quarter budget and finance report. And it would cover 6 months. That would be October 1, 2024 through March 31, 2025. So the first 6 months of our current fiscal year. And just as a reminder, our financial policies that the council approves, as well as the city charter, requires that the city manager provide quarterly updates to the city council on our financial progress. And so this is another quarterly update. This is a briefing, but we do have, it's been attached to the agenda item, and it will be placed online, the actual financial report. So it does include our capital budget and all of our operating funds. It's about 70 pages in length, so this is a real condensed summary. But on the next slide, you can see that our general fund revenues are coming in as we had planned for the first 6 months. You can see the first column on the left there after the descriptors of a $334 million revenue budget for the general fund. 6 months of that is about $225 million, and we brought in for the first 6 months 229, or about 4.2 million more. Some of the variances that are attributed to that is more property tax than what was planned. Doesn't necessarily mean we'll bring in more for the full fiscal year, but at least for those first 6 months, we received more than we anticipated. We believe that will smooth out with the rest of the year. Public safety, we received more EMS transport revenue than planned of 1.2 million. And then other revenues include what we call our oil and gas lease. That's for our project that we have at the Cefe landfill with Morrow Energy. So about 4.2 better than planned for the first 6 months. On the expenditure side, this is just a pie chart, sorry, on the revenues. One thing here to see is that if you take the property tax and the industrial district in lieu of, which is essentially property tax, about 54% of all of our revenues in the general fund, more than half, are just property tax derived. And then the sales tax is 16%. So those two main revenue sources for the city is 70% of our revenues. So other cities in Texas have other revenues like utility payments, like San Antonio has CPS Energy, makes a significant payment, I think similar in Austin and the Dallas area as well. So we just have really two main revenues, our property tax and sales tax that constitutes about 70% of our general fund revenue. The other side of the equation in our general fund is the expenses, and we do the same thing here as we do in revenues. We look at a 6-month budget, an expected budget, and see how the departments are doing after that 6 months have passed. And so the annual budget for the general fund for the current fiscal year, $362 million. We anticipated or forecasted with the departments, they have a monthly spending plan that they would have spent about $177 to provide those services across our community. And the second quarter actuals are actually coming in at $166 million, or about $11 million under budget. If you note, the other revenue has a little bit of savings, 2.9. 2.3 of that is from industrial districts where we actually recorded the rebate in the prior year. So the money's been spent, but it reflects in this budget. So if you take that out of the equation, we're about $9 million under the planned amount in our general fund expenditures. So solid waste has a big part of that, $3.4 million, and that's attributed primarily to less professional service contracts, less spending in that category than what they thought. This just shows you the pie chart. The takeaway here is that our two biggest operations, public safety, police and fire, is more than 50% of our budget, 52%. And then streets is another big component. This does not include all of our street funding, but you can see those two primary services constitute 65% of our spending in the general fund. Okay, now we're going to turn to a few other funds. Our hotel occupancy tax, we're watching closely. We know that this industry is reflective of the economy and people's discretion to spend on trips and that type of thing. So the annual budget for the revenue is just under $20 million. We expected through the second quarter to receive about $7.1 million. We actually received about 6.6, and so just a little bit under the planned amount. Which is okay, and we're monitoring expenditures with Visit Corpus Christi and other expenses where we use these hotel occupancy tax dollars and making sure we don't go over budget. Okay, now in our two utility funds, this is our biggest operation in the city, the water fund first. This shows the same thing, the annual budget, the second quarter budget, the total 6 months that we thought. The actuals and then the variance. So in our water operation, we're actually receiving a little bit more than what we thought we would for the first 6 months. That's primarily due to more wholesale water sales to our wholesale customers, like a South or Sandpat Water District. They're buying more water. Our residential accounts are actually a little bit below where we thought they would be, but this is made up by large volume wholesale customers. So 2.7 more in revenues, which is good. On the expenditures, about an 83% spend rate for the first 6 months, and this is due to savings in some of our chemicals where we thought they would be more expensive for the first 6 months. Also less maintenance of line work in our water operation. We've had less water breaks, which is a good thing, so that saves funds there in that water operation. And then in the companion fund, our wastewater fund, the annual budget's $98 million. Second quarter planned amount that we thought we would bring in is 48, and just about made that 47.9, so just 200,000 under the planned amount, which is okay. And on the expenditure side, more close to the planned amount at about 93% spent for the first 6 months. We may recall that in this budget, we had several initiatives that were funded as part of the budget. In all funds, there's a total of 42. Some of the examples include purchasing vehicles for our police department, our North Beach restroom and parking facility maintenance, some additional funds there. Restructuring our beach rescue division, that took some additional funds as well. So we track these with all the departments. All the departments have an implementation plan, and each month the budget staff works with the departments to see are they on track or not. And so 11 of the 42 initiatives are completed, 28 are right on schedule, and only 3 are behind schedule for various reasons. So there's a recovery plan for those 3 to make sure that the work gets done by the end of the fiscal year. And then the final one is our capital budget. This just highlights our bond programs. We know that our capital improvement program includes utility infrastructure, airport infrastructure, and so on. But when we look at the last 3 bond programs, we continue to make tremendous improvement in delivering these projects. So for bond 2024, that had 38 projects, 4 are under construction, and the remainder are either in design or pre-design, every one of them. For bond 2022, 32 projects in that program, 6 projects are completed, 6 are under construction, and then the remaining are all in design. Then they would be awarded for construction over these coming months. And then the furthest out bond 2020 had 42 projects. Most of that work is done. 37 projects are completed. 4 projects are in construction, and 1 project was a design only, and that's being designed. So a good report on that bond program. So in summary, for our second quarter budget finance report, our general fund revenues are consistent with the projections. Similarly, on our HUT fund revenues, our hotel occupancy tax revenues are pretty consistent with the projections. Water and wastewater revenues are consistent also with the projections, as are the expenditures, and we continue to see strong delivery in our CIP project. So generally, we're in good financial condition. We have a good plan and team in place that watches the budget very closely, weekly in some cases, monthly in others, and then quarterly here with the City Council. So we're very careful about making sure revenues come in. If they don't, then we quickly make adjustments in our expenditures so we stay with a balanced budget. And then finally, what comes up next here, this is just kind of a progression to get to the end of this current fiscal year. And as we know, we kind of overlap with the development of the new budget, and that would be the FY26 budget. And we've already accomplished several things. So we did provide a financial forecast the first time in the past 6 years at least that showed council we do have somewhat of a gap in the general fund, initially estimated at $7 million. But reaching about 13 now because of some recent things that we learned about the Housing Authority and some state legislation that results in less revenue to the city, but we're working through that. We presented the closeout for the prior fiscal year for 2024, the comprehensive annual financial report. We did hold a budget goal setting session with the City Council in May, and that helped give us some direction. In May and June, we're doing right now the second quarter financial report. We're working with the departments. Our budget meetings are in full swing right now. And we submitted a budget, we opened a budget community input survey to the community to get input from them. And we received quite a few responses to date. It's been a real helpful tool. And I think that stays open for the rest of this week and weekend, that budget survey. And then in July, the July 29th is when I'll present the proposed budget for fiscal year 26, and that'll start a whole series of meetings for about 5 weeks with the council and the community. We're taking what we have received from the council and the community, and we'll recommend the proposed budget, but then we want to see, is this what you all meant? And is there any other changes you want to make? And that'll happen in the form of workshops with the City Council, workshops with the community. We'll have 7 community engagement sessions, including the 5 districts, a special one at Cal Island and a special one on the island as well. And then ultimately, City Council will adopt the budget in September, that first Tuesday in September for the fiscal year beginning October 1st. So, Mayor and Council, that does conclude the financial briefing for our second quarter. And we'll turn it over to you, Mayor, to see if there's any questions.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Great presentation. We don't have any questions or comments, so thank you.
Okay.
We're going to go ahead and move forward to Section G. We're kind of bouncing around a little bit, but this is our board and committee appointments. I think we have 3.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. So the first boards we're going to look at are the Civil Service Commission and Board. So there's 1 vacancy on the Civil Service Commission, and that handles police and fire employment matters. The Civil Service Board handles civil service employment matters. And there are 3 vacancies on that one, 1 regular member and 2 alternates. So the city manager appoints the Civil Service Commission, subject to council confirmation, and the City Council appoints the Civil Service Board. Traditionally, the same members serve on both. City Manager Zanoni recommends that Deborah Sibilla be reappointed as a regular member of the Civil Service Board and the Civil Service Commission. And he also recommends that Joel Mumford and Israel Talamantes serve as alternate members of the Civil Service Board.
I move for approval.
Okay. Please submit your vote.
Mayor, these are voice votes.
Oh, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carries.
Okay, so then the last one is the Ethics Commission. There are 2 vacancies. Members are appointed by 2/3 vote of the full council. That's 6 votes. So we can open the floor for nominations,
Yes,
Mayor,
so
please.
we'll open for nominations. Ms. Paxson.
I'd like to nominate Casey O'Donnell and Joe Michael Perez.
Oh, can you repeat that?
I'd like to,
Go ahead.
Casey O'Donnell and Joe Michael Perez are my 2 nominations.
And Michael Perez?
Yeah.
Joe Michael, okay.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Give me a second, Mayor. I had somebody else in mind, but I didn't
Okay.
know who this.
Any other nominations? Councilman Roy?
No.
I nominate Christina Garcia.
Christina Garcia.
Yeah.
Any other nominations? Did you have one, Councilman? No? Okay, so we have O'Donnell, Perez, and Garcia. And let's go ahead and start with Councilwoman Vaughn. Okay. Can't lose. Garcia and O'Donnell.
Garcia and O'Donnell.
Garcia, O'Donnell.
Garcia and O'Donnell.
O'Donnell Perez.
Mark?
Mr. Scott?
Garcia and O'Donnell. O'Donnell and Garcia.
Okay, O'Donnell and Garcia are appointed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So that takes us to our consent agenda. Are there any requests from council to pull any item for individual consideration? Items 4 through 12.
Item 9 and 11.
Item number 9 and 11. Any others? Number 12. Okay. And I will, any requests from the public to pull any item? Okay, there being none, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items 9, 11, and 12.
Make a motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say
Aye.
no. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Can we see Mr. Scott? I'm sorry, Mayor, I got to ask to see him.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, motion carries. Let's see, item number 9 is a resolution authorizing a 2-year professional services agreement with Grail, Inc. of Menlo Park, California for gallery multi-cancer early detection test for the Corpus Christi Fire Department. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I am in full support of this. I wanted to pull this to take a moment just to restate that I really am looking forward to, and please know that at least for me, and I think most of the people up here, supporting the efforts for the wellness initiatives. You know, we talked about saunas, we talked about those resources helping, you know, to provide assimilation and even just helping them move from the work that you guys do every day to back into family life. So I wanted to just put that on the record one more time. We support you guys. We love you guys. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second. We have a motion, second. And Chief Wade, thank you for bringing this forth. I know this is, obviously we heard some very, very is very strong testimony. And so this is going to be really, really good for all of the officers.
Thank you.
Please,
Thank you for
yeah,
your support.
Fire. Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Pardon?
You don't want to use the electronic system today?
Well, I do.
Okay, but we don't have to, just whenever you're ready. I have it ready.
Go back to it. I'm sorry, because we were.
Okay, do you want to use it?
We already voted.
Okay, and then Mr. Scott, just so we can.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item pulled was item 11, which is a resolution canceling the 2025 homeless housing and services program agreements with City Corpus Christi and MHID, and increasing the agreement with Mission 911. And I'm sorry, who pulled this one? I did. You pulled this one for comment? Okay. Ms. Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the meeting earlier last week to just kind of go over the topic. My understanding is when we were able to kind of split the funds, the MHMID, if I said that right, said that they declined that portion, the lesser portion, which then delegates that remaining balance over to the other recipient. And our request is just to seal the deal here, basically.
Correct.
So my only questions would be, one, have we spoken to the new recipient and they're able to accommodate and they're good with the new totals and everything? And then second, Mayor, I know we had several public comments sign up, so I just wanted to hear those as well.
Yes.
Yes, our staff has talked with them, and yes, they are ready to take those monies and provide those services.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah. And Marty Lennox, did you want to make comment on?
Oh, hold on.
I know.
Montelena Garza, District 1. I'm here in regards to this agenda item number 11. This is something that is reflective of why we need a houselessness department. You know, you don't even have anyone to delegate and oversee the disbursement of these funds. You have no department. You don't have anyone, to quote what Peter said, to even make the phone calls. We need this homelessness department. This money, Mission 911 has been waiting on for months. You know, you have to apply for this. Then we had this on the agenda several months ago. Here it is again. MHID, nowhere to be found. Surprise, surprise. We need this homelessness department. When we talk about the budget shortfall and we're talking about where we're going to allocate money, we also have to allocate money for this department. We're getting creative, allocating money to animal control services, which is fantastic. We have an agenda item number 21 that could get us some more money. What I really wanted to come up here and say is that lack of leadership, lack of consistent quality leadership is what has led us here, and you cannot allow people who are hireable and fireable to jeopardize your elected seats. The election season is coming up right. I'm already looking at getting signs, guys. Okay, so what kind of leadership are you going to demonstrate for us today with some of these agenda items? We're going to have to make some decisions that are not going to be popular. And honestly, you don't really have much of a choice because the leadership before you has made it to where you don't have much of a choice. Please create choices for the leadership that is going to follow behind you guys. I hope I one day am going to be seen to be sitting on that dais, making these hard decisions and getting yelled at just like you guys are getting yelled at. It's hard, these decisions that you're making, but you're going to have to make some tough decisions, which includes finding the money for this homelessness department so that nonprofits like Mission 911, the Free Store, and other entities that are not here and not able to make comment like we do can work with the city to tackle this almost 18% poverty rate that we have here. We have high crime. You know, when I went and spoke to those students at West Oso ISD junior high, I asked them, you know, what do you think about Corpus? Good, bad, indifferent? And the majority of it was negative. High crime, unsafe. I think the popular one was ghetto. I used to think that too about Corpus, and then I decided, what am I doing to move the needle and make Corpus what I think Corpus is, which is great, community. We come together and we create innovative solutions to tackle our quality of life problems. And this, you have a couple of quality of life problems coming up on your agenda today, and I hope to see great leadership that I can follow behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. Councilman Cantu.
I got a question. We gave Mission 911 half of MHID's money, right? Is that what happened last time?
Well, we had initially awarded, and then we came back and revisited this item, and then we gave some additional money to Mission 911. After that award, then we talked a little bit further with MHID, and that's when they told us they weren't interested in their amount. And now we're coming back to basically amend that contract and give that portion. So the total amount is $217,000 now that would go to Mission 911.
And how much money is going to MHID?
None at this point.
None at all, right?
No, none.
They haven't been showing up here, right? I mean, I haven't seen them.
Well,
I mean, there was no real reason for them to come to this meeting.
Yeah.
Because they did in writing, they said they had some concerns because we didn't have the staff in place to do the monitoring and the compliance reporting that's required from the state. So.
Yeah, me personally, if I was getting a grant from the city, I'd be here, just like he is. And that's my opinion, but okay, thank you.
But to be fair, yeah, but Councilman, they were, yeah, so they were here, and I'm 100% for Mission 911. Okay, it's not about your opinion, sir. I completely respect that. I'm just being fair to them. They were here, so not today. They were here the first time, but nonetheless, Ms. Vaughn.
They weren't here the last time.
Mr. Sinoni, I really think she's got a point. I mean, we give these grants, we give this money out, and there is no oversight over there, and we have a huge homeless problem. We know that. I'd like for us just to look and see if there's any way we can put it within a department, under some kind of department.
So when I came here 6 years ago, we had no homelessness program. I was able to redirect 3 positions that were doing some prior work, and we were able to keep that from year 2 through just this last year.
Yeah.
With the doubling of the homestead exemption and eliminating the street user fee, we had a challenge in the budget last year. And so this was one of the items that we cut out of the budget. We reduced those 3 positions, like Ms. Garza says. So they were a standalone unit, and then they most recently went to planning and community development, which is a good house for them. But that's why the comment Ms. Garza said, which is we don't have anybody to even make phone calls when it comes to homelessness. So it's a matter of priorities. If the council gives us feedback that we want to cut something else to have 1 or 2 homelessness type coordinator positions, we'll be glad to add it.
And I know it's tight right now, but I would just like to at least have the discussion and talk about it.
Okay, we can. So it's great. We hear you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I agree, and I think it's great in the budget, in your budget presentation. And like you said, it's up to this council to say, if we take this, then we don't do this or that. But I mean, a person at least, like you're saying. Because right now, to your point, there is no one to administer anything. Councilman Roy.
Well, Councilmember Vaughn, I know we're neighbors. I guess we think alike, too. You know, I think this is something that when we have our retreat or whatever that we're going to do to serve the further talk about what's important, I think this is definitely needs to be a topic there, and hopefully move some funds around because, you know, even if we get 1 person, I think that's going to be a start. But I really want to look at this because I know in District 1, there definitely has been a shift in terms of more unhoused. Did I say that right?
Yeah, population.
People. And we got to look at it because the other thing I'm getting a lot of phone calls on is crime and crime related to people that are unhoused. And with the economy the way it is right now, we definitely, I think we need to have somebody, because even if we have 1 person and that person then solicits volunteers or they do a committee or a board or something, then it's better than nothing. So I strongly encourage us to look at that.
Okay, this is good feedback from the council. So
thank you.
Yep.
Councilman Cantu.
One last thing. I'm 100% with Carolyn, what she said. We do need to find solutions for this houseless community. We're going to find you guys help, promise you that. We're going to figure out this budget this year, and we're going to put some money for the houseless community because you guys need help, and the city's not helping you. So I just wanted to voice my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Okay, oh, I'm sorry. Tony, come on up.
Tony Reyes, Corpus Christi, Texas. First of all, I want to say thank you, okay, for stepping up and helping our community. We're now able to get caseworkers. Let me tell you what our tagline is: caring, solution, transition. Y'all are caring, which helps us to care for others. We're bringing a solution to people that are out there crying, saying, where is the help? Where do I go get the help? How do I get the help? Now we're in position, you put us in position to make that happen. And then you're going to see the transition. And the transition is our community is going to get better. But we have to get our nonprofits involved. So it is important that a committee or something gets together so we can get involved together. I think I got some scheduled meetings with some council members and also with the mayor, and I would love to discuss that. And I would love to have a forum with all the council members, with our nonprofits. That way you have an idea what's out there and how we can communicate to others, right? Because everything's involved. Disasters, heat. Just for example, we're going to be giving out 300 fans in June, all right? Our partner here is going to provide some hot dogs and maybe even some haircuts. So we're partnering up with people and making it happen. And now we just need to communicate, because there's some great organizations out there. We just need to get them together and make sure that we're all in line.
Yeah, and Mr. Reyes, just to address the councilwoman's concern or your question, your Mission 911 is absolutely able to administer and carry out the full amount.
Yes.
Okay.
We're in position.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Going to make a motion? Yeah. Any other public comment? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We have a motion? Second. We have a second. Please submit your vote.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Okay.
The motion, did you see? Yeah. The motion carries. Okay. Okay, the last item pulled was item number 12, an ordinance amendment, chapter 12 and a half of the City Code of Ordinances to modify audit standards and make other edits. Councilman Hernandez, was that you? Was that, yeah, okay, go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I didn't have any questions on your particular motion. I agree with all the changes that you've made, some updates to the 12 and a half. However, I would like to make an amendment to it to section 12 and a half -3 Audit Committee. Could you pass that down? And it is Section A. The Audit Committee will provide guidance to oversight the City Auditor's Office in the performance of its responsibilities. The Audit Committee will consist of 4 council members, and then I strike out appointed, then put selected by the mayor at the beginning of each council term, to be approved by the majority of council. The mayor shall appoint the council members as one of the council members as a chairman. The mayor or a majority of council may scratch out, change the membership, replace with remove a member of the Audit Committee at any time. If the member is removed, the mayor will select a new member to be approved by the majority of council. I make that motion for the amendment.
I second.
Yeah. Councilman Roy.
Councilmember Gil Hernandez, the last sentence, is that okay? Are you in agreement with the last sentence?
Yes, that is part of the original things. Whatever is in black is the original wording in that paragraph. Everything in red is what is added.
Okay, I just want to make sure you were okay with its entirety.
That's the original.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Kinchu.
Yo, I'm a little confused. So what are we doing here again? The red is what you want to change, right?
That's correct.
So the mayor appoints. If the council doesn't like what's going on with her appointee, council removes? What? I don't understand.
Okay, so the initial appointments are right after the election, and the mayor selects them and assigns a chairman. However, this is adding a component of council participation. If council as a whole does not approve of the members selected, we have the opportunity to disagree with the mayor, and she can reselect a different council member.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Miles, your thoughts? I mean, my understanding is that there's supposed to be any changes. This is a charter. This is the audit committee is driven by charter.
Yeah, this is the first time this has been distributed to the legal, to us, to staff for us to see, so, and to council.
So is it permissible? I mean, I know what the councilman is trying to accomplish. I mean, I can only make an assumption. But I'm just wondering if it's permissible. I mean, if the council wants to move a certain way, I don't have a problem with it.
The charter provision on this is, let me pull that up.
Now, this is an ordinance.
Yeah, but there is a charter provision on the auditor as well. That's what Councilman Barrera is asking.
Because does the charter specifically say that it's the mayor's? And then if there's going to be a change such as this, then does it go back to a referendum? Because, you know, the yellow book versus red book is basically that we're going to adopt a stricter standard. So that falls in line with the charter, or this was a result of the referendum of the voters.
Section 29 of the city auditor, the city council shall appoint a city auditor. The city auditor may be removed but only by a majority of the city council. The city auditor shall report to the city council and have such duties, responsibilities, and staff as determined by ordinance, including the responsibility to conduct or cause to be conducted financial, performance, investigative, and other audits following governmental auditing standards as promulgated by the Comptroller General of the United States, which is it mandates the yellow book. So, but it doesn't mandate the appointees of the audit committee.
Yeah, but what does the charter say?
That is the charter provision. That's the two items in the charter provision regarding the city auditor.
So this would be permissible?
There is nothing that would make it that change impermissible in the city charter.
Well, Councilman Hernandez, I'd like to request an Attorney General opinion before we move forward. I mean,
well, you can ask for the Attorney General position afterwards.
Okay, no worries. I mean, less work for me.
Well, it's with.
I mean,
this is just changing the ordinance. It's not changing the makeup of audit committee.
Did you consult with did you get a legal opinion when you did this?
This is an ordinance language. I don't need.
So that means
I don't need to have a legal opinion on it.
Okay.
So this would allow the council to, to remove a member and replace it with?
No, the council would not replace anybody. The selection is solely in the responsibility of the mayor. The council is just like a confirmation.
But
it's like when the.
Well, that's different then, though, I think. that's different then.
Right.
Because remember, the beginning, just for context, the beginning of every year, every mayor appoints 4 people to the audit committee, 4 people to the municipal court committee.
That's correct.
So if you're saying anyone would have the authority to remove someone.
No, that's not what this says.
Yeah, it
Well,
is.
yeah.
It says the majority of council can remove someone.
Right, same difference. So then who are you replacing because everyone is appointed already?
No, I'm not replacing anybody. This is changing,
So then it would be
changing
a-
the language of the ordinance. It's not changing the makeup of the audit committee at all. This is just changing the language of the ordinance. It doesn't change the fact that you would select the members of the committee. It just, there's
I
a check,
understand that.
there's a check and balance. It's like when the president nominates somebody for the Supreme Court and is confirmed by the Senate. It's very similar.
If a member is removed, the mayor will select a new member to be approved by a majority of the council. Everyone is appointed at the beginning of a year. So to be able to select a new person, I'd have to pull them off from this. I mean, we're playing musical chairs.
Well, you have the authority to do that anyway. Right now, as it's written, the mayor, you have the ability to change a member at will at any time.
Right.
So that hasn't changed.
Right, but then you have 8 people who have that same, and so it could become very messy with, well, I don't think that person should be on this this committee versus that. I mean, that could happen all day. Councilwoman Paxton, next to you were first.
Thank you, Mayor. If I'm understanding, Gil, what you were answering to Councilman Cantu, the way I read this is the backbone of the way the committee is assigned is the mayor. The mayor appoints.
That's
But
correct.
the added element, because my first term, being appointed to audit committee, I was told I'm appointed and I show up at the meetings. That was that. But this would add, this appointment comes before the dais and must require the majority vote. At that point, there could be discussion. There may not be discussion, but there could. Inversely, right now, it doesn't change that the mayor could say, I want to change in the committee that I've selected, and so I'm going to come back to council and say I'm proposing a change, kind of like there's been other committees recently that have had changes to them, but this could also be triggered by the council.
That's correct.
And I think to the comment that this could cause, I think you used the phrase musical chairs, I think it would be incumbent on whoever said, there's an issue, I think we need to address it. I imagine they would still need the support of 3 people to bring it forward, potentially, and then they would have to win the majority vote. So there's still those checks and balances, so it's not just musical chairs. It just becomes like another committee.
That's correct. And
Thank you.
it's not requesting to make any changes. It's, what it is, it's requesting for the council to have checks and balances, that's all.
Councilman Roy. Do you have it?
Yeah. So if I understand this, I just want to, again, I'm trying to look at, maybe Gil, maybe you could answer, what was the purpose, what was your intent behind the change? In other words, what were you thinking in terms of what is going to improve this by putting this in place?
Councilman, go ahead.
Okay, so this is just simple, thought process that, at the beginning of this term, there was some thoughts about, who was on different committees. And but there was no recourse for anybody on council to make any requests or changes because there was just no recourse. It was all the mayor making the selection. So if there was any, if we had any problems, we just didn't have any opportunity. There was not even any opportunity within the ordinance if the council brought it to the full council to discuss, because the ordinance specifically says it's the mayor and solely the mayor. So, this is just provides some opportunity for that. And I would wanted to do this one first since it was coming up on the agenda, but this could also be something done for the Municipal Court Committee as well.
Yeah, because basically there's only 2 committees that you're placed on.
Right.
So if you're saying, for example, if someone was put on the municipal but really wanted to be on the audit, right now the avenue for that is to go to the mayor and say, hey, I really wanted to be put on the audit committee. I don't, the judicial committee is not my thing, whatever. So you could have that discussion, or if you're saying if the mayor stood firm and said, nope, you're going to be where I put you, then you're saying we have this additional ability to go and get 3 votes and have a conversation about it.
Yes. It doesn't guarantee anything. It's just a discussion for the full council to be able to do.
Okay, but what happens if I say I don't want to be on the judicial committee, I want to be back on audit, and nobody wants to give up their audit seat? You can't have.
That's what I was saying.
So how do you handle that situation?
Oh, that's true. I mean, that has to be a decision of the full council. It's not just an individual council.
Oh, so then council would say, well, that's too bad. You're coming off because Everett wants to be on the audit committee because he's a banker and he's on judicial. So that's too bad. I'm going to go ahead and bump Sylvia over to judicial.
Okay, again, that would be the vote of the full council in agreeing with that. It's not some personal one individual that doesn't like something. Obviously, you have to get 5 people to vote with you.
All right.
Councilman Vaughn.
Okay. I'm all about transparency and honesty here, so there's something underlying with this right here, and I just think we need to be honest, whatever it is, why you want to change something. I get what you're doing, but I think this, if you're going, what I'm seeing is if someone were to be removed, y'all are just saying you can do it. You have to have cause. And so to me, if you're going to do something like this, you have to prove cause before you remove somebody. Because she has the authority right now to appoint whatever.
And change.
And she can change it anytime she wants to.
Without cause.
So, okay. So I see you're saying you have a reason to think that someone needs to be removed with cause or without cause. I don't know.
Well, you'd have to define what cause is, right? So,
oh, God, you sound like a lawyer.
The fact, I didn't change what the mayor could do. So the mayor can change anybody at any time. So she could say, you know what, I don't like you, Councilman Vaughn. I'm going to move you from this committee to the next because I don't like you in that one. That is already allowed within the ordinance as it's written. She could change you at any moment. So, I mean, if the thing is, I didn't change that because obviously there'd have to be a reason to remove somebody.
Yeah,
not just willy-nilly like it's written now. So if you have the full vote of council, the full vote of council with regards to it, then it's no longer willy-nilly. You have to make your case in front of council.
I just don't like the way it's worded. I'm through for right now.
Councilman Scott has a comment. How do we get him on?
Just to show him on the screen. There he is.
All right, I apologize for not being there. So this seems to me like it's a solution in search of a problem, number one. Number two, it always alarms me when people are handing out things at a council meeting that could have been passed out the day before, sent to the city manager or city secretary to share with the council, that we would all have time to deliberate. And then third, if there is removal, I think it should be a much higher bar than 5 council members. I think it ought to be 2/3 votes. But I don't think we should I don't think we should be dealing with this today. If this is so important, then we all should have time to flush it out. That's just my take. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
And Mayor, this is an ordinance update, so there's 2 readings. Is that correct, Miles? So we have another opportunity next week to have more discussion on this if needed. So knowing that it was a 2-reading ordinance, that we would have the opportunity to have multiple discussions with it between now and then. And we've done this many times. We've approved amendments, and then staff brought back us more information the following week. So I think since this is a 2-reading ordinance, it would suffice to answer Councilman Scott's concerns.
Councilman Barrera.
So what problem are we trying to solve?
Yeah, great question.
Yeah, it's your amendment.
I turned off.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this kind of came about during the first initial appointments that, well, you know, when looked at the appointments, we'll say, was there any recourse for council to do anything? And there was none. So that kind of didn't sit well with me. So I, thought about it, said, okay, this would be a good opportunity to change some of the ordinance, since the ordinance is being updated, to include some language for some, discussion and will of the council type thing, as opposed to have one individual make the unilateral authority on this. So that this is simple process of confirmation, just something like I said, when the president appoints Supreme Court justice, there's a check and balance with the Senate. This is no different.
So you've been here 7 years, and now you feel that there needs to be made a change on the audit committee, no suggestion for municipal court. So that's, once again, I still haven't figured out what the problem is you're trying.
I said that municipal court should have the same aspect.
No, but you haven't recommended that in 7 years. I haven't written it yet. Serve as one of the senior council members who sits alongside you. I'm just curious, as once again, other than trying to be, as Mark calls it, a solution in search of a problem, what problem is it that we're trying to resolve that the majority of the council would want to overturn, not support the mayor's appointment? Secondly, if that committee has served, and then that committee has served and not to the pleasure of the majority of the council, then they have the ability to overturn that from the mayor. So but I'm just wondering, where is it that you see that needs to be a purpose? Is it hypothetically for in the future? Is it that you feel that there's a problem right now with the committee? Is it that you feel that there was a problem that wasn't resolved in the last committee?
You're trying to aspire some sort of nefarious purpose for my
No, not at all. That's why I'm asking questions.
If you allow me to answer.
Well, no, but you made a statement about my intent, and I'm telling you that's wrong.
Okay. Well, what are you saying about my intent?
No, that's why I'm asking.
That's why I'm asking for a check and balance. That's all that this is including, as opposed to having a unilateral decision by one individual. This confirms the will of the council, not just one individual. There's nothing wrong with having checks and balances.
And Miles, how long has I guess the referendum was approved by the voters when to be able to create the audit committee?
The last action on that section that you're looking at that is being proposed for change was in 2013.
Okay.
But I can't tell you exactly what the change was in 13. It just has that note.
2010.
So I still don't know what problem you're trying to solve. Other than to make a change. Do you plan on making a change anytime soon?
This is only change in language in the audit committee appointments. This has nothing to do with the existing audit committee. But it does provide checks and balances for this on the selection of this committee. Now, my intent is to also include this kind of language for the municipal court committee. You got to do things one at a time.
And signed or 7 days after.
And like I said, this is a 2-reading ordinance.
What do you think the reason is, Roland?
I don't know. I don't want to speculate. I don't like to judge people.
Okay, can you turn your light on, Councilman? All right, Councilman.
So I didn't know we were going to have a debate, but.
Are you done?
I'm just curious with his frustration with how my leadership is, that's all.
Because you're a bully, man. That's the truth.
Thank you, Mayor.
Stop, Councilman, stop. No, yeah.
Councilwoman Vaughn, your point about the cause. I see in the black that cause isn't written presently, and being that we do have 2 readings, perhaps if we pass this, we can go back and add something like that with some advice or something, perhaps. Because I think that's a valid, like, to me, that registers, that makes sense, but I also see that it's not included presently. So I'm kind of split between those 2 concepts on that. I like that we have that double reading, so we can go back if we needed to do that. But to me, if I see this, which this is a new document, just like everyone else, this is opening the process up to the full council, and that is it. It is a matter of process. It is not, I do not interpret this as anything further, looking for issues. It's opening the process. I think that all day today, and quite frankly, since I've been elected, the public has asked for more transparency, more access to decision-making, a more unilateral and cohesive form of management and government. And to me, this aligns with that purpose. So I would support this for the municipal committee as well. I think that that's what this is doing, the nuts and bolts. It makes it like any other committee. If we had an issue, we can powwow and we can say, hey, I think there's something that needs aligned differently. Or maybe like Councilmember Roy said, I'm a banker. I should have been on audit committee. You know, he could make that request, something like that. So to me, it aligns with transparency and a more unilateral, equal form of government. I think there's a motion on the floor. And so can she add, because I asked her a direct question. Can she answer that real quick, Councilmember Vaughn?
I have a problem. I have a problem with the way this is written. I don't like this. I think you can just throw somebody off for without any reason. I'm not going to do that. Now, if you want to reword it, if that's what you're concerned about, but I think the mayor, the council, anybody should have a cause before you get rid of anybody. I don't like that. In business, you don't do that. You have to have a cause and you have to prove what it is.
So could we then?
I don't know why you guys just don't table it, rewrite it, reword it, discuss it, and then bring it back. I mean, what's it going to hurt? You say you have 2 readings. I don't want to pass it with a reading like this and vote for this. I'm just saying, table it and come back and reword it. Don't get frustrated. I want to be sure when I'm voting for something, and I'm not going to vote for something that does not tell me that a person can just get thrown off of anything just because you don't like them.
Well, and Councilwoman Vaughn, this is something, I'm not sure why the councilman didn't give me a call and say, hey, Mayor, I have an issue with this. I want to talk with you about it. This was thrown out here in this moment, and that seems to be a problem with a lot of people on council when staff doesn't include a presentation or staff doesn't include some sort of information that they want more time to research and look at. So it's interesting because an item on this agenda today is about scaling back meetings. It's about let's not meet every week. Let's meet twice a month. Well, to do that, you have to have a very efficient meeting. And so when something like this is thrown on, and this is very awkward because it has to do with me, I'm sorry, I agree with Councilwoman Vaughn. You don't just throw this out, and if you really want to work this out, I think the councilman should have called me and said, I'd like to talk to you about this, and let's figure out what you're wanting and how we can work it out and find the right language. So
Mayor,
with that, I agree.
I still have the floor.
Well, yeah, I agree with the tabling for y'all's sake.
While I still have the floor, it was probably 2 months ago that I personally pulled you to the side and said I had an issue with a very similar topic, and there was no resolution or path to resolution. And so when I see this, it resonates with that direct experience that I had individually. So my question is, if if I skip to the middle of the paragraph, if we were to put the mayor shall appoint one of the council members as the chairperson, the next sentence, the mayor or majority of council may remove a member of the audit committee at any time and add, for justifiable cause that does not reflect and support the mission of the audit committee. And then if a member is removed, the mayor shall select a new member. Does that sound amenable for cause?
Hold on a second. Go ahead.
It certainly sounds better than it did, because what we were saying was that you could just throw anybody off for any reason at all.
Right. So if they do not reflect and support
and
the
I see
mission.
y'all want checks and balances, but there's a problem with the audit committee. Let's just say it. There's a problem with the audit committee. Nobody in here is saying it, but that's the truth. There's a problem with the audit committee. And we're just skirting around it. And we should not be doing that. We should be transparent to the public and tell the truth.
Okay. Councilman Scott.
Does anybody want to tell it that's on there? Or y'all want me to do it?
Yeah. Okay, hang on. Councilman Scott had asked for the floor. Yeah, Councilman Scott.
I want to repeat that I think this lacks some transparency. It always bothers me to be making sausage on the spot. I think, I mean, to me, if it took 2/3 vote, I think that's a much better. I get you could have a kind of a. I remember one time mayor got elected for 20 days, and maybe he could have done something, and then. But I think it takes more than majority. The point is, this is not ready for us to deliberate today. I make a motion to table this amendment.
Okay, that's in order. Yeah, it's a motion to postpone, so it's in order to do that. So if you want to postpone it, he made a motion to postpone. So if there's a second to that, we can postpone it to, okay, so that's seconded by Mr. Barrera.
To postpone it to?
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Is there a time in particular, Mr. Scott, or?
I'd look for some direction.
Just leave it open.
No later days.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. I know. Councilwoman Gunther.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I actually do sit on the audit committee, and I will tell you that I don't agree with the statement about you need cause to get off a committee, because the mayor will, I think, agree or acknowledge that when I was first placed on the committee, because I was on the municipal court, I said, why? Why did you put me? I would like to, go back. And there was no recourse. It was her decision, and that was it. I stayed on the committee. I'm on the committee now. I'm grateful now. Thank you for forcing me to stay on this committee and really going outside, my boundaries as far as, some of the issues that we've been discussing during the audit, because it is very different. This committee, in comparison to my municipal court, night and day. And I said that the very first day that I walked into that meeting, I said, what is going on with this audit committee? So again, I don't think you need cause, and I think I even, to be transparent, I even discussed it with with Councilman Vaughn.
Mayor, the discussion that's taking place, that is on the motion to postpone, just to make it clear, that's what's on the
I
floor.
never did get a chance.
I know, I'm just saying to clarify, it is on the motion to postpone.
But I'm trying to clarify that I am serving on that committee, and it did reflect on this motion that I thought we were going to vote on, which is you don't need cause. I mean, there's just no recourse. If I wanted to change committees, there was nothing. It was up to the mayor, and that was it. So this original motion was to give us just another way to get off or trade, members, trade. So that was the only point.
Just to work out. Okay, thank you. Councilman Cantu.
I think we should be transparent with the community, like Karen said, and I think we should just lay all out the reasons why. And the man himself is here. You know, how does Roland Baeta treat you in the audit committee, George?
Okay, I don't think that's,
I'm asking him a question, Mayor.
I think we conduct our audit committee meetings with the intention to act in the best interest of the constituents, the taxpayers.
Mayor, it's a motion to postpone. That's what's on the table, not, so we're just talking, we're the council, if that's the motion on the floor, we're discussing the merits of postponing. That's what we're discussing.
okay. All right, Councilman, do you want to talk about the merits of postponing?
What are we doing? Are we postponing it? What are we doing?
Yes.
What's in the motion right now?
There is a motion and a second to postpone.
Okay.
All right, Carolyn, okay,
Okay. What's the difference between postponing and tabling it?
So a table means to hold, it's something that's used to, what's the word? To bring it up again, usually at the same meeting. Our rules do allow us to bring it to another meeting, but in this instance, a motion to postpone makes more sense because we're talking about putting on a future meeting, and we can have discussion on a motion to postpone. On a motion to table, we don't have discussion.
No, but you table it to the next meeting, and then you can have discussion when it's on the agenda then. So
Yeah, but
it's really not a whole lot of difference.
Well, parliamentary, a motion to table, you just do it at the same meeting. But a motion to postpone, you can have discussion and put it on a second. I can pull that for you.
Oh,
Read
no,
it.
I believe you. I just know that if you table it, you can go on the next one.
Yeah, per our council policy.
And you can still talk about it then.
Per our council policy, that's true.
so we have the motion to postpone.
Mm-hmm.
Right, all right, so let's vote on that.
Okay.
This is to postpone.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so it fails, Mayor? Do you see the results?
No.
Oh.
Okay, so the motion fails.
Yes. Okay, so now we're back to the motion to amend, as presented by Mr. Hernandez.
Hold on a second. Go ahead.
Councilwoman Paxton made an amendment to the amendment to add the language after the word audit committee for cause that does not reflect or support the mission of the audit committee.
Okay, I didn't hear a second. Who seconded that, please?
Well, she made the motion. We didn't get a chance to get to that because
Yeah, so it's not.
So I was going to second her motion to amend the amendment.
Okay. Are you good with that, Mayor? So Ms. Paxton provided some language, which I asked her for. Can you read that again, please, Ms. Paxton?
Here, I'll give it to you.
Well, no, go ahead and read it.
This is what she mentioned.
Okay, so the language is.
Go ahead.
It would be the mayor or a majority of council may remove a member of the audit committee at any time for justifiable cause that does not reflect and support the mission of the audit committee. To Councilwoman Campos' point, I don't foresee that if someone doesn't want to serve on a committee, that would fall outside of that. That was my language.
Does that work for you?
I know I was talking to Councilmember Vaughn, but now I see a hard head shake.
Read that again.
The mayor or a majority of council may remove a member of the audit committee at any time for justifiable cause that does not reflect and support the mission of the audit committee.
I seconded that. Ready to
Okay.
vote?
It's up to the mayor.
Okay, so
Is there discussion? So that's a secondary amendment, so that's in order.
does everybody get that?
There's no further discussion.
I don't believe so. So we have a motion and a second?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Vote.
Mr. Scott?
No.
The motion carries.
Okay. We would pass the motion as amended. We just did the second amendment. Well, the First Amendment, now with that amendment, so I think we're good with going to passing the ordinance as amended. Yes, based on the result of that amendment. Well, remember Mark's doing it virtual. Yeah, but it's not going to show it on there because he has to push his button. So thank you for pointing that out, Ms. Vaughn. The votes are going to be off by 1 because Mr. Scott is voting virtually. We can just take, at this point, we'll just vote on the ordinance as amended. Mm-hmm.
And this is for this one, not, okay.
So for 12, yes, your amendment was approved, so now we have to pass the whole ordinance with including the amendment, okay? Okay, are you ready, Mayor, for the vote? Or
Yes.
Is there any other discussion? No?
Right.
All right.
No, go ahead.
There it is. Mr. Scott?
No.
The motion carries. Okay. I think we're done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, are we,
Public hearing?
Okay, so we would be on the public hearings, Mayor.
right, but what I'm going to do.
Oh, 20, I'm sorry. Yeah. Are you going to move that up?
Yes, but I was going to ask you about 17, so we're just going to 20 and doing the presentation? Is that what we ended up doing? 17 and 20, remember we had the...
Yeah, 17 is a briefing, 20 is an action item.
Right, so 20 is the one we're going to move up.
Yes, ma'am.
Right now.
That's my understanding.
Yes, and 20 is discussion and possible action regarding a memorandum of understanding between the City of Corpus Christi and the South Texas Water Authority. And this was brought forth by Councilmembers Carolyn Vaughn, Eric Cantu, and Sylvia Campos. So, Carolyn, would you like to? Well, that's what I was asking.
So you'd like to do 17, the presentation on 7Cs first? Or? Oh, he'll make so Mr. Modis will be making a presentation.
Okay.
Correct.
On 17, okay. I'm sorry, 20, 17. Go ahead, Mr. Modis.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Appreciate your time today during a very busy agenda. I'm John Mottes, representing the South Texas Water Authority, and I'm here today just to give you a briefing on the water project that has been referred to as 7 Cs, or RO Brackish Desal Plant, located in Driscoll. I want to first of all recognize my board president, Jose Gravely, board vice president, Francis Garcia, our county judge from Clayburgh County, Judge Madrid is here, and so thanks to them, and also our assistant executive director, Joella Wagner, is here today.
And the former mayor of the great metropolis.
I didn't know if you wanted to be recognized or not. Former mayor of Kingsville. Yes, the great A&I legend. That's right. Just wanted to give you a background, a briefing on how we got to this point with our project, and then see if there is any questions that you want for clarification. This project in development is a brackish water desalination plant to supplement our current water source for the South Texas Water Authority. Our primary and only water source comes from CCW, from the city of Corpus Christi. That is a roughly 25-mile line connection through a 42-inch transmission line. It used to be connected through the O.N. Stevens plant and is now connected at County Road 52. That was a reroute that was years in the making and finally got completed just last year. On August the 7th of 2024, the South Texas Water Authority entered into a water supply agreement with 7 Cs, where 7 Cs is working on the design, the permit, construction, and operate of this brackish water desalination plant to provide a supply of water that is drought-proof and affordable as a source of water to STWA. 7 Cs has completed the land acquisition through a lease with the Ed Rochelle Foundation, hydrogeologic and hydraulic studies, and construction of the monitoring well. 7 Cs is currently drilling the well, obtaining the necessary permits for the project, completing final design, and preparing to construct the treatment plant. The completed project will provide a minimum of 3 MGD, 3 million gallons of water per day, to the South Texas Water Authority, at a cost to be determined after permitting, final design, and construction of the treatment plant. The STWA, through our counsel, Charles Zahn Jr., has taken the necessary legal steps to have this agreement released. Mr. Zahn has provided notice to 7 Cs that the city has requested a copy of this agreement. And Mr. Zahn also advised 7 Cs that the STWA will provide the agreement to the city no later than 10 business days from the date of the receipt of this information request, or until it receives an opinion from the Texas Attorney General, because there are certain portions of this agreement that are proprietary. I do believe that the STWA and its board of directors support this project. There's still parts to be worked through, but overall, this is an opportunity that the city, that we have made aware of since we've been working on it in its inception. The last time I was here before your council, probably roughly a month and a half ago, I commented on the collaboration and spirit of cooperation that we've had from Mr. Zanoni and also from Drew Molly and his staff. And once again, I can't say thank you enough to them, because they have been truly good stewards and have welcomed us not only as stakeholders, but as equal partners. And so with that, I'm here to answer any general questions about the plant. We are excited about it. We plan to break ground officially, although we do already have a sample well that's gone down about 850 feet to test out the water quality at this point. And beginning in July and moving forward, we'll continue to finalize this process. This project originally started off as simply as a project for us that we have made aware during our quarterly stakeholder meetings with CCW and city management, that this is our project to be able to give us a secondary source. Most water systems, as you know, have at least 2 or multiple sources. STWA has been in a very precarious situation for the last 40 years. We've been under one and only one water contract, as the CCW is a water provider. That is expiring at the end of this year. So to be able to help alleviate that burden, the board of directors placed on myself and the management team to be able to go out and find other water opportunities. And that's where this partnership came up with 7 Seas. Of course, as many of you know, if you follow the news stories, 7 Seas is already producing water for the city of Alice. I think that just started yesterday, just yesterday. So we're some of the first to know that. I didn't even know that until earlier today. But we are already roughly a year into this process, considering the beginning of the discussions and then the final vote since August to this point. We've been talking to 7 Seas a little bit longer than that, but we're at the point where we are moving forward. Land is secured, as we mentioned, and that is vital. So we are already steps ahead of any other project or community that is looking at connecting to 7 Seas or something similar. It is a P3, it is a public-private partnership. So those are pretty unique in the water world, but we will not be the first. We would be the second in the state following Alice. The proximity helps, just for there's any technical expertise needed, and we are creating a hub just by being so close to each other. But we do feel that this is a great project. We would love to welcome on any partners that would be willing to join us in this endeavor. But today, I'm here just to basically share with you the good news, that we are trying to find water that will help alleviate, we feel, some of the burden that's being put on the entire region, so we can kind of fend for part of ourselves. There are industrial needs that are happening in our service area or in that general area, as many of you are aware. And so we hope that we can provide water, and we know that we will provide water that will help establish and cover that alone. Our main priority is, of course, for the residents, trying to keep them with good water quality at a low price. Unfortunately, we know water rates are going to continue to go up as materials grow and as technology changes. That is going to be something that's difficult to capture. Our partnership with 7 Seas, though, allows us to have a captured rate that does not change other than giving a specific amount per 1,000 gallons, in addition to the cost of electricity, and that is controlled, that price is only controlled by CPI. So operation and maintenance, that is all covered and included in the price that we are receiving from 7 Seas. With that said, I hope it's given you some information about our project, and if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer what I can.
Thank you, Mr. Matas.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Maras, and for pioneering this project. Water is a huge priority, if not the top priority right now. I have just a few questions. I do like to ask the questions I know that I'm going to get asked when I leave this room. Sure. Do you have right now a ballpark price for this water, maybe by 1,000 gallons, or is this, and I'm skipping between presentations. We had some information in what will be our item 17, and then of course your presentation now. Is there a ballpark at all for that?
We have an amount that we have worked and negotiated with 7 Seas. We are technically still in the middle of the agreement to finalize, as I mentioned earlier, the final designs and the permitting, all of that still needs to be included. That will give us a true final amount. But we do have a number that we have been given. I'm not at liberty right now to give that. We expect to be able to provide that to you hopefully pretty soon. 7 Seas is actually here, some of their representatives, and they have assured me that they have no issues with that information being cleared, but sometimes when attorneys, legal counsel get involved, they want to make sure everything is protected. And there are some proprietary issues that, as we deal with 7 Seas, that we need to make sure get cleared. But I assure you, our discussions with your city management and your water team have been very thorough, and informal presentations and offline discussions just to hear where we're at, because it's good to be upfront and transparent with what we're doing. None of this that we've ever hidden from the city of what our intention was, and we see it as a great opportunity once again to help the region itself with water. But the amount that we have, or the amount that we could sell to anyone else, are various numbers. If you're looking at a number, if we were to take on any partners, It would depend on how much they're asking. And so if
That
we're
would
looking
be-
at a specific amount of water, then we could probably give you an idea, but
That was
I would-
one of my next questions.
Okay.
What is kind of the maximum potential yield with this source? I've heard some numbers. I've tried to look through some presentation pieces.
Right.
Is it 10, 20? How many million gallons do you think?
So the 42-inch transmission line is greatly underutilized, I'll say that. That was created back in the 80s as a part of legislation when the STWA was created in 1979 by former State Rep. Hugo Berlanga. And it was to service rural customers in western Oasis and central Clayburgh County. But that 42-inch line was designed to be able to help with that growth. That 42-inch line, roughly on a given day, we're using about 2 MGD. We're not a very big system, and that's to all of our wholesale customers. So we provide to roughly 7 wholesale systems or cities, special water districts, or water supply corporations. With that 2 MGD, we've been told we can use up to roughly 30 MGD with that water line.
So it would be
Now, that's a 40-year-old line, so we are working on making sure that it is a stable line. We feel that it is. We have not had, thankfully, any problems with that transmission line. But we can transmit roughly up to 28 MGD, and we do have our engineers. We're such a small system, we don't even have in-house engineers. We have to contract out, but our engineers of record are ICE engineers, and they are here with us today. And so they'll yell at me or throw something at me if I get that incorrect. But roughly, we can go up to about another 28 MGD.
So it would be 30 capacity minus the 2 that you're using. So there's about a 28 million gallon
Roughly
a day
28, yes.
that we could negotiate with.
Right.
Okay. And then a timeline on perhaps being able to secure the yield?
Once again, with everything considered, permitting is going to be a big challenge, right? You yourselves as a city are dealing with permitting.
It's a
Any
big
water systems
word.
dealing with permitting. City of Alice, that's what kind of took a while for them to get online. There were some other issues that we are not repeating. We're doing everything turnkey with 7Cs to avoid some of those setbacks. But considering TCQ and everything else, we expect in the early to mid 2027 timeframe at the latest to have this system online.
24 months.
Yes.
Okay, then my very last question, and my colleagues have placed this item on the agenda because we're currently in item 20, and again, I'm referencing item 17. There was some information listed that STWA had requested information from the city within 2 weeks, indicating our interest level out of the 25 million gallons a day. And then I believe our CCW staff is looking for some more information that could take up to 7 weeks. I know we're figuring all those details out. That brings me to this item. The item in question that we're on right now is representative of an MOU that's being requested between our entity and yours. Would that fulfill your needs ostensibly for that 2-week question mark initially?
And let me address the 2 weeks. These meetings have been informal, right? Not anything set. This is just, let's get together and talk about the what ifs, right? To do the homework so you could be presented with more up-to-date information. The 2 weeks is not necessarily 2 weeks. We need to know no later than September, really, because for our needs, whether it's a 3 MGD plant or it ramps up to a 30 MGD plant, we still need to know by September at the latest.
So at minimum,
Yes.
this
roughly
MOU
we
would
need
help.
Roughly 60 days to get this all put together. So if there's anybody that wants to join us in this project, then we need to know so we can scale it up, know what the size is, know what the cost will be. And of course, typically when you buy more, consumptions usually brings down the unit price. So that's what we're looking at. The price could be actually lower. But until we know anything, until we get into a formal, any agreement, right, if that's the direction the council wants to take, then we will sit down immediately and begin working with your team to figure that out. But at the latest, no matter what happens, we as STWA need to give that information to 7Cs no later than the beginning of September 1. So
Thank you for
roughly this summer. and then that's it.
Yeah,
Work through it.
I appreciate the work behind this, and I appreciate my colleagues who brought this forward, because finding sources of water is our focus right now and priority. So thank you for that.
Thank you for your questions, Councilmember.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Hello, Mr. Morris.
Good morning. Or,
Well,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, as soon as I saw this, I was interested. So I wanted us to bring it so we could talk about it, because we're in need of water. I will say our staff, Drew Molly and the city manager, we've gotten a couple of sources going, which is good. But I want to plan for this city for 20 to 50 years. We've not done that, and shame on us for not doing it. And to answer Mark's question before he says it, this is not an either or. I want any water sources we can get, because it's just going to go up. So I got a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
You're saying it's going to take 24 months and about 29, 28 MGDs. Have you, and you're going to appreciate this because you're a county commissioner, and you're concerned about the rural area, has there been a hydrology study done?
Yes. Yes, we've done all the studies, as I mentioned earlier, hydrogeologic and hydraulic studies that have been already conducted by 7 Seas.
I was sure there was. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to make a motion at the end of this for an MOU, because I think it's important, because I want us to move forward. I don't want us to keep just waiting, trying to get a water source. We've done a lot of talking. I've been here 6 months. I want to see us move forward for anything that we can get. But this is what I was told, and I want to see if I'm correct. I know 7 Seas is here. The rate per 1,000 gallons 7 Seas provides to you guys includes design, engineering, construction, operation, including all consumables like chemicals and manpower maintenance, including all parts for the length of the contract, and electricity, because electricity is a big deal.
Electric separate, that's one of the things I did mention earlier, but everything else is included.
So the city would be charged electricity?
There would be it would be factored in separately. Now, my preference is just to have the number all combined.
Yes.
Until we get the actual numbers done, and our assistant executive director is on state board for TCAP, and so she's working on getting those numbers. But that will be the additional cost that we have on top of the water cost. But when we talk water costs, it's everything. There's no additional or hidden cost in there. Everything that's included. We don't have our land like, say, the city would have, or other communities. We had to get land, but that land price is secured already in the cost we are incurring, and that will be just rolled over to our customers, to our residential customers in the end, through our water systems that we sell water to. So, but of course, it's going to be a manageable, reasonable amount, and once again, it's only going to be increased and controlled by CPI, Consumer Price Index.
Okay.
And so that's the one predictor that you will have year after year that you can follow and know that's what it's going to increase. It doesn't go off the whim of policymakers.
Yes.
Right? What changes that cost. It's just, here's the rate that we start off with, and every year, depending on CPI, that will be the determining factor for the following year's water rate.
No surprises.
No surprises, no ma'am.
And I'm going to ask one more question, too. I think Judge Madrid is here. I don't know him, but I've heard a lot about him. He's not even looking up. He must really be involved in what he's doing back there. He is, okay, there you go. So, the wrong one. So, this question's kind of, I don't know how to ask it, but, okay, I want to know, is there anything in it for you that you're going to charge us? Let me be blunt.
Can you please come to the microphone, sir? Come to the microphone, sir.
No, not at all. In Claiborne County, I'm going to tell you, and might as well just go ahead and give my little spill, so I'm kind of the county cheerleader here. First and foremost, I'm Claiborne County Judge Rudy Madrid, and I would never put my name behind anything that I don't endorse, okay? I want to thank you guys for giving us the privilege of presenting such a monumental proposal to the city of Corpus Christi, because that's exactly what it is. It's a proposal that is absolutely at no risk or no upfront infrastructure cost to the city of Corpus Christi, something that I think will greatly benefit you guys and gals. This is a proposal that's not only going to safe haven our water supply for Corpus Christi, Nueces County, the city of Kingsville, and all the surrounding area for many, many years to come. But it's also going to be such a big benefit to our Baffin Bay water supply. It's going to discharge millions of fresh water a day into Baffin Bay. It's going to refresh the bay, something that's been needed for many, many years. It's going to bring Baffin Bay back. Our citizens want that. I've advocated for this at the state level. I can tell you that our executive body is very impressed. They like the word regional alliance, okay? So that's what we're proposing here today, is an alliance between the city of Corpus Christi, Clayburgh County, and the South Texas Water Authority. As Clayburgh County judge, when I took office, I can tell you I had a lot of objectives, and over the last couple of years, by default, I am the emergency manager. I saw this as a huge threat to Clayburgh County. When I started seeing all the water restrictions and whatnot, it's nobody's fault. We're growing. You guys are growing. Everyone's growing. Industry's growing. So as a retired naval commander, I automatically see something wrong, and I'm going to go after it. We got mission focused, got our teams together. I've been negotiating this project for the last 2 years between South Texas Water Authority and 7 Seas. We came up with a solution. Our initial thought was that, hey, we're going to take the burden off of Corpus Christi because you guys have helped us so much. Over the last 40 years, you provided water to us. I said, look, they're hurting over there. We need to be good stewards. We need to be good neighbors. Take the burden off of them. And once we got all the scientific approaches and evidence-based research involved, then we realized, hey, you know what? Not only are we going to take the burden off them, but we're in a position where we can return the favor that they've done for us. Let's give them back the water. And, once we got the approval from the engineers and said, hey, this is something that's going to go on for the next 100 years, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. There's nothing in it for Clayburgh County. Okay. At the end of the day, it's between South Texas Water Authority. I represent it just because I represent the South Texas Water Authority as Clayburgh County judge. And, any questions you guys got, I can tell you there's been a lot of work. The only agreement you guys need to worry about, I know you're asking for agreements between us and South Texas Water Authority. We took care of all the risks. We assumed all the risks. We assumed all the infrastructure costs. The only agreement that you guys need to worry about, you don't have to worry about it because it's your agreement. And let me explain why. That agreement that you guys got, that we've been signed for the last 40 years, all we're going to do is change the name, turn it around. And it's your agreement. You guys wrote the agreement. Your lawyers put it together. So it's a no-brainer. We're going to just change the rate. What I'm going to ask you guys to do today is this. Approve the MOU contingent upon South Texas Water Authority and the city council members' approval on the rate. I know what the rate is. I was told in the bottom of the 9th inning that we're not allowed to talk about the rate because the lawyers are involved. I get that, all that nonsense. But what I can tell you is this. When you sit down with them and you see the rate that they're going to propose, it's ridiculously low. It's a no-brainer to you guys. You're going to save money. You're going to make money off of our water, and you're going to be able to supply all your neighbors, San Patricio, all that nonsense is going to go away. We're going to solve your problems for you. I promise you.
Well, I like the idea of us working together as a community. That's what we should be doing because we're stronger when we do that.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's important. And I like your spiel. That was very good. Politician, that was good. And I appreciate you coming. Yes. Really do. And I don't have any other questions. I like the project, and I appreciate John Morris for presenting it and for you guys and for 7 Seas. It looks really good on paper, and to hear what you guys are saying, but we're going to have to look at it, and I know that. So I'm going to request an MOU with y'all. I hope that the council approves that.
Perfect. Thank you very much, ma'am. Anybody else before I sit down?
Yes. Well, Councilman Roy.
First of all, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for clarifying some of the questions that I had.
Yes.
I think you cleared up most of them, so it makes it pretty easy. It's interesting. I'm an old Clayburgh Bank guy. I started my career at Clayburgh Bank down in Kingsville. And when Joe Hinkle was there.
Okay.
And anyway, for those of you that don't know, the history behind the first artesian well in the area in Clayburgh Bank or Captain King, and growing this area. So it seems kind of fitting that you guys are kind of back at it again and bringing significant water to this area. I don't have any other questions right now. I think my questions have already been answered. So again, I just appreciate you guys coming forward.
Yes, sir.
And look forward to continuing the dialogue.
Thank you, partner. Appreciate it.
Actually, you know what? If you can hold Mark Scott,
Sure.
He had
Absolutely.
had his little light on there. Councilman Scott?
Yeah, Mayor, this is a great risk because when Carolyn Vaughn quotes me, I should close the laptop, call it a day, and go down to the bar. But I'm going to
I'll join you.
Yeah. I got a couple questions. First of all, Judge, just for the record, we don't make money on water. I think the state is very sensitive to the comment that we make money.
Yeah,
We only,
well, you give it back to your consumers. Give it back to your consumers.
Just want to pass that on, man. Just want to make sure.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate you, sir. And you know, I was raised in Kingsville, so I'm a big fan. I want to make a couple of comments. I think Carolyn's right. No stone unturned. No stone unturned. I think that's important. So I haven't seen an MOU, just for the record. I've been out of town for 4 or 5 days, so if there's one, I missed it. So I'm okay with let's have a conversation, but I don't think we have a document today. Then I want to just make sure everybody knows we have a lot of stones that we're turning over. You know, at some point maybe you don't do them all, and I just wanted to make sure, at least from my perspective, that's out there. You made a comment about freshwater Baffin Bay. I fish down there a lot, and I guess that's part of the discharge conversation. So I personally would like to kind of learn about that. And John, you can probably share that with me when it's convenient for you. I am curious that if you send water north to Corpus, what happens with the 2 MGD that you're currently buying from the city of Corpus Christi?
That's a John Midas question. What happens to the? I reckon you'll recapture it. If you need 28, we'll sell you 26.
Well, that's my point. I guess my point was we get that water back, which is good for us because I do think we can sell it elsewhere. I do think y'all would be sensitive because I think that the water you're buying from us is pretty inexpensive. But again, I haven't seen the 7 Cs rate. But and that would be as part of that MOU is say let's do a deal together. But your contract runs out, and so are we allowed to go sell that elsewhere?
Yeah, don't turn off the tap until we start producing water. Don't turn off the tap on us.
Totally agree. Don't want to. Hey, let me tell you, my mom lives in Kingsville. We are not cutting off her water supply. But I do think that ought to be maybe part of the MOU conversation. And my last thought is there's been conversations about the EV ranch. And I guess if we do this deal, then they're going to have to build their own pipeline from that site either to y'all or I guess to us. So if we do a deal with EV ranch, right, is there capacity in your 42-inch line for all that we're talking about plus the EV ranch?
Well,
or does this make EV ranch much more expensive?
It's going to be way more expensive. And one little personal comment as Claiborne County Judge, because I heard that the other day for the first time in our pre-discussions. And my question would be, because I wear this quinceañero on my shirt because I represent the King Ranch as well. And so I'm branded by them. First of all, has anyone even spoke to the King Ranch about this? Because that line would have to go across the King Ranch, and good luck with that. And second of all, it would have to run through South Texas Water Authority pipeline, which nobody ever brought that to our attention. So we found that out here recently as well. We're going to give it to you much cheaper. I can assure you, in your workshops between South Texas Water Authority, when you get the rate, you're going to be very pleased. As a businessman, I would have probably gone higher, but we're going to leave it low. No, we want, at the end of the day, what we want, what I want, and my marching orders to South Texas Water Authority was to take care of our consumers at the end of the day, because that, at the end of the day, is what's most important over anything, the folks that are using it. I don't want the rates to go sky high in my colonias and all that stuff. Got to save money here.
Well, Judge, I feel pretty comfortable that I'd ask staff to visit with South Texas Water Authority about the EV ranch, because my thought at the time was you just charge a tariff to move the water south to north, and then maybe South Texas Water Authority makes money. That's neither here nor there, except I want you to know that I feel comfortable that being from Kingsville, that I made it a point to communicate with the city folks that they make sure they have conversations with you all, and if that got lost then I apologize for that. That's all I was asking, because EV Ranch is saying they can make water and sell it to us for a number. But part of that was the ability to move water south to north, which, again, I thought you could tariff. I wasn't personally involved in this conversation with 7C, so this is new information, and no argument for me, no stone unturned, and I'll support the conversation to create a MOU, and I guess it wouldn't be binding until it was binding. Thank you, Mayor.
And just know that, council member, just know that I'll be working hand in hand. We'll be working hand in hand with the Hart Research Institute and the bays and estuaries, because nobody wants that bay brought back more than I. And if you want to see where the real fish are caught, just join me one day.
Thank you, Councilman.
I've got my share.
Go ahead.
All right.
Okay. All right. Councilman Barrera.
Here, yeah, absolutely. You know, Commissioner Mades and Judge Madrid, you know, thanks for bringing this up to us. I mean, you know, what is it? I think it's a great opportunity, like Mark says, and I'll go ahead and quote Carolyn again. It's not an and question, it's an or question. I mean, it's not an or question, it's an and question. And I was a little skeptical, but then when you brought the mayor, I said, ¿Qué más quieres? You know? And so, but, you know, I think, you know, we need to look at every opportunity. And, you know, I know right now, I think, how much are we're selling you water at $3.50 per 1,000 gallons, something like that?
You're saying from the city to?
Yeah. 332, yeah.
He's just the CEO. How would he know?
I wasn't sure if you were talking to me or to.
Well, it doesn't matter. Anybody that can answer the question. I'll say it in front of the microphone, $3.32. So that's obviously very competitive. And I know the thing that we've engaged to, I just, you know, I've unfortunately learned so much probably in the last 6 years. The biggest challenge that any initiative has, like, you know, our friends in Harbor Island, is the fact that they don't have any customers.
Sure.
You know, and I know if we solve this opportunity here, if you help us solve this opportunity here, then what that does is that frees up our Colorado water. And I've already, you know, I have relationships in Central Texas, and many of those individuals have said, hey, if you guys solved your problem there, then we could lease the rights from you from there, and it'd be easier for us to tap into those lines versus all the expense that they'd have to go into.
And just know that this is going to be a 30-year fixed rate, aside from your annual index increase. That's a 30-year fixed rate. You know, how's that for return on investment? Yeah. You know, 30 years from now, who knows what the cost of water is going to be, because it's only getting less and less and more scarce. So.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, I think the thing about, but nonetheless, we'll let the smarter people.
Sure.
Figure that out, you know, Commissioner Mades and obviously Drew and Peter and the administrators and the engineers and the fine people at ICE, you know, who do great work. So what is it? But yeah, definitely to enter into an MOU or to begin negotiations in an MOU, I'm on board. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you, sir.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so I want to just kind of go over a few items because I'm in support of this. I know this is a brackish water desal facility, but how much, you said specifically there would be about 25 to 30 million gallons a day. Is that roughly correct?
We're hoping to get 28 million gallons for you guys if you guys will sign on to it.
So the 2 million gallons that we were sending to you would take that, so that we would get the 2 million back. So net, it's still 28 million to us.
Yeah, it would be 30. So it would be a 30 MGD facility in total.
Okay. And how soon can you deliver this?
They're talking 2027. So 24 months. That's what the big boys are saying.
So 24 months.
I'm going to hold them to it.
Okay. And then you had mentioned some environmental benefits. Are you referring to the discharge going into Baffin Bay?
Correct, yes, sir.
So the idea is to freshen up Baffin Bay with the discharge?
Yes, sir, and again, we'll be working hand in hand with bays and estuaries and the Hart Research Institute. You know, that bay is near and dear to us. You know, it's our Loyola Beach, Baffin Bay, Alazan Bay, yes, so that's a big part of our community.
Okay, so there's benefits beyond just the water.
Oh, you know, that's the largest drum producing bay in the world, you know. And let me tell you guys something else. If you guys do a 28 MGD, that will be the largest brackish water desal plant in the state of Texas. So go large or go home. I mean, how's that?
Right, and then this is, I want to also say that this has no upfront cost to the city.
No upfront cost.
We have no debt involved in it.
No debt involved, and we will maintain maintenance and operations for the life of it.
This is
So,
your pipeline, your 42-inch pipeline?
South Texas Water Authorities, yes.
Okay.
I like to
Yours-
take credit for it.
I'll say yours in terms of the South
Yes,
Texas
sir.
Water Authority. So we don't maintenance the pipeline, so none of that cost to us either.
But you do have to pay the light bill. Got to throw that back in for the,
You know, I was looking at the how Alice does it, and they're a little bit different. They own the well fields, and then they pay for the electricity. So it's different from this particular contract. I believe they have the well fields and the property for that, and all the thing that you're paying for is once you get the water. And I guess, are you doing the electricity separate from it, or is it all encompassed?
yes, that's the way the model's going to work out.
I
And
think
again, that'll
that's-
just go out to competitive bids.
I think that's actually pretty good because municipalities can get a better energy rate than
Exactly.
private companies. So that's a positive. So we're not out any funding. We don't have to go into any debt. We just buy the water when it becomes available in 24 months.
Just like you are going to go out for an electricity provider, that's all we're going to be is a water provider. We're going to
Okay.
sign a simple provider water user agreement.
And what's the length that you require us to, I mean, what time, how much time would you like that contract to be for?
If the MOU could be done immediately, that would at least give us a direction. The reason behind that is we're going to build it anyway.
No.
The size of it is what we got to prepare for.
So when we do a contract with you, I mean, the MOU is non-binding and it's
Sure,
temporary.
exactly.
It just outlines the details
Sure.
of what that contract's going to look like. But
September.
in September. So I had heard that name. So we need to have a contract in place with you before September.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, last questions. How long does the contract need to be for?
30 years.
30 years. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Judge. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Campos.
I like that. I mean, this was the easiest yes. Whenever Councilman Vaughn asked me about the MOU, I can't, this is too good to be true, but oh my gosh. This is a very easy yes, and you're right. You are perfect for selling this. I don't know if it's a selling or just your enthusiasm and just how you presented it, you and of course Commissioner Mares. I mean, we had earlier conversations, so all this does help. So for me, it's a definite yes, and where do I sign? So thank you for the great presentation, and thank you for answering all those questions. And I had all of them as you were going, and you have answered them, you've reiterated them, so I'm good to go. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. You said 28 millions per day, right?
Correct, yes, sir.
And you need the contract signed by September?
September.
And there's no out-of-pocket expenses for our taxpayers?
No out of pocket aside from the what you guys pay for the water rate, what you guys agreed to on the water rate.
We don't have the water rate yet, right?
No, our legal counsel told us like 5 minutes before the meeting that we should not reveal it, just because not all members of the South Texas Water Authority are here, even though the president and some of the board members are here, and out of professional respect, we'll let you guys work with them together on that. That way we don't cross any bridges or do everything
Gotcha.
correctly.
And so if we sign a contract with you guys in September, y'all start building in September?
Our wells, we already broke ground. Our test well's already there. Matter of fact,
Okay.
you guys are invited July 8th. We're going to have a groundbreaking, ribbon cutting event, but we're already there. They're already pulling water out as we speak. So we've got studies, we got all the testing results coming out daily. So that September is just going to help us because we're going to build a 3 MGD if you guys don't sign on. But if you tell us now that, hey, yes, we're going to do it, and you sign on in September, then we're going to go large. And we can do that free of cost for you right now. If you wait a year and decide, you know what, let's hold off for a little bit, you come back a year later and say, you know what, we want to join on. Now I can't tell you how much that's going to cost because we'd have to redesign and reconstruct.
So you guys already have one test well completed, right?
Correct.
Just one right now, right?
Is it one? Yes, sir.
Is it true that it took like 18 months to get that done or something like that?
No.
How long did it take out of the first test well?
Aside from the construction part of the...
Construction, pumping water?
So, as I mentioned earlier, We had the agreement signed on August of 2024. And so here we are. This was completed last month, so May. We did have a weather event that knocked down the equipment, and so that kind of had to rebuild. So there's been a few delays, but other than that,
So from August 2024 to May 2025?
To May. But the thing is, we're already proceeding with everything else. I mean, it's not like we're starting from ground zero. So as the judge mentioned, there's a lot that's already been complete in this, so it's not like we're starting from day one. We've already gotten a lot complete. September is, as I mentioned earlier, the end, because we need to know how to scale the size. And then once that's finalized, then the plans, the construction would take no more than, I believe the Alice plant was built in 6 months, is that correct? 6 months. The actual equipment.
And there's no issue with money-wise to get this done?
It's all financed by 7Cs. That the repayment of that upfront cost is worked in, obviously, to the cost of water to us.
And once again, no upfront?
No upfront cost, just to peek under the hood, really, no.
And then, so we get an MOU signed. Drew, how long would it take to get a contract signed or a contract looked at? From a MOU to contract status to get a contract to look at? Perfect, we could do that, okay. I think that's all my questions. That's it. Thank you, Judge, Commissioner.
Okay, so, little update from our lawyer who's watching. Okay, not to exceed $5.50 per 1,000 gallons. Okay, for the next 30 years guaranteed. No maintenance and operation on your all's behalf. So, that's your deal?
And Judge, that's that plus electricity on top of that, right?
Electricity on top of that.
And that's it.
And if the price index changes.
Right, that's today's, that's today's price. So 2 years from now will be times 2 years of inflation, if there's inflation.
If there's inflation, yeah.
Right, and then
Yeah,
28 years of inflation
yeah.
on top of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yes, sir.
out of our
Just wanna make
control.
sure.
Okay, so Judge Madrid, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mares, for being here. And you've heard some very positive comments, and obviously, you know, as you mentioned, we're all wanting to diversify and make certain that we are leaving no stone unturned. I think you just answered the question. I was going to ask you who was financing it, or what funding are you using?
We've got, Rosanna, am I not mistaken? Is she here? I think we have about a $28 billion line of credit with you guys. We got the money.
What's that?
23 billion, I'm sorry. Line of credit through 7Cs.
Through 7Cs, okay, okay. Well, again, I think it's, I think this is a great collaboration, and so we do thank you. We had a great meeting, and I think the next, I guess what, we're gonna hear from Drew, but after that, what would be the next step in something?
Well, the next step was something we were going to do before today's discussion, but that is to meet with John Mares, maybe the judge, and and 7Cs. So we had one meeting so far, and we were going to meet again. We're in the process of scheduling that. And we're also trying to get a copy of the 7Cs South Texas Water Authority agreement that we requested through Charlie Zahn, so we can kind of just see the current deal that they have. Would that look similar to the one we would get?
Was that going to be an issue at all? I think
As I mentioned earlier, Mayor, we think our local group from 7Cs is in favor of giving you everything that you need to be able to make those decisions. So that would be made available. And of course, we would want to make that public as well, not just for council consumption. So once we get the green light, we'll be ready to deliver that. We think locally there's support, but once again, when you get legal set on an issue, it's kind of hard to get them to back off. So that's kind of where we're committed. So we want to make sure both sides, our representatives, their representatives agree that that information or what could be redacted. It wasn't a matter of allowing any of it to be distributed. It was just whether there anything proprietary. But if we do go into talks, then obviously we would make that all available to you and then be able to release that to the public as well.
And just to add on to that, you know, so there was mentions about putting non-disclosure, legal non-disclosures into this, and which I adamantly oppose as county judge. I'm not that kind of judge. I like everything to be transparent to the public. Whatever I talk about, I want everybody to know. So, so that's the reason why we didn't go that route with that.
Yeah, same.
Glad you didn't.
Right.
What's that?
I was just going to say, we agree, Judge. That's, your attorney recommended that was an option for us, but we said, no, thank you.
Yeah, good.
No, not an option, yeah. We want to be transparent. Well, thank you. Again, we believe in the collaborative effort to, move forward and find sustainable solutions for our water issues. So we're very grateful, and we look forward to, the conversations forthcoming. I think Ms. Vaughn has a comment.
Okay, this is an exciting project, but as with anything, we have to proceed cautiously, and we're trusting the city manager and his staff to do their due diligence, and I'm sure you will.
Right.
I'm going to make a motion.
Okay.
I haven't made it. I've waited all day for this. Let me make it. I make a motion for the City of Corpus Christi to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the South Texas Water Authority within 10 days and direct the city manager to bring back a contract with South Texas Water Authority within 45 days for a council vote based on the rate.
Second. Okay.
45.
It was 10 days for the
10 days for the
MOU.
MOU and 45 to bring it back, contract for a vote.
For consideration.
For consideration of a vote, yeah.
Yeah. We have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Mayor, also, there's public comment. I think there was
sorry.
public comment.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and open public comment. Would anybody like to comment on item number 20? I think Gail Anderson. Sorry. Yeah, you've been waiting.
I don't want to hold up the vote. I'm so
You're fine.
excited. Gail Anderson, District 2. Just kudos to Vaughn and Campos and Vaughn, Campos, and Cantu for bringing this. Just thank you for taking that initiative. And it's just a wonderful opportunity. It's just a no-brainer, right? And just everything about it, the cost, the no outlay, the benefit to Baffin Bay, just super excited. So thank you for just moving ahead. We always need more opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Is there anyone else that would like to make comment on item number 20? Okay, we'll close public comment. I think we have a motion and a second. Please submit your vote.
Okay, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Mr. Midas. Thank you for being here, and everybody's here with you. Let's see. So we're going to go get back in order here. Section K, public hearings. Item number 13 is an ordinance. An ordinance authorizing a wastewater trunk line construction and reimbursement agreement with MPM Development. Second. We have a motion and a second. I'm going to open public hearing. Would anyone in the audience like to make comment on item number 13? And would the applicant like to speak at all? No? Okay, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote.
Okay. Mr. Scott? Oh, did you vote? Yes.
Yes.
The motion carries, and Councilman Bennett is absent, yeah. Okay, the motion carries. Item number 14 is a zoning case number ZN 8545 M&R Home Solutions LLC, ordinance rezoning a property at or near 2345 Yorktown Boulevard.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to open public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 14?
Hi, Mayor and Council. Ralph Weingarten, Falk and Foster, 1428 Trailside Court, Northwest, Grand Rapids, Michigan, 49504. Here on behalf of the applicant. I won't take any more of your time. I just want to let you know I'm available for questions if there are any about the project.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate that. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close public hearing. I'm sorry, is the applicant here? And oh, that's you, never mind. Thank you. Please submit your vote.
Mr. Scott?
Yes, yes.
Okay, the motion carries. Okay, Section L, individual consideration items 15 and 16. This is item number 15 is an ordinance by the City Council of the City of Corpus Christi, Texas, authorizing the issuance of its utility system senior lien revenue improvement and/or refunding bonds.
Good afternoon. Almost this. Good evening. Heather Holbert, Assistant City Manager. So the item we have here is the issuance of delegation of the authority to issue revenue bonds for our CIP, that is for our water, our wastewater, our gas, and our stormwater utilities. We do have a issuance of about $181 million in new money. That'll be new bonds for the projects, and then we have an additional amount that will be refunding for savings. And so just a reminder on the refunding, we don't extend the term on that, but we do refund for savings on the interest. So, like I said, $162,000 for the refunding, $162 million for refunding, $181 million for new money. And so these are in support of our items, our projects that are within our CIP. Like I mentioned, it is for our water, our wastewater, our gas, and our stormwater utility. These are some of the projects that will be supporting on the water side. The projects on the wastewater side, improvements to our wastewater treatment plant, lift stations, overall maintenance. On the stormwater, these are some of the projects that are that'll be funded through this, which will be some designated products along with that infrastructure rehabilitation. And then on the gas side, these are improvements to the system along with the acquisition of the Rockport gas utility. So the steps for the issuance is June 10th, which is today. We have the first reading of the delegation ordinance. June 17th will be the second reading of the delegation ordinance. June 16th, we do plan on selling the bonds on that date. And then on July 17th, the transaction will close and the bonds will be funded. And so what the delegation ordinance does is that it sets parameters for the sale and the refunding. And then as long as the transaction falls within those parameters, then either the city manager, myself as the assistant city manager, or the director of finance can authorize the final documents for the sale. On the sale of the new money, it would have to be a maximum of basically 30 years with a maximum true interest cost of 5.5% and a maximum amount of $343 million, which is both the refunding and the new money. For the refunding, we do have to have a savings of 2.5% for us to move forward with the transaction. And so that does conclude my presentation. I am available for any questions.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, so how does this affect our total debt for next year and the amount of debt service that we need to provide?
I do not have the amortization schedule here with me. I'm not sure what our total debt service will be, but we are issuing, like I said, the $181 million of new and then refunding the $161 million.
Okay, so the $182 million, how much interest are we going to have to pay for that over the next 30 years?
I don't have that in front of me. Some of that will be determined on how we structure the debt and what we actually get when we go to sell it.
Okay, so the 5.5% interest rate is based on what you're projecting, not necessarily what we'll get.
No, that is not what we're projecting. That is the maximum amount that under the delegation ordinance, we could not sell debt with a true interest cost of higher than 5.5. We anticipate that that will be lower than that. I think right now, where most of them are pricing between 4% and 5%.
Okay, so when you borrow money this year or refinance, it starts paying for in the next fiscal year?
So for the new money, yes, it would be within, our first debt payment would be within the next fiscal year. That is included in our rate modeling. We've accounted for that. As far as the refunding amount, we would hold to our already scheduled debt payments. So that could include those this year. It's just we're refunding for savings. So the structure of the debt doesn't necessarily change. The maturity of the debt doesn't change, but the interest rate we're going out for a lower interest rate.
Okay, so Peter, on this, it would be helpful if we have an understanding of how this affects our debt service and total debt reported, because we don't actually report our total debt until the end of the fiscal year. And so if we can have, considering how much debt we have, we should have a running total of how on what we have in terms of overall debt, and you can divide that into revenue-supported debt and taxpayer-funded debt.
So none of this is taxpayer-supported debt?
No,
This is all
that's why I said revenue, revenue-supported debt. So, but I mean, we still have to pay it back.
Yeah, Councilman, we're going to show you that. We've showed it, from as of last year's snapshot, but we'll show that as part of the budget process coming up. And
Right,
the rate
so
setting, the rate
this-
setting, especially for water, wastewater.
And I know my counterpart over here, Councilman Buddy, doesn't like when I say we're maxing out the credit card, right? Because it's asset-backed, but, when you buy something with a credit card, you generally have.
Yeah,
some
we're going to
asset,
show it, right? All these water projects will have a rate, revenue has to come from somewhere, so we're going to show the context of infrastructure we're building, infrastructure that we could buy from somebody else or water. All of it doesn't matter if it's debt or operating, it still has a rate impact.
That's correct.
And so that's going to be a very important series of meetings, plural. It's going to take several. It's now getting very
And also, you might want to do some comparison as well.
What's that?
You might look at comparisons as well.
Comparisons?
Like, for example, if you have new water projects, what is it going to do to your rate?
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's what we're going to be doing, because at some point, we're going to have to make a choice. Not at some point, but soon, we can't do everything we've been talking about. Well, we could, but it'd be a massive rate increase, right? So yes.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
All righty. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment. Before that, is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 15? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. Please submit your vote.
Mr. Scott?
I know.
Yes, yes.
Okay, this item number item number 15. The motion carries.
Yeah, we're going to 16. To add the money to.
Okay. Item number 16 is an ordinance approving a mid-year budget adjustment in an amount of $4,077,839 for the Animal Care Services Department.
I move for approval.
I second that, but before we move forward, this is a huge, huge deal. I think everybody knows, we, for many years and many councils have been working, to move forward animal care services, and there's been a lot of chapters to this department. And so in that, I think we all know that funding is critical, and funding is everything, and every department needs funding. And so I'm very proud to say that I can't even remember, I went to Heather about this interest on these ARPA funds, because it's important to note, this funding that was identified, and I went to Heather asking about it, it doesn't come from anywhere else, right? And we don't have to take it from here or there, and that's very difficult to do. But anyhow, I want to thank everyone who has worked in animal care or over animal care services, and will continue to do so, because the work has just begun. And so the assessment, as we have said, is a roadmap. And I think that is probably the best news. And I think a lot of people, some of whom are here, appreciate, and they have put in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into animal care services. So clearly it is taking a village. And so just thank you for everything everyone has done, people that are probably just listening to that aren't here, because this is very important. It's very important. I don't think I've ever seen another council who has weighed in so heavily regarding this department. So we do have a motion and a second, but we have several comments or questions. So we'll start with Mr. Hernandez.
You know, I remember, I appreciate you getting with us ahead of time on some of these items that you wanted to bring. I was a little concerned about the close to $900,000, well, $821,000 for a parking lot. And we, a few years back, our Public Works redid the parking lot for development services at a much lower cost than what you're talking about here. And I went to look at the condition of it, and you're right, it does need some improvements, but it was no worse than what the development services parking lot was with it. I asked that you take a look at this again. If we can do this in-house, I think we could save like 80% of what you're asking for in cost here. This is, you know, out of everything here, that's one that it actually.
Yeah, Councilman, can I say, sorry to interrupt you, but can we have Ram Munoz? He's the hired engineer / program manager with Munoz Engineering. So this is a little bit more than just a parking lot. This area, with the reason we didn't call it a parking lot, because it's really a service yard. It's where the ACOs, the animal care officers' vehicles are washed out, you know, the kennels in the back, and it needs a drainage system. So let me have Ram's the one that assessed it, came up with the price tag and the recommended engineering. So
you
Ram,
want to add a drainage system to it. That's what you're talking about.
well, it would be, let me have Ram do it because he's the expert we hired.
So we're going to do things. We're going to add a drainage system for storm and a sanitary system. So right now when they go wash the vehicles, none of that's being captured into an only water separator, or the particulates aren't being taken care of. So if we go out there and we just do the parking lot all over, you're going to end up with the same problem in 15, 20 years again. But if we solve it now, put storm and the only water separator and the particulates when they wash the vehicles, because there is some type of matter on top of them, I mean, that's going to solve the problem long term. But if you don't do it, you're going to end up right back in the same spot.
Okay, so that wasn't presented in terms of what you were going to do in terms of drainage project associated with this.
Right, yeah, I'm not sure how the one-on-one briefings went, but also Ram, it would be in concrete versus, is that the plan for the heavy load with the?
Right, for the vehicle traffic down the middle and to improve the area for the actual washing of the vehicles, concrete's going to be recommended for that.
Right now, the service vehicles are ACO trucks, you know, that pick up the loose. They can't even really get into the parking lot. There's holes everywhere, and then when they wash it down, it just turns into a disaster.
I looked at it. It was,
yeah.
You know, obviously, if you don't do any maintenance on something, you're going to end up with a situation like that.
Yeah, so it's a little more than just an overlay, as Ram described.
Correct.
And that price tag includes.
So this cost is mainly the drainage improvements.
Drainage and sanitary, correct.
And concrete, made in concrete. So you're pretty much redoing the whole service yard, right, Ram?
Right. If you broke it up, it'd be like, you know, 20% here, 20% there, and, you know, 60% on the other part. So it's, if you break up that whole number, it's not just the concrete pavement. It's the core storm and sanitary improvements we're going to have to do out there.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. I loved getting to have that one-on-one briefing that we had. Thank you for the information. I too, like probably everyone up here, am excited that you guys will get some much needed improvements and support. I also have the same heartburn over the $821,000 parking lot. I'm curious what percentage of that cost was design? How much of that cost is actually going to improve the situation out there?
Right, let's have Ram explain that. Also, embedded in these costs, a third-party cost for Ram. This engineering didn't have the capacity to do this additional project, so we've hired Ram to be kind of the Jeff Edmonds staff person. So the costs include his time to design and project oversee. So Ram, can you explain that part?
Was this a selection under the master service agreement?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So overall, you take that number right there, right? And you allocate a certain percentage to procurement, city staff, and everything that goes apart. So you got to take away about 30% of that. That's going to go into City Hall for all the management staff and accounting and front-end documents and bids, CivicCast. And then design fees are maybe, I don't know, 6.25%, 5.25% overall of that full number.
30% to City Hall for administration?
No, that's, our figures are like 12%. You know, Jeff Edmonds is 12%. I think you're including, when you include the 10 to 12%, depending on the size of the project, that's the staff oversight, the inspection services. So RAM's going to do all of that, and then the design fee is 10% generally of the construction costs. Yeah.
Where I am is of course, I agree that all of these things are priorities. As I described in my one-on-one with the department, my first preference, because this cost rivals completely outfitting and equipping one building with climate control.
Yeah.
It rivals that for one full building.
Yeah.
To me, that's a more direct impact on the quality of care that we provide. And so I'm not saying the parking lot's not a priority. I think it's a huge priority, especially when you're trying to contain sanitation concerns. My first priority would be to perhaps utilize that $821,000 for another air conditioner. I know we walked through some of those examples, but that would have been my first priority. And then to perhaps make this parking improvements something we can put on the next fiscal year budget.
Councilman, we did have a consultant study the issue for a year. This is in line with her assessment. So while it seems like it's just a parking lot, it's more than that, and that the animal care officers, whom we have a hard time keeping on staff because of the toughness of the job, for them to have to come into the job site every day and go through a real rough parking lot, for them to have to wash the vehicles that every day after they pick up all the animals.
Is there no way, kind of like what Councilmember Hernandez was saying, we could do, you know, a very simple improvement there, invest that money into the care side, and then do a more robust upgrade?
There is, but you'd be doing it twice, you know. So
Sure.
our goal is to do it once and do it right with quality.
Sure.
But this has a bigger impact that you don't see. Of course, we can easily think of the animals in the kennels, and that's easy for us to think in our mind. But what we don't see are the employees that already don't even want to come to work, right?
And
It's a tough
I
job.
want to support them.
Right, and so supporting the employees, making sure they have the correct work environment helps to protect investments of hiring them, of training them, of making sure when we get a call for a pack of dogs that we can go send somebody to pick them up because they're there working. So it's the whole totality. I think the air conditioning, if we do, as RAM has recommended, one building, we can see how does it work, because really these buildings were built to not have AC. So this design is going to be somewhat of a trial run of sorts. So once we get that first one done, then we can program money for a second one, and we can see what do we have to modify in the AC. Rather than doing two at once, then you might have to go back and modify both. So anyway, that's the plan that's the plan that the professional consultant laid out for us. We had Ram walk the site and double check those. He's the engineer of record. Those assessments from the consultant, that's our recommendation.
I think if it were a different project, I would probably drag my heels in a little bit more. Again, I think my first thing is the quality of care, and I'm not saying that's not the priority in this presentation. I'm not saying that.
We understand.
But I do understand the urgency of this item. Our whole city feels the urgency of this item, so I know you need the support right now. But I would really like to continue that conversation. And for me, one of those staff members, then the three that we're adding, is that community outreach. The sooner we get that in place and working, I think we'd all love to help support them in that messaging and how we can connect to the community. So
right, we agree.
Had to put my 2 cents in there.
Thank you. Yep.
Councilman Kentu.
I'm going to be very blunt. $821,000 for a parking lot. We have other issues in that department. I mean, I just can't understand why we're going to spend $821,000 for a parking lot and not spend that money on kennels, other upgrades inside the shelter. Corpus Christi has full of potholes. I mean, it's no different. And I hardly doubt that employees are not going to go to work because their parking lot's screwed up. Makes no sense. So, and that's my opinion. And I'm not trying to, go at you or anything like that, but $821,000, and then We're gonna spend almost $1 million for a building to put ACs. Like, I know I want it done, but that's a lot of money. You know, for the first time in so many years, we got $4 million to spend. And I just feel like we're spending it. Here, a blank checkbook. I'm gonna give it away. We have so many important issues right now with animals in Corpus Christi. There's animals dying every day for space. Like, no, like, we gotta do better than $821,000 for a parking lot. Let's put the parking lot to the side. It's been like that for how many years?
If I may?
Sure.
So the parking lot is not just a parking lot. It is a field maintenance yard. So the operations that we conduct in that area include sanitizing the vehicles. So when the animals come in, we bring them in on the trucks. The animals may be sick, they may have contagious parasites on their bodies, any number of things. We have to use that space to disinfect and sanitize those trucks. So that means that everything that is contaminating on those trucks is washed off into a very crevicey, porous surface that we then can't sanitize. And so as we're bringing the animals in, we're walking them across. And so we're taking them through a contaminated environment into our facility, hoping that they're not getting sick. If we make these changes that we're asking for, we would have a designated space, not just for animal unloading, but for washing our vehicles and equipment, which then eliminates the risk of cross-contamination that we currently are experiencing.
So having new blacktop will fix all that stuff.
It's not just new blacktop, sir.
What is it?
So there's a wash bay, which would have a designated space for us to wash our trucks and equipment
So this
away from.
821 is the wash bay too?
It is part of the project. The wash bay is part of the project.
So how much does the parking lot cost?
So the parking lot cost specifically, Here, last page, thank you, ma'am. 275. I'm so sorry, sir. I'm speaking on the staff.
No, you're okay. No worries.
It's going to be in concrete too, just.
So the actual like hard cost for the actual work itself, you're around 275 to about 325. So, I mean, the parking lot's going to be done for a relatively good cost.
Yeah.
It's just all the secondary parts involved into it.
Look, I'm really happy we found this money. I really am, and it's way better than we've been having for years. And I'm just frustrated because I just feel like the city is just writing these big old checks, don't care, and just fix it. $1 million, ACs, no problem. Like, it just doesn't make sense. And I just feel like we need to do more with this money than what we're doing right now. Like, I just feel like we're just overspending.
So I'm gonna watch the project. I'm gonna make sure it gets bid out properly. We get competitive numbers, even the subcontractors, if we go that route. But we are gonna try to go IDIQ on the concrete pavement. So maybe a two-part where we do the underground at first, and then we do the IDIQ to come do the payment. So we may have some savings at the very end.
Yeah.
But we are gonna watch it.
Councilman, Councilman Cantu, there is a little bit of city oversight as well, so we're just.
And I get it, Peter. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't understand why we spend so much money on stuff there's so many businesses out there who wants to work with the city, and I'm sure they can get a way better price, you know, and I'm just tired of the taxpayer always overspending, like spending their money, you know, and I just, $821,000 for parking lot, you know, and a wash bay. I mean, golly, that's a lot of money. That's just it just blows my mind. It really does. But it is what it is. You know, if somebody backs me up on a motion to get this off, I do it right now. But I just $821,000 for a parking lot and a wash bay. It's too much money.
So, can y'all give us a comparison? You know, I hear what the councilman's saying, but that's based on what? I mean, it's too much money based on what? So get, you know, not today, but that's like saying, well, that house costs too much. Well, but what kind of house is it? What is there? What's inside? Is it a tile roof? Is it a shingle roof? So compare houses for us, because we don't know. No one up here is an engineer. No one up here pours concrete or asphalt. So in fairness, because $800,000 is a lot, But Cynthia just said this is not just a parking lot. This is more than a parking lot. So let's separate it out. And I know, and I don't want to do it here. Today, I mean, is not the day for that, but I would like this council, and I would like that information. What does that parking lot cost, right, per square foot? I don't know how y'all do it. So that, you know, if I'm shopping for a 30-year shingle roof versus a 20-year versus a 15-year, I can see, right, what I'm comparing to. So give us a little something like that, because I understand the comments. I just don't know what we're comparing it to when we say that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money for what? I mean, we need to know the square footage or however you do it for parking lot plus the other amenity that it has, which is very important. You know, that, what is it called?
Wash bay.
The wash bay. Right, right. Okay, so if you can bring that back to us. Councilwoman Vaughn. No, we have two people. Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, we did, Councilwoman, concrete.
Didn't do concrete and did what, Khalid?
Well,
I know.
Yeah, Ram could answer that if you did alternate asphalt, not concrete.
What's the difference? Because, I mean, we do some of our residential streets like that.
The answer, would it work? Yes. But our intention is to do the, vehicular traffic for the 18-wheeler drop-off. And we don't have that much traffic on a daily basis on a small residential street. Here you will. And the other part, they wash their cars in front of their houses, but here you're going to have constant water migration to the top. So to prevent that, we're going to have a concrete surface to mitigate that and transfer that water to the catch basin and the storm sewer and sanitary.
It may be a little more expensive, but it's a better investment for the taxpayer. It would have a longer life. I think is the answer.
And I get that, but I'm like they are. I hate to do it.
I know.
I know it's expensive because we just did asphalt for like 30-something miles, 3 miles, I think, at the ranch, and I almost fell over. But it's nothing like this, and it's good. It costs like $142,000 just for 3 miles. You couldn't have done any cheaper, could you?
For caliche?
Yeah, asphalt.
Asphalt.
Mm-hmm. But it works and it lasts.
Yeah.
Question on the building that they're going to do let me find it here. The Kennel Building 3 and Administration Building improvements. What are they doing to the administration building?
So they had a project a few years back. They did the interior units. You know how the houses have 2 units? You got the outside and indoor unit. They only replaced the exterior units. And they should have all been replaced at one given time. However, maybe the budget was an issue. So we're going to go back and finish that work and replace all the units that are outside. Go back inside and try to condition the mezzanine a little bit more appropriately. Go do a little bit of bypass stuff to make it work, but it's really mainly based on air conditioning and roof replacement.
Okay, so the air conditioners that you're going to replace outside are still working?
They are barely.
Barely working?
They are 20-plus years old.
Oh, they did good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the question.
And Councilwoman, can I just add to that? While we call it an administration building, that's where the customers come in.
Everybody.
Yeah, everybody. It's an all points on building. Everybody that needs anything comes into that building. So it's really our front face of the operation.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a lot of money, but with all the things that we've got going on, it's not going to go real far. I think what we've got here is going pretty far. I'm not thrilled about the parking lot, but I get the value of having it because of sanitation. I do. But Eric, welcome to government. I was just like you when I got on the first time. I thought, good Lord. But that's the way they do government. It's unfortunate. The state ought to do something about it so that doesn't happen, but they do because they can. Mayor, I haven't talked to you about this. But those positions and stuff, we visited about the animal control.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if we can, approve it, but make sure that those positions are filled by the new director when she comes in. I just think she should have that opportunity to have her own staff and figure out what positions she needs.
Right.
Just a suggestion, and do we have to put that?
Yeah, that's always ideal, Councilwoman. So our recruiter, the recruitment for this phase here may take 2 or 3 more phases, but closes, I think it's this week. So if we think we can hire the director relatively quickly, I would agree with that. But if it looks like it's going to be months, then we may want to, I'm telling you, we just tried to interview for 4 positions, assistant city manager, a health director, an airport director, and one other one, and we're having to go back out again because the quality of the candidates is not there. Or they're taking a job somewhere else.
That's unfortunate. I hope you move our animal director up to the top of your list.
It's the #1 priority.
Is it really?
Yeah, right now, because we're having to go back out for the other 3. I think the animal care is the 4th executive position we're recruiting for. But I'll tell you, if anybody's listening, we're putting a very generous package together to include a company vehicle, a clothing allowance, probably one of the highest paid positions in the city. And other incentives to recruit somebody here. We heard it from Jan Glickman. This is a tough profession, and the amount of people that are willing to work in these leadership roles is very small. And there's choice. And so San Antonio just filled their director not too long ago. So we're putting in this very generous package, and I hope that will help.
But you have people that applied, you have a good number that applied, but y'all have not vetted them yet, is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, so the recruiter, the one we're using, won't share anything until they have, that's just part of their process. They close the recruiting process, and while that's happening, they're evaluating candidates, but soon after this week, they'll tell us how many viable candidates. They'll generally start sharing information. They just don't share information along the way.
So after they do that, are they going to come to you to be interviewed?
Yeah, so what they do is they'll probably have, if we do have, say, 6 candidates or maybe more, and then we'll work with the recruiter to say, with his or her help, to say of these 8, I think these 6 are worth interviewing, and then we'll do an interview. We may do a WebEx interview just to generally see if we want to screen some out, basically. And then from there, we'll bring in the candidates for in-person interviews. Yeah, and it will include things like meeting. We're going to have a stakeholder panel with animal care partners and advocates in the community. They won't make the decision on who to hire, but they'll give us advice.
That's good.
We'll include the Animal Care Advisory Board as another group that can meet the candidates. But I just want to caution us again, this is a tough spot to fill positions, as evidenced by the 3. We have just had to go back out for an assistant city manager, a public health director, and the airport director was still in the process, but one of the finalists just withdrew and took a job somewhere else.
I just hate that it's taking so long. It just seems like a long time to interview people and.
Well, it's the whole process. It's like 4 to 6 weeks if you want to get a viable candidate in, then 2-3 weeks to interview, and then one candidate we just interviewed recently wanted to take 5 months to relocate here, and we unfortunately said, no, sorry, we're interviewing to hire somebody right now, not in October.
Well, I'm glad you scrapped her.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I forgot to mention this on this last one. When you identified on page 3 about the sources for the certificates of obligation, you show $1,894,000. In the CIP page for design that you're repurposing shows $1,271,000. Now, I understand there's some more repurposing from some other projects. So the issue I had, and this is to Peter. Okay. These things need to be identified if there's money sitting out there that were unused or were sold certificates of obligation that need to be kind of refunded. They shouldn't just be sitting there. They should either pay off our certificates of obligation or actually, brought to our attention. And this is kind of similar to when we had a bunch of money sitting out there for past bond projects that were just sitting in an account, and engineering was using it as I'll use the term slush fund to make up for other projects, but it should be identified to us as council to understand where that money's sitting.
Yeah, that's why we changed the process, Councilman. We do an annual clearing of all accounts and bring it to council.
Okay, but you don't have it identified as that in this.
Yeah, that one, the staff's going to have to help me. I think the kennels were initially budgeted.
Right.
And then,
well, the kennels were originally budgeted for $1.2 million.
Right. And then there's some additional funds that were added to it. And I don't know,
yes,
Heather,
that was it was savings from a 2022 facility maintenance CIP project.
Okay.
$740,000.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying.
I don't think the budget page was updated, is what it was. Yeah. I hear what you're saying, Councilman.
Okay, and I appreciate that, and I'll go back to this parking lot thing, because I think it's been harped on a little bit. You know, government contracting costs 2 and 3 times as much as it does the private sector, okay? And that's why, you know, when I suggested the Public Works in using some of our in-house stuff, it'd be much cheaper. And I understand we want to do concrete, and there's some drainage improvements that need to be done, but we can do that as well. I just had a drainage project off of Snow Goose, actually Grand Central, not too long ago, where we put in a drainage to help an area drain with a pipe going into a channel. So I think there's some things that we can do internally that at a much lower cost, but we need to ask those questions. And that's what I'm saying, is that I didn't realize some of the drainage issues along with this, and forgive me for that. But even then, if you're $200,000 for, you know, a parking lot, and she did 3 miles for $142,000, you know, it's kind of hard to swallow that kind of expense when those savings could be spent somewhere else. And I don't know how we change this. I don't know how we look at it, but I want you to look at in-house.
Right. That's what, you know, in-house, we know in our streets program, when I got here 6 years ago, we were doing pretty much zero in-house work in streets. So we know that there's a 20 to 30% markup for profit and overhead and that with the private sector. And so there's a balance there, Councilman. So we're not sure of Public Works availability. It'd be on an overtime basis. They don't pour concrete. You know, so there's a whole bunch of things.
And there's concrete, actually, there's a section of concrete there already.
There is. What they did is somebody filled the pothole with a piece of concrete. They poured concrete to the pothole.
It was patchwork.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't a platform. It was, for some reason, they used concrete to fill an asphalt pothole.
Probably got tired of it not maintaining.
Maybe that's what it was, yeah.
Right, so, but I mean, like I said, we did this over Development Services.
You did, but it was very different. That was a thin overlay.
They had potholes that look like swimming pools too.
This is less than potholes. It's the quality of care for the animal. As Cynthia said, it's the quality of care for the employee. These are vehicles that are coming in and out all day long. Turning radiuses eat up asphalt like nobody's business. So the vehicles are backing in, pulling out, turning around. That just eats and eats and eats. That's why the concrete's basically washing away right now.
And I wish we had this conversation when we were talking about concrete versus asphalt streets.
Well, that's why a lot of our streets you see are concrete right now, you know, in the community.
Okay, so how many yards of concrete for this parking lot?
I don't know that.
No?
No, I can't pull that number off.
What's the total dimension of the parking lot?
I don't have that. I mean, I did all these cost estimates last week. We did square footage, cost per unit rate, cost for concrete, for the rebar, for the catch basin, for the line, holy water separator. We did all that breakdown already, and we came up with that general number.
Maybe we can get Moses over here to do rolled concrete.
Is he still there?
Roller compacted concrete.
Huh?
Roller compacted concrete.
Roller compact concrete. I shortened it up.
I know.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. So if you can get us that number, I want to know what it is on a per square foot basis.
Okay, we'll email it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess when I was being briefed on this, I just noticed now that we are using certificates of obligation when we just heard the city manager 3 weeks ago say that we were moving away, and here we are, our first meeting back, and it's included.
Yeah,
do you want to speak on that?
I'm more than happy to. So these were, what I said is we won't be issuing, although Councilwoman Vaughn and others said, well, you let us, decide. But what I said is no additional COs beyond what's in the budget. So the animal care kennels were budgeted a year ago. Yeah, so what I said is no new COs.
Okay.
Yeah, right. So these are reprogramming COs that were programmed for the kennel expansion project. And so instead of doing that, we're saying reuse them for this work, some of this work.
Okay, well, only because I had asked for the agenda item from 3 weeks ago, I want to say it's 17, I think the next one, that I am going to reverse my vote because of the certificates of obligation, because I'm trying, we're trying to be fair, even though we know, everyone knows how bad, animal care services has been. I mean, thank God that we are finally getting some attention, some much needed attention. But at the same time, we do need to be prudent, and we do need to be transparent, with our constituents, and let them know that this is, how we are using taxpayer money, that, they have a say on how this is being used. So that is my reservation in this vote. I mean, I'm totally for this project, but the use of the certificates of obligation, I'm like, oh man, I can't believe that I'm placed on this spot again. So again, I'm still mulling it over. So thank you.
Councilman Paxton.
Thank you, Mayor. Tag you're it, sorry you're the ones here during the discussion, but it's something that we talk about on a lot of items, and I think, the objective question is a parking lot and an air conditioning setup. The price tags is almost $1 million each. I think what Councilmember Cantu, the frustration that he's trying to articulate is that it is almost $1 million to put climate control on an existing building. And I know when we sat down, you explained some things that I wasn't even familiar with, like the additional air returns that you need because you are dealing with public safety, because this is animals. It's not just a home where you would be installing airdrops and returns based on square footage and rooms. You're talking about living creatures and disease control. So that's great information. That was helpful for me to understand that this is now, that tells me a more robust unit than I'm used to dealing with. But again, it's $1 million to put air conditioning in a building. And I know that there's some insulation and some equipping, but I'm almost like, well, dadgum, we could go back and build a whole brand new state-of-the-art thing for $1 million. But Peter, this is something that we've talked about a lot.
Yeah.
Is saying, when we go out for bid for this type of thing, and I know we utilize master service agreements for this, and we typically do that to expedite the process. We found this funding. Council indicated it was a huge priority. We needed expediency of time. But I think being able to build in these caps as we do these bids, I don't know I really don't know what another mechanism is, because regardless of which public entity you're working in as a government, the cost is astronomical.
Well, one thing we did in my prior place where I was in San Antonio is the council there had the same questions, and we did a study to see how much more is the price when the contractor works for the city because of city required things, because of state required add-ons and federal required add-ons, and it was about 25 to 30%. And we demonstrated it with sample projects. So in San Antonio and other places, there's a living wage that you want to pay. There's federal minimums that you have to pay, Davis-Bacon wages. We require insurances. We require a whole lot of legal, so there's it just keeps getting added on and on and on from the federal government, the state government, the local government, and it turns into like we can get that paper, it was 30%.
But I know there's been so many times going through agenda, and it says this is our engineer's estimate, estimate. There's some times where we get a bid that comes in low or comparable.
No, a couple of times,
There's a lot of times it's much higher. And so for us, if we're saying this is what we're interested in paying, starting to hold that line. And I don't know what a better answer to that, but I think I just wanted to say we all want animal control services to have these upgrades, but we all share the frustration. It's really hard to say $1 million for an air conditioner and because we want it to go further. We just want it, that's all.
And we do too. Nobody, we do as well.
Right.
And just to add to your comment, so the facilities for the kennels, there's a lot of water infiltration through the day. which does not help an air conditioning system. So we're hosing down the kennels two times a day, maybe more. At home, nobody's hosing down the kitchen floor, the living room. So, so there's a lot of moisture being added into this facility, and so they need the right type of system to get all that moisture out.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Councilman Cantu.
How big is this building that we're putting the AC on?
It's about 3,500 square feet.
How many tonnage is it?
Well, right now there's 0 tonnage. They're not conditioned.
I know, but how many tonnage does 3,500 feet?
For them, we'll probably put in no more than a 7.5 ton, but probably be about 4 ton.
Unit?
Unit. But it's going to be, you're going to have to dehumidify it. We're going to have to modify the doors, make sure we specialize the dog doors. Right now, they're all entirely open. Imagine having a 3,500 square foot home with one wall missing and trying to condition it.
Yeah, because
that's hard.
I literally just paid for a 15-ton carrier unit installed at one of my partner's location in the Valley, which is Valley prices, but I'm sure they come to Corpus. $21,200, man,
right,
for a 15-ton. It bothers me. I got some questions for you. Is our cremating machine fixed yet?
So the technician is actually here today.
He is here today.
They just notified me that it was repaired.
Awesome. Good. And then,
Wait, Councilman, just so people could hear that, because so the crematorium has been fixed as of today?
Yes.
Just since they wasn't on the,
good.
Yeah.
I know the recommendations from City Gate was 54 employees or extra employees or something like that?
It was 15 extra.
15 extra?
15. And with this mid-year adjustment, we would be adding 3 of those 15.
Okay. And then, what are we doing for a vet?
So right now we have a contract. We have contract vets coming in. We're outsourcing. They're coming in once a week. We're trying to do twice a week. And so they're coming in providing services for us.
So when you need a vet, what do we go to?
So if we don't have one scheduled and an animal comes in injured, then we take them to VCA OSO clinic.
That's an expensive vet.
Yes, it is.
Is it true that within 24 hours you guys spend about $5,000 to $6,000? No?
That is not true.
Okay. Okay. I'm just making sure, because they are expensive. I mean, I take Bella there like once a month because I overreact sometimes and my bill's like $2,000. Thank God for health insurance for pets. Okay. I just wanted to make sure because when I heard that number, I was a little concerning.
No.
Okay. Is there anybody else in town that we could make a deal with besides?
So we have tried to reach out, and we will continue to try to reach out and make other partnerships, but as of right now, VCA OSO is the partner that we use.
Okay.
Oh, and yes, and they are the only 24-hour clinic,
Yeah, that's, yeah.
and we are a 24-hour service.
Maybe we need to build an ER for the pets for the city of Corpus Christi. Provide reasonable prices.
One step at a time, Councilmember. One step.
Okay. I think that is, where are you guys going to put the washing deal at, to rinse off the trucks or whatever the case is? Is it in the very back of the parking lot in the corner somewhere?
No, it's going to be in between 2 of the buildings where there is an existing, well, no, not really. You want to describe it?
So we're gonna go out there, finish the investigation. If we can try to locate it between the 2 buildings and try to reuse an existing sanitary line, we only have to add a Ole water separator. But if we can't tie into it properly, we're gonna have to put it on the west side of that parking lot. Yeah, we're gonna try an avenue where we can try to reuse some of the pavement, but if we can't, we're gonna go shoot for the west side.
Okay.
Try to greenfield it.
And not too many people talking about cats. Are we okay with cats' space? Like, do we have kennels for cats?
We do. We have 39.
And cats take care of themselves. I mean,
They do, but
they
we
really
take care of them very well.
Okay.
So we do have 39 cat kennels, and we have an isolation spot for cats.
And we're okay with kennels with cats right now?
As of right now, yes.
Good. Okay. And then cremating machine is good. And we're going to order another one with this money, right?
Yes, we are.
How long does that take to get in?
That just depends, because cremation machines are built in different areas of the city, and there's only certain cremation manufacturers.
Yeah, in the
So-
country, they're only built in certain.
Oh, around the country, I'm sorry, around the country.
And it wasn't that much, right? It was like 150?
It comes out to about 300.
Oh, 300,000?
Yes.
For the
Because we have to make,
installation, Councilman, to install it and everything, yeah.
And the warranty's pretty good?
well, sometimes, some of these manufacturers say they last a lifetime, but we have to look at which one.
So
we
China
purchase.
says?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you, guys, and I'm sorry, it's my passion about it, and I just don't want to spend the money that we could spend on something else, you know, like kennels. Like, I don't know where y'all buy your kennels at, but I went on market place, and there's a lot of kennels, nice kennels for really cheap, just saying. So, but I just thank you for everything you guys are doing and trying to fix this mess that we're in. Thanks.
And Councilman and Mayor, if I could, as RAM, you could hear RAM, things aren't 100% engineered out. So as pricing comes in and if costs come in less, the money is going to stay in animal care. So it's quite probable we'll come back to reprogram savings for another project. So any savings in design or construction,
Will
and
stay.
they're not going out
RAM.
and just spending, trying to buy the most expensive thing. So as we anticipate savings, come back with another project. Yeah.
We're going to keep them working.
Thank you, Peter. Katie, just real quick, we have two more comments, and then we're going to move on. When we sat with you and Cynthia and we talked, you guys, I had suggested to reach out to animal medical. I think VCA, I get it, they're not the only 24, though.
They are the only 24-hour.
Isn't there one on airline?
It's
It
closed.
is?
Yes, ma'am.
So they're the only one?
The only one.
Okay, but what about, you guys were going to reach out to them? I guess, but that was just a partner, Cynthia, was that?
Just a partner.
Just for services, like an injured animal?
Yes.
Because VCA is very expensive.
VCA is expensive. They do give us a discount, and we have enacted some agreements with them that have lowered our office visit costs from about $130 to $100. So we've made some savings there, but I have not had the opportunity to call, I believe
Animal
it was-
medical.
Yeah.
But again, so VCA is kind of the sole, any hurt animal, anything goes there?
Yes, ma'am. Unless it is an exotic, then we have to make an appointment. So like we had some rabbits, we have to make an appointment with an exotic vet. But they have an existing account with us. We're able to go pay them and get the services. And then a lot of our injuries do come in overnight or on the weekends after a typical clinic is closed. And so that's where we get a lot of business there.
Okay, well, let us know on the other animal medical. Thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn, and then Roy, and then we'll
Real quick.
wrap it up.
Ram, I've got one more question. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight because it's going to nag me. Asked you how many yards of concrete you did for the parking lot, and you couldn't tell us.
No.
How do you base the cost for concrete if you don't know what the yardage is?
Well, we have the estimate broken down.
But you don't know it?
No, I don't.
I'm amazed. You don't know it. You're a man. They usually know all that stuff. They put it in the back of their brain, and they remember that stuff. Women don't, but men usually.
No, not that one.
Okay.
I'm not going to go home and do my makeup.
Okay,
either.
I really
Fine.
do want to know what the yardage is, so please don't forget to let us know.
We're going to email that to the full council, the cost per concrete
Okay.
and the yard.
You got it?
Yeah.
You don't need to send it to me.
Councilmember Aaron, we're going to.
You wouldn't want to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. And then Councilman Roy? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
This question is directed to staff or anyone. When I visited the facility, the lot that was adjacent that you showed me that was just kind of grass and dirt and all that, is that part of this whole parking lot thing?
This
Will
is
that
not.
be- That's not. So
This is
it's going to stay where it's at. What was the
Yeah.
feature again that you want for that? What was the dream for that area?
The dream was the new kennels. That is where the new 30,000 square foot, 200 kennel building was going to be built.
And that's on hold.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's kind of canceled at this point.
Yeah, I knew that was canceled, but I didn't know if you were then going to decide, okay, we'll make a larger parking lot.
Nope.
Because I was trying to envision the space that you're talking about as far as, and the cost. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to mention, and again, one of the things I try to do is look at the big picture. and I've talked about this before, and I can't help but thinking about our conversation maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago with engineering when it came to hiring staff, because one of the things we were talking about, Jeff, is how fast you could hire staff. And that one, when we were trying to hire 20 people and you gave us like 2 months, we can't get 3 people hired in 6 months. So it is a challenge. I think it's harder to hire people nowadays, and I don't know why that is. I'm not a HR expert. Maybe people want to work, maybe they don't want to work. I don't know what the solution is to that. But trying to get qualified people to come and work and take on a position of responsibility, it's tough. So I'm sympathetic with that. The other thing is again, and I go back and I talk about historically in the city, if you take a look at where we've come from, we used to vend out our street sweepers. We used to vend out the guys that were cutting the grass. The Parks and Rec, for the most part, had independent contractors for everything. And so we pulled these things in, and I think it's been shown time and time again that if we pull those things in, that the city can do those things for a more cost-effective way. And so I understand what Council Member Hernandez is talking about as far as trying to see, can we use the other departments to try to get some of the things done. I do think at the end of the day, whatever we can do to continue to bring things in-house, what we can do to continue to keep costs down, because it is limited. But we beat this particular topic to death, and I also think we've got to be frugal, because if we were to go out here and we were to put this parking lot in, and then we turn around and go out, and that's the thing that gets me so much, is I'll go to a certain area and I say, man, we just did that street like 3 years ago, and now I'm looking at the street and I can't believe I got to call in one in Carolyn's neighborhood. I was supposed to call in today, and I'm like, oh my God, already we've got potholes, we got this, we got that. And so I'm trying to figure that whole concrete versus asphalt deal out. I know we've had multiple conversations over that. And we just, somebody told me when you buy cheap, you always buy. And so I know that there's a happy medium to that. But we got to be cost conscious, because if you look at the report we had earlier on the budget, we didn't hit our mark on several things. So we were expecting some things to come in and we'll get a higher revenue base, and we didn't do that. So we've got to be able to ask those questions. Does the budget, the money, we have to be good stewards. That's really 80% of why we should be here as council members. So I've said enough. Just keep doing what you guys are doing. I'm glad that there's improvements. I'm actually in the market myself to go find another dog. The dog I have now is a shelter dog. And my son's in the process of, hopefully in about 3 or 4 years, he'll be applying for that vet job here locally.
Nice.
But he took his dog with him, and so we're trying to find a mate for our current dog. But you guys keep doing the good job. I was really actually surprised. I don't know what I expected to really see, but your campus was immaculately clean and well taken care of. And I really do think you're doing the best with what you have. So keep doing a good job. And but there's always room for improvement. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Councilman. So thank you all very much. Actually, you can actually sit down now. So we have a motion, we have a second. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make any comment on item number 18? Okay, there being no one, again, we have a motion and a second, so everyone please submit your vote.
Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, the
Sorry.
motion,
Oh,
did we miss?
Gil. Okay, I'm sorry.
What
I closed voting before Mr. Hernandez had voted. So would you care to vote? Sorry about that.
Just vote.
Did you vote no?
Verbally.
Okay. For the record, Mr. Hernandez voted no.
Okay. All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Item number 18, we're pulling, so we're going to skip right over that. Item number 19 is discussion regarding the usage of a current mayor's name for a city-sponsored event. Councilwoman Campos?
Yes,
I'm
thank-
sorry, and this was requested by Councilwoman Campos?
Yes.
Eric Cantu and Gil Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to just kind of go back in history of the city having the 4th of July event. And after looking at the history and actually looking at other cities as well, even though it may be done by the mayor's office or what have you, it's just a city event. And the reason that I would like to either make a motion or I don't know what the proper language would be, but to start or to eliminate the mayor in the 4th of July event. I mean, it should not be, politicized. For me, the 4th of July is, the founding, when we founded our country, and it should not be politicized. So for me, it's not about, you sitting in this chair now, Mayor, but about future, because, it's already done for this year. So I just would like to eliminate the language of inserting that we put mayor or the mayor's name. I think we need to just leave it as the 4th of July Big Bang event, period. So that's the reason that I was bringing it forward. It's something that I have thought about. I know that there was a history of it being done by the Park and Rec, and then it came back to the mayor's office and what have you. And I do understand, I do appreciate what your office has done in the past years. I've attended the Big Bang as a city council woman, and I do appreciate it, the sponsors or what have you, but again, it's about the city, and when staff are calling for sponsors or what have you, it's in behalf of the city. It's not behalf of the mayor. It's the city that's asking for, HEB or Valero, whoever is donating. But again, I just think hopefully, others will agree. And I have been asked about this, and it's just something that I've lived here all my life with, and I've always wondered, what has happened? How did we arrive here that now, the mayor's name is inserted? I just think we need to eliminate that. So I don't know if I need to make a motion or if there's further discussion or what.
So, Councilwoman, it is, this event has been going on obviously for 48, I think it is, years, and it has always been in the mayor's office, and it is not a city-sponsored event. It is the mayor's office who does the work, who does and many volunteers, by the way, many volunteers. I don't know how the name is so relevant. I don't even know what to say about that, honestly, because again, this is about the 4th of July. It's about the work that's being put forth through the mayor's office. It is all private sponsorships. There are no city dollars, right, that are put forth. So is it coordinated with the city? Sure, it's coordinated with the city, just like many other events are. But it is not a city-sponsored per se event. And so my title, it's Mayor Paulette Guajardo. That's my title. So I'm not, I don't feel that what you're asking has a whole lot of basis, because, to really think about, the whole thing is about the 4th of July. It's about celebrating our country. It isn't necessarily about anything else, but because you're bringing this up, I think it's worth noting that this is not, this is an event sponsored by the mayor. That's as simple as it gets. I don't know how else to explain it.
Okay, well, okay, unless it's reported on your, campaign or what have you, because I don't think it's in your campaign reports that you get donations for this particular event. I mean, I didn't check into your.
No, I don't get donations, Councilwoman.
The city does.
Office,
The
right.
office, okay, the city of Corpus Christi, not the mayor,
No,
but
I don't.
no, the office itself.
No, ma'am, it's not the city of Corpus Christi. It is an account that's for this event. It is separate from the city.
I don't know where, I couldn't find where this check or whoever is making these donations, I couldn't find it. So is there a number, a check donation number, Peter, where Valero is saying, okay, we'll donate 50,000 and there is no.
Yeah, this is not a city, I don't have any oversight over this. It's not a city. It's more of a campaign, I think, thing. So you're going to have to ask the mayor or Miles.
Exactly. So I don't think, that's why.
It's not a city, yeah.
Okay, but some of our sponsors, like I said, HEB, Valero, what have you, how do they make those donations? Because they are on the sponsors. Yeah.
Yeah, they write a check, and I'd have to tell you exactly what it's to, but it's I think it's an account for the 4th of July, Big Bang.
Well, I don't think I was aware of a check account for just the Big Bang event.
Well, I'm happy to give you that exact name, and again, had you reached out prior.
I did.
I had I have an issue, and that's neither here or there at this point. You're, exercising your right, but we can certainly get that for you. Yes,
Okay,
Miles.
well, and I did reach out to you and let you know that I was putting this on
you did.
Yeah, on our agenda. So I'll go ahead and let others speak.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood how this was all supposed to happen. When I first got on council several years ago, Mayor McComb was responsible for this particular thing, but he would never include his name on it. It would just be the mayor's Big Bang, because I think he was worried that it could be misconstrued as campaign contributions, because it's in July when we file for the position. So if you have your name on all these T-shirts and all these banners, it can be construed as a campaign. At least from what I understand, Mayor McComb was concerned about that, so he didn't include his name on it. Do we have some sort of maybe position on that, from a legal position or from the Ethics Commission, or including your name on an event that could be considered campaign contributions or in-kind campaign contributions?
Constitutionally, the mayor is the ceremonial head of state for the city. That's always been the case. The name is going to be incidentally contained within that. I think there are some Ethics Commission opinions on the use of photos and newsletters that we can get for y'all, but I don't think any of those ethics opinions discuss names per se, merely using names on a community celebration, because a community celebration, well, that's what a ceremonial head of state does.
Is there any tracking of the funds that go into this particular project? Obviously, Peter said he doesn't track it. Where is it tracked?
I was looking at Heather. Do we?
In my office.
Does Miles but does it go into a city bank account?
Because, it's in my office. Mm-hmm.
So is that not accounted for in like some sort of contributions, or how do we?
A contribution for what, Councilman?
Anytime you don't have any kind of oversight, and I'm not saying this is the case with you, I'm just saying that, we had a 27-day mayor here that, I don't know what he was thinking, but there's no oversight on the funds that come in from the donations. There's no accounting via the, like campaign contributions. The city staff doesn't look at it. I think it does lend itself to some questions. And like I said, I'm not accusing anybody of anything. It just, it just may open us up to some issues. And I don't know, maybe we could get some opinion on that. We could do some research on utilizing a name right before an election on, a very well-publicized and utilized event. Like I said, Mayor McComb only used the term Mayor's Big Bang and never used his personal name on the event. Maybe we could go back to that.
Well, I'm glad you're bringing him up, because unless you can quote him, I don't know if he did or didn't, or prior to him. I think that you're completely incorrect. Well, I don't do T-shirts, and I have a chief of staff and have a thorough accounting of all funds. So this is not something, it's actually offensive to say that we could, I think that's what you're saying, that you don't have to answer that these funds could go towards contributions. I mean, I'm not even sure where that's coming from, but we'll move on. Actually, Mark Scott has a question or comment. Mr. Scott.
Hey, Mayor, I'll be quick. It's getting late. Hey, listen, I don't care if you have names on it, names not on it. I just know I don't want to go out and raise whatever it is, $100,000. And what concerns me about this conversation is if I'm Valero or HEB or whoever else the sponsors are, whether I want to make a contribution to an effort that has this perceived, I guess, controversy associated with. I'm just glad it happens. I never really thought about, I go way back with different mayors. I never thought about whose name was on it or not. I just appreciated that somebody took the time to make the calls, to get the contributions, and I knew I didn't want to make those calls, and so I don't have an issue. So just wanted to weigh that in before we got too far.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. So in another municipality, the firework demonstration is a community holiday. It's a community event. A city department goes out and receives the bids for the pyrotechnician services. Those go through the city. If they're offset with sponsorship dollars, that goes through the city. But all of that is done doing business as the city. So to me, I think what the specific mayor that we're serving with right now, something that you're very gifted at, Mayor, is public perception. You're very good at validating the community member. You're very good at connecting to the community member. That's a gift. I think in past, mayors have grappled with trying to bridge the connection between community and government and doing that well. And I think, to your credit, you do that masterfully well. I think that this item is asking the event, however, to return its focus to the community. And I'm not saying that the intention from the mayor's office was to deviate from that. I think that there's council members that perceive that it could be thought as such. So I actually did serve once on the Mayor McComb's Big Bang Committee. And so it was called the Mayor's Big Bang because his office put in the hours ad nauseum to do this production. And it took so many departments. It took so many volunteers. It took days and months and weeks to plan because it's a huge event. And I'm a big proponent to giving credit where credit's due. So I think the name, the Mayor's Big Bang, is an attribute to the men and women in your department who go often unseen, but do a lot of work. And I think the fact that the fireworks show is the city of Corpus Christi's Independence Day celebration, it should maintain a certain level of standalone. It should be, if we walked away from this item, my preference would be, now that we've put it on the table, what do we do with it? It's already been advertised this year. There's this opinion, there's that opinion. What do we do with it? I think, moving forward, the thought process here was turn the focus back to it being simply the city. And again, I don't think the comment was made that this was a standalone campaign that the city doesn't facilitate. Well, that's not facts. The mayor's department is under the city. It is a department within the city. We are elected officials, but we still represent and are under the city. So the mayor's department is no different. So to me, the firework production and all the events therein are a city production for the community. Even if all the costs are offset by sponsors, and we appreciate those sponsors because fireworks are very expensive and everything that goes into them. So I think that moving away from here would be, and I know Ms. Campos, Councilwoman Campos was the one who spearheaded this agenda item and said we're not sure where to move forward with that. I think the motion would be to maintain city branding of the event regardless of the name of the person holding the office. Because, Mayor, you're here, and like I said, you connect to the people very well there. And we had someone come up in public comment and said some very valid things. She did. But one day, one of those little girls will be up here and they will be mayor. And they may not be Mayor Guajardo.
And their name should be on the top, yes.
And that's an opinion, and like I said, you do that branding very well. You connect very well.
Okay.
But if it be the interest of this board, of this council, that for the season we're in now, that this body of leadership would like that event to be branded solely for the city, I think that's the impetus behind this item.
Well, okay. I mean, that's your opinion, and I respect that, and I thank you for your kind words. But my name and title is Mayor Paulette Guajardo, and every state of the city says Mayor Paulette Guajardo. It doesn't, no, we're good. It doesn't just say mayor. And so I understand your point, but I feel that if a mayor is raising all the money, if a mayor is the one reaching out, and by the way, this did go to Parks and Rec for, I don't know, 3 days, because it was too much work. And it was not something, this was years ago, back with Henry Garrett. It bounced right back to the mayor's office because it is, more of a mayor's position to be able to raise money for this to happen, for our families, for our children, for our nation, right, to celebrate that. And so, again, as was mentioned, it just sounds like this is another, what is the term?
Solution in search of a problem.
Solution in search of a problem. I mean, I'm sorry, I think it's very petty, and I think that, again, let's not start, let's not put the agenda, let's not put Mayor Paulette Guajardo to call meeting to order. Let's not do that anymore. So I'm, well, no, but but we're going to go back and forth, and it's 6. So we'll come back, because, yes, but we'll go back, because we'll go back and forth. I have to, because you're giving me your opinion, which I very much respect, but I am, right now, by 3 council members putting this on an agenda saying your name and your title as mayor should not belong on an event that the mayor's office has headed for 48 years. I understand what you're saying. I do understand, but I have to see myself.
But where it's not fair is that you're letting me talk and then you're rebutting me with turning my mic.
We'll go back, because then we're going to keep going back and forth.
Then you should let everybody talk and then you talk.
We're going to come back. Councilman Barrera, your line.
I think first off, if anybody has any questions, they could just call the mayor.
There's another thing.
I mean, but before.
No.
No. I'm just saying that if somebody came to me.
You did it after the fact.
Like let's say, for example, and keep me in line if I drift off too far, Miles. Like the Parks Foundation, PALS, it's a separate foundation. It raises money. I think a lot of those funds go to pay for, Endurance Fest or whatever it is, those things that we have. So I think if anybody has any questions, I know that you can easily reach out to city staff or reach out to the mayor in particular, and it doesn't have to go on the agenda. It just spends a lot of time, and, you know, we look really petty here. I think that's part of the reason that we can't get anybody to come work for us, is because they see this back and forth. And I think this could be solved with a simple phone call. And if you have an opinion that, you know what, you don't want Paulette's name on there, then I think you ought to at least let her know. I think she deserves that level of sincerity.
And it wasn't about her.
Well, that's all I'm saying is, but I think it would be courteous to have the discussion with her prior to, when this idea comes into your mind, and if you have a question about funds or how it's managed or who handles it, how do you raise the money, what account does it go into? I think it's just out of extension of courtesy just to let that individual know. I mean, I have a saying, I telegraph my punches. You know, I mean, I telegraph my punches, and I tell her, everybody knows where I'm at. I mean, everybody knows where I'm at. Whether I be getting something in return for it, as some of my colleague likes to say on the radio, you know, then that's okay. If that's the way he believes, that's the way he believes. But all I'm saying is that just have a conversation, because now we've got, I mean, I guarantee you, in the hours that we've spent on some of this stuff, I mean, I probably, a meeting, a city council meeting probably costs at least $100,000.
Yeah, probably.
You know, but that's the thing I'm saying is that, but, okay, yeah. If the private sector were doing it, it'd be cheaper. But that's the thing I'm saying. A lot of this could be handled with a phone call and a meeting, a breakfast, a coffee, instead of bringing it to all our attention, because I don't think it matters. I mean, you know, and God bless her, you know, she went through she's gone through several tough campaigns. Let her put her name on there. I mean, she's entitled. She's earned the title. And how many people voted for you? Well, I'm just saying that at least 60,000 people agree. 60,000 people agree. And I think it's, like I said, and that's the thing. It just frustrates me that we're here and we're discussing this back and forth. And if the community had a problem with it, then it probably wouldn't be a hit. I think that's the whole thing. I mean, it's a big deal. It's a well-organized event, and I think we wouldn't have any fundraising for it. So I think just by very nature, I mean, it's been a lot more, by the nature of funds that she's been able to raise, it's been a lot more elaborate as a result of that. I mean, I'm just saying that the other ones that I participated in, you know, I've been active in politics for 20 years, you know, and I mean, that's the thing I'm saying. And so I think that it's an entitlement because of the title and all the hard work that goes into it. You know, Joe was a different person. Joe was a different person. Nelda was a different person. 30-day mayor was obviously, 27-day mayor was obviously a different person. I don't know why we're bringing this stuff up. I mean, I don't support the change. You know, I think the mayor, with the respect of winning the office tonight, and she'll tell you, the first 2 years we didn't get along, you know, and we had to have a lot of conversations to be able to get on the same page. I just think this could be handled over coffee or a taco versus spending all the staff time and trying to get a legal opinion on it. I just think it's petty. So, you know, and thank you, Mayor, for putting it on, and thank you for all the hard work. And, you know, I think the public and I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And I appreciate you too.
Well, a little notice would have been nice. Councilman Vaughn.
Okay, I'm having a really hard time with this issue here. I just really don't care. And I get it, well, some people would say don't put your name on it. I get it. But, I mean, I wouldn't do it, I'd just put mayor. But if that's what you want to do, I don't want to strip every piece of authority she's got. I'm just not going to go there. We have got so many other issues to talk about that are so much more important, and we spent a lot of time here. I will just say this, I did a little checking into it whenever this came up. The county, they have an account, and it's similar to it's like a host account, and it's on behalf of the entire court. So I don't think what she's got for an account's illegal. I think you can do that. And if it's not a campaign contribution, it's the way you look at it. And I'm sure the check's written out to the city of Corpus Christi for the Big Bang celebration. So I think we need to move on, guys. We just need to move on. I don't think we need to strip her of all the authority she's got. I just don't. Just my opinion.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Paxson.
Thank you, Mayor. My comments earlier, yes, they were my opinion, but to me, that's why we each have time to speak on an item. I find often, I feel like my role sometimes is to try to hear all the different voices and try to communicate them on one plane. That's something that I'm very passionate about, is uniting people that are different views, different opinions, different walks. And if I see that two sides aren't understanding what each other are saying, I try to jump in there. I agree with Carolyn to an extent. I agree with Sylvia. I think it's up to preference, and that's all I was saying. That's all. The mayor's Big Bang is in office. The name is a person. And I think that was the impetus behind this thought process. And it's not meant, for me, for any of my comments, it is not meant as a slight. It is not meant as disrespect. It is not meant to discredit, because I do have huge respect for you, Mayor. That's all.
Thank you. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, this is not personal, like when I called you, Mayor, this is not, it's already been publicized. This is just for future, so that we can just bring back this event, making it just platonic, the mayor's office or the mayor's, Big Bang. That's it, period. There really wasn't anything controversial. I don't know why we needed to spend so much time on it. But again, I guess my motion would be from here, on, that we not use the mayor's name in any of the publications regarding a city event. So that's my motion. And if nobody,
Okay, we have a motion.
Okay.
We have no second, so it dies.
Okay.
We're moving on.
Wait a minute.
Oh, we're going to do public comment. Yes, come on down if you'd like. We're going to open public comment on item number, where are we? 19.
Susie Luna Saldana. You know what? I was just so proud of you guys doing the issues about the water, taking care of animal things. And you come up with something so minute and disgracing and embarrassing about this issue. Come on, get real. You are actually getting mad because of the mayor's Big Bang. It's always been there. Always been there. And it has been private people that donate to it. Hasn't been the city that sponsors it. It's been the mayors. I know, because I was with Joe when he was out trying to get money for it. And you have to hustle. And it's the personality that gets the people. I want you to concentrate on things that are important, not spend time with petty things. And let me tell you, we have one councilwoman that seems to love petty things, and that's what I'm looking at. And you guys, you that are there, if you want to strip it from now on to say the mayor's Big Bang, then keep it that way. It's always been that way. Mayor Guajardo wanted to have her name on it. She put it on, okay? So, take it off. You have the ability to do it, but don't make it into an issue that takes time from the city, that takes time from important things that you guys should be doing. Okay? This is petty, this is small, this is unbecoming to you. And God, you guys became council people, not kings. So get that through your heads.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Anyone else? Okay. We will close public comment. Councilman, you have a comment? Councilman Roy.
As a leader, as somebody that has served their country, been to war, and the reason why that's so important is that when you're in a position like that, to love something and to do it, even though you don't know if tomorrow's going to come, is important. But empathy is important. And when I see people do what we're doing here, council members that are not empathetic, that will sit here for whatever reason. Oh, okay, it's not that I want to bring this to my attention. It's not that big of a deal, but you go and you get the signatures and you put it on the agenda and you put it out there in the public, but oh, it's not a big deal. It is a big deal, especially when we have council members that have had very personal things happen to them, and when those things were bought out and put out there, then all of a sudden it's like, okay, well, why are you guys talking about me? We have to have empathy. We have to be professional. We have to conduct ourselves because we're supposed to be leaders. And we need to let some of this petty stuff go by. You know, one of the things that my wife told me a long time ago is that choose your battles. And we as a council really need to choose our battles. And that's the only thing I'm saying. It is embarrassing sometimes to sit here and listen to some of the things that we're bringing forward. And I'm just going to say it that way, that it's embarrassing. And I expect better as leaders than going down some of the paths that we go, because it doesn't serve anything. And you know what the sad part about it is, we take a golden egg like this 4th of July celebration. The hard staff at the mayor's office that work on this, endless, long hours, and the staff to put it together, the vendors, the sponsors, and everything. And if I was a sponsor or a vendor, or if I was an individual, I would think twice about supporting it in the future. And that's a shame, because you know who loses out? It's the people of Corpus Christi that lose out. And the sad part about it is today, we heard in public comment earlier, all these people standing up here and they're saying, oh, when I asked my 4th grader, what do they think about Corpus Christi? They say there's nothing to do. Oh, well, you know, ghetto, whatever the case is, all the things that they said. And we have this one thing that we have the ability to do, and do it well, and it's a tradition, and we take that golden egg and we throw it on the ground. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. But I think some people need to sit down tonight and take a good look in the mirror and remember what empathy does mean, because this is just ridiculous. And this is a low point on this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We're going to move on. Oh, well, no, I guess we do have, no, we did that already, sorry. We're moving on to item number 21. This is a non-binding motion of support for awarding the naming rights for the convention center to the entity that offers the most funding to the city for said rights.
We weren't going to do 17?
Where's 17?
That was the briefing.
We skipped around it.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, we didn't do it. Did we skip around that?
I mean, Drew's right there.
Yes, I'm sorry. No. I overlooked it. I'm sorry. Drew, come on up. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're going to go to 17 first. Update on alternative water supply projects.
All right, this is part of our commitment to present to council at least twice a month, or actually every week, that we have a council meeting. Today, Drew is going to be standalone. And then next week, we'll do an update on the desal project, and we'll weave the update in that presentation. But Drew?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to give you a quick briefing. As the city manager just described, our attempt to do this every week. As we know, water is definitely in everybody's minds. So Drew Molly, Chief Operating Officer. This is our drought monitor slide. It's important to put a little perspective in how we're faring with our current drought. Since the last time we presented this, there has been some relief across the state over the last 10 weeks with some much needed rainfall in parts of the state. Lake Texana received some beneficial rain and increased its supply from 77.9% to 82.9%. Even the Colorado has actually had some improvements recently, but I will say the basin does continue to be in severe drought, and we do communicate with the Lower Colorado River Authority on a daily basis as to the conditions of water availability, and it is day to day. As a reminder, it was extremely beneficial that we did secure the Formosa contract a couple months ago, because typically by this time of the year, we're normally granted interruptible water, and that has not happened, and it's not likely to happen. And then, of course, unfortunately, the Nueces River Basin continues to decline in water levels. The combined levels today are at 14.7%, and while it's important to watch those metrics closely, the water supply dashboard that I'm going to talk about here in a second is really the one that accounts for all of our water, not just in the western supplies, but the eastern supplies and some of the new water that we're trying to bring on. So the next slide, we used less water this May of 2025 than last May of 2024. On this slide here, you can see that last month we used 3.22 billion gallons of water. It's on the right side, 3.22 billion gallons of water, or an equivalent of 103.79 million gallons a day. While this time last year, so last May of 2024, we used 3.45 billion gallons in the month, or 111.43 million gallons a day. So this is a testament to changes in behavior. It's a testament to the fact that, unfortunately, while we're in stage 3, the community is trying to do their part, and that includes everybody in our community. CCW does continue to update our website with monthly water usage by customer class so that everybody can see how our water is being used. I will say every category of water users is generally using less water today than they were 6 months ago when we went into stage 3. As you can see on this slide, also on the left, so you can see on the left we have May of 24, May of 25. You can see in May of 24, 60% of our water was coming from the Nueces River. May of 25, 60%, or right there at 59%, is now coming from the Mary Roads pipeline. So very different situation today than what it was yesterday, and that's frankly a testament to the fact that there's been a lot of hard work. The council has approved the expenditures necessary to do the condition assessment and the improvements to the Mary Roads pipeline to leverage that pipeline to its fullest. Next slide. On Friday last week, before we updated our water supply dashboard, which we do every 2 weeks, our water supply dashboard predicted that the next stage of drought restriction would occur in November of next year, November of 2026. As I mentioned, the model is updated every 2 weeks, and it's posted online, which I'm going to talk a little bit about here in a second. I will say CCW is working around the clock to make sure that the next stage of drought restriction, which would be a level 1 water emergency, does not happen, and does not happen because of the significant impact it would have on our entire community. The dashboard model incorporates all of our water supplies. This is a little bit different. You know, in the past, before we went into stage 3, we really were focused on Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon. Stage where we're at now, we're looking, not that we weren't before, but we've incorporated all of the water supplies into this dashboard. So that includes water not just from Lake Corpus Christi and Choke Canyon, but water from the Mary Roads pipeline, which includes Lake Texan and the Colorado River. It makes assumptions. This dashboard model does make assumptions about how much water is coming into the watershed just through rainfall, and it actually has a fairly conservative approach to that. It's a fairly dire look because it's been pretty tough over the last couple years. So we've been fairly negative on our predictions of what kind of rainfall we're going to see moving forward. What does that mean? It means that if we could just get some average rainfall, it would greatly improve the projections here in our model. We also have on this model that you can see there's a little bit of orange on the bottom, and the orange represents water wells that we're bringing online. We've talked about this before, but we believe that one of the projects that is greatly important for us is bringing on some groundwater, and that's what we're doing. Next slide. So the water supply dashboard yesterday, Monday, or June 9th, it was updated with some changed inputs into the model, and the changes are described here on this slide. So the original model was based on an assumption that we would be putting 75 million gallons a day of water in the Mary Roads pipeline. We've been doing this. We've been running Schedule 4, I should say, for the last month and a half. It's been going fairly well. However, one thing that we have noted is, you know, there's a textbook, there's an engineering side, and then there's an actual operational side. And the operational side has shown that the conditions that we are in right now, the pipeline is basically at a steady state of 70 million gallons a day. 70 million gallons a day is just a function of where we're at. We'll ultimately be able to inevitably get higher, but that's going to take some work to do that because There are there's some head loss that's occurring. That frankly, the only way to really figure this out is you need to shut the pipeline down and make some entries into the pipeline where we're seeing some of these elevated pressures, some of these things that are happening. And so that's something that is on the list of things to do, but right now we just can't do that. We also added 2 additional weeks onto the model. We have 2 weeks planned to derate or to lower the flow on the pipeline. Just in the model, it's already built in, but we added an additional 2 weeks because right now we had a pump and motor that had to be pulled out at the Lake Texana pump station a couple weeks ago. There was a pump issue, and so we had to pull that. I say we, our partners, Lavaca Navidad River Authority. That team has pulled it out, and we're anticipating that to be repaired in the next 2 weeks, and so we've added that into the model, and that's an important input that's been changed. So lastly, our groundwater supply so this is basically the last line here, or the last row, I should say, is groundwater wells. So the initial model that we had, the baseline model, made some assumptions about groundwater coming online, basically, and you can kind of read it on there, but 3 MGD in June, 3 MGD in September, and 3 MGD in November. We've had such success in our groundwater project that we have brought on and will bring on a lot more water. And so that additional water has been reflected in the updated baseline model. So 10 MGD is now what we are going to have available by mid-July, and then we'll have an additional 3 million gallons a day in August. We're not stopping there. There's additional water that we feel we can develop, and so that is something that we're continuing to work on. So with all that said, here is the updated water supply dashboard with the new assumptions. So it actually has instead of November of 26, because of some of those changes, we're now looking at October of 26. That's based on the updated model. Again, you know, if we get just average rain, those numbers or that date goes out further into time. As we bring more groundwater on, that date goes out further into time. So our ultimate goal, our number one goal, our number one priority is to make sure we push that date out as long as we possibly can. The other things that you see on the water supply dashboard, and again, this is here for the community to see it. It's on our website. You can see when we basically cross below the 15% threshold on our Western supplies. Not the most important metric, as I mentioned before, but that is something that people want to see. So we're projecting that. We've obviously dropped below the 15% threshold. We're predicting the 10% if we stay on the same track and we don't have a productive tropical season. I don't want to say hurricanes. We want tropical systems that have low impact with winds and those sorts of things, but we want the rain. But if we don't have that happen, we would be looking at 10%, hitting the 10% on the Western supplies in October of this year. So I just wanted to have a little reminder, what is a level 1 water emergency? That is when we cannot meet, or we're within 180 days of not being able to meet our demand. Additionally, on this slide, as I mentioned, you can see some of the other metrics that the community is obviously interested in. The other thing I just will mention before I flip to the next slide is the National Weather Service has an interesting graphic on their website. If you're interested, I can share this site with you. But they do have a map of the United States, and they have different regions where certain amounts of water or rainfall are needed to take a region out of drought. And we are in one of the worst droughts when you look at this entire map of the United States. There's a bullseye right here in South Texas. And in our region, it's over 17 inches of rain that we need to get out of a drought, according to the National Weather Service. So I just want to reiterate again, our number one goal is to keep pushing that those numbers that you see, those dates, I should say, in red out as far as we can. So that leads me to my next slide, and this is just an update. As many of you have asked for updates, we provide updates We try to provide updates on a weekly basis. Typically Fridays, we try to give an update to the council through a memo. And then obviously at council, we want to try to keep the council and the community informed. So this just going through very quickly. We talk a lot about the Nueces River groundwater well project. We know that that's a good project. It's one that's been done in the past, decades ago. There were a number of wells that were drilled along the Nueces River, and they were owned and operated by the city of Corpus Christi, and they periodically would be run. We have tried to resurrect or rehabilitate those wells back late last year, and that effort was unsuccessful. So now we are on the development and installation of new wells. The Evangeline project, we've talked a lot about that. 12 MGD would kind of be the first phase of that project, and 24 MGD would be the second phase. And then we have the Evie Ranch project, which is another project that I'll talk about here in just a second. I want to give an update more specifically on the phase 1 of the Nueces River project, which again is about conveying groundwater that's pumped out of wells to the Nueces River, using the river to convey it downstream to the water treatment plant. It's a good plan. It provides, and it will provide, a short-term supply. The work has been completed so far by our team quickly, and you can see just this. I mean, we talked a little bit, we heard some folks earlier talk about, the time it takes to develop just even a test well or a monitoring well. We have started this in January. We were authorized to begin work, and we have since been able to secure 2 well drillers. Those are not easy contractors to find. We have 2 well drillers concurrently drilling 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. And so that is an effort that has produced some really good results. So as you can see right here, we've got 2 wells already installed. A couple of you all have seen it. You've tasted the water. Those wells are ready to go. They have power, they have motors, they have pumps, they're ready to go. We're waiting for a permanent pumping equipment to arrive at well 3. We're expecting that well to be operable by mid-June here in the next week. Well 4, we're completing the pump design, and we anticipate to have this well operable by the end of June. And then we're in the process of completing the drilling on wells 5 and 6. We anticipate having these wells fully operable by the end of July. And then the last 2 wells, wells 7 and 8, we expect to have those completed by the end of August. The Nueces River, so the bed and banks permit is the big key here right now. So we've submitted an application to the TCEQ for the bed and banks permit. They have since come back to us with a few questions. We've answered their questions. We've submitted a revised document to them. We actually have a meeting with TCEQ tomorrow, so we'll find out a little bit more about where we stand in the process. I will say that we're a little bit behind schedule on this, unfortunately, and so tomorrow is an important meeting because we really need to secure this temporary bed and banks permit to be able to use that water for the benefit of our community. I'm going to go through this real quick. So the city has been working closely with the Evangeline over the last 30 days. It has been a challenging process because some of the information we've asked for has frankly not been provided. It is imperative that we completely understand and validate the risks and the benefits of this project. And one thing I will say is having clear and defensible title to the groundwater is imperative, and we do not have this yet. On Friday, May 20th, the city did send a revised MOU to the Evangeline requesting an extension. We're meeting with them later this week to discuss the status of that extension and the next steps. As far as the Evie Ranch project, just real high-level overview. It's a large site, 100,000 acres in Hogg County. The developer of this project is somebody that has presented here before at council called the Catahoula Company. And they state that they have 26 million gallons a day of water available. As you can see here on the map, you can see the location of the ranch, and you can see the number of miles that one has to go to get the water ultimately from the ranch to the city of Corpus Christi. The water, we don't have any test data. There's no test wells, so we don't know the quality of the water. We do know that they would ultimately run that water through a brackish RO system that would treat it and then send the water up to our part of the region. And then last but not least, I just want to talk real high level. I'm not going to really get into a lot of details on this because frankly, we heard the presentation by the 7 Cs representatives that were here today. I will say that in my short time that I've been here, I've had a great working relationship with Commissioner and General Manager John Mares and his team. I've actually had the pleasure of going down to their board and presenting twice. And my message to them is the same message, which is we're partners. We want to collaborate. We know that we need each other to be successful, and so we want to work in a partnership with the 7 C, not with the 7 Cs, but with South Texas Water Authority and perhaps 7 Cs. I do want to say that here lately we have been in contract negotiations with South Texas Water Authority because, as we just heard earlier today from General Manager John Mares, their contract is coming up. We have a 40-year contract with them, and it expires in December. So we've been spending the last few months talking to them about how it makes sense to renew a contract. We want to stay in partnership with them. And so obviously some things have changed here in the recent time. You know, I think there's some questions that all of us have to ask each other, which is, you know, we certainly appreciate and we respect the fact that cities are looking for multiple sources of water. That's something that we all need. And so as we have these conversations, as we develop and get an MOU with South Texas Water Authority, I think that's going to provide a lot of good conversation and hopefully something that transpires effectively for all of us in the end. We did meet with that team. I say that team, just a couple bullet points on this slide. On May 27th, they had reached out to a couple of us here. I was in a meeting with the 7 Cs and Cleburne County Judge and South Texas Water Authority. That was really the first time that there was some detailed information about what they're doing. We had previously reached out through South Texas Water Authority through their engineer ICE, and we're trying to get some information from them through that route, but we were able to get some good information here on this date. So we're continuing to work through this process. The last bullet, I think, is the most important one, which is to say we've got a second meeting that is in the process of being scheduled, and obviously we've got an MOU that we're going to be developing and working collaboratively. And so with that said, I appreciate your time, and I certainly stand here for any questions that you may have.
Councilman Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the only question I have right now, what's concerning me, is today we're at 14.7 combined lake levels. Can you break down that 14.7 as in there's 2 lakes, so what do we have in Lake Corpus Christi right now?
Yeah, good. Right off the top of my head, I don't have it. I could probably pull it up on my phone, but if I remember, it's 13.
Yeah, Esteban may be getting it right there.
He'll pull it up. Esteban will pull it up. I want to say it's about 13% full in Choke Canyon.
He's got it. Esteban has it.
Okay, we got it.
Yeah, I'll do.
13?
So the volume at Choke Canyon is 13.5, and the volume at Lake Corpus Christi is at 17.9 capacities.
Okay.
Okay. When are we going to stage 4?
Well, that's what the water supply dashboard is designed to do, and you know, it's a projection. It's not an absolute. It's not a perfect date that we have.
It was October 2026, right?
October 2026.
Yeah.
Yep.
October 2026. If we get no rain.
Correct.
I know we had issues with the Mary Rose pipeline some time back, and it reduced to how many gallons per day?
So we are at 55 million gallons a day.
But when we had issues with it a couple of weeks ago, it slowed down a little bit, right?
Correct. It was at 70, and it was we had to drop it down from Schedule 4 to Schedule 3.
Is it still at Schedule 3? What would happen if something happens and the whole pipeline is down for a week?
It's going to adjust the date on when a level 1 water emergency is likely going to happen. That's something that, frankly, keeps a few of us up at night periodically, having a single point of failure.
Because it seems like it takes some time for parts to come in.
Well, the good news is that we have spares. We have spare pipe sections that are kept in strategic locations. We have an on-call contractor that we should be able to call them at 2 in the morning and have them out there. They're going to have to mobilize. But we have a good team behind us in CCW, and we have contractor support.
I really like this South Texas Water Authority deal. What do you feel about it? Like, what is your opinion on it?
You know, you'll need to give me a little bit of time to kind of sink my teeth into it, because I frankly haven't had a lot of time to really understand it. I've asked the question, how much? That's the biggest question. Yesterday, the answer was $3.50, and today we heard it's $5.50. What is the escalation price over time? How much is it going to be for the transmission cost to get that water here? There was a good question that was asked, and I think, frankly, they're going to have to do some thinking about how this project is going to work and how ultimately they need a second source of water. But if the city no longer is their source of water, because we're now buying water from them, they're on one source of water. So they may have just exchanged one challenge for another. So I think these are the kind of things through an MOU that we need to sit down and talk about.
I really want to see that. I really want to see progress on this. Like, I really don't want to take weeks on it. You know, like, we need water, and Inner Harbor's not going to happen till 3, 4, possible 5 years down the road. And we got to make sure we have water for the residents. You know, at this point, I know the refineries and everybody else needs water, but right now we need to protect the residents. I mean, 14.7 combined, that's scary. It's really scary, and if something happens to the pipeline and we don't have no parts for a month, I mean, it's scary. So I really, really, really want you guys to work on the South Texas agreement and see what we could come up with and get a good deal out of it. It costs us nothing, you know, and I really feel it might be a good deal. And I really don't want to drag our feet on this. We need to find another water solution. You know, I know we're finding other stuff that we're going to be doing later on, but we need to keep on finding them, because desal is only, what, 35 million gallons a day?
I think you're hitting the nail on the head, Councilman, and I think the answer to the question is we need multiple supplies of water.
We need all of it. All
Absolutely.
of it. We need it. And we have to. We need it. Yeah. We owe that to the residents.
Absolutely.
So, and I also want to do something. I don't know I could talk about this, but it's about water. But I would like city staff to figure out a new policy for seniors over 65 that are having issues paying their water bills, and give them more time, do something on a different policy, and then when they do come to City Hall for a payment arrangement, it's, you know, we got to work with these seniors. There's a lot of people right now are trying to figure out if they're going to pay for the water or pay for their medication, and a lot of people are paying for the water because they need it. You know, it's not a luxury thing that we want. It's a need. And I heard a couple stories of some seniors' waters are turned off, and I want to be able to help them. You know, and not all of them know about, you know, payment plans or know about what you guys did for them a few weeks ago, raising money. But I really don't want to turn them off. You know, I think it's a need. And we got to figure something out on that.
Right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Sir.
Carolyn, Councilwoman Vaughn. Oh, sorry.
Thanks. Really quick, because it's late. I had a whole bunch of questions. I'm not going to ask them. First, I want to thank you for doing the Water Summit. You did that all on your own, and that was great that you did it, and I hope you'll tell us how much you made. And that is for seniors, people that cannot pay for their water bills, because we know the water bills are going to go up. We don't know how much, and we're going to be careful with that. But I mean, it's in the cards. They're going to go up some,
right,
for sure. How much did you make?
Well, we netted $87,000, so $87,000 and
87?
$87,000, and frankly, it exceeded all our expectations. I mean, we were kind of hoping for maybe 30 and 87, and frankly, we sold it out, and there were people that wanted to donate, and we didn't have the ability to accept it. So I think next year we're going to try to double that and keep it going.
That was awesome. It was packed.
Yes.
I went to Choke Canyon this weekend. If you haven't went, you should go because it's an eye-opener. Walk down to where the boats usually launch. I mean, it's just dirt. You just go down as far as you can see, it's just dirt. It's so sad to think that that's where we're at. So we know we're in a water crisis, and I'm hoping that this council is going to be the one that's going to say, we've got more sources than Mary Roads, because I too have a concern about something happening to it. And one council didn't get here. It's been over the years that we got and ignored the fact that we only had one water source. Shame on us. Real quick, that contract that you've got with South Texas Water, how much water do they take?
The last I checked, they're taking about maybe 2 million, maybe just a little bit less than 2 million gallons a day.
Okay. And on the EV, did y'all do anything with that? Do you have an MOU with them, or y'all in discussions? You're doing nothing with them?
No, I mean, we're still talking to them. We have a call with them once a week. We touch base with them, and we're, sharing information with them. And but it's getting. I'll be candid with you. It's getting a lot more interesting because we just heard a South Texas Water Authority proposal that, frankly, is sort of in between us and EV Ranch. So, there's a lot of things to think about.
There is. Okay, and Evangeline, just trying to get a recap. You will be visiting with them on Wednesday, I believe.
Correct.
So y'all are still, just so the public knows, y'all
Absolutely.
are working, we're still working with different sources.
And I think the most important part is, every project's got its strengths and there's drawbacks. And, one of the challenges, and we've talked about it, is the fact that, anytime you take groundwater across a groundwater district, you have to get the local, as you should, you have to get the local groundwater district to approve. And we don't have a transport permit from them. And that's not to say we can't get one, but that's something that we are looking at because that's a risk. And so, we could do the risk strength profile here for a while. But to answer your question, the short answer is we're still talking to Evangeline, absolutely.
Okay, the only problem that I have with all of this Evangeline thing is all the lawyers that are so involved, and I know we have to get all the information we need, I know that, but sometimes they convolute everything. I mean, when we started out, they had a small list. Mr. Snoney, I appreciate you going in there, and you really have pushed this project, and I appreciate that. The public needs to know that. But the last time we're in there, come back, or y'all send me a list of 15 things, and I'm thinking, where did this come from all of a sudden? It's because lawyers get involved, and they convolute it, whatever word I'm going to say, they confuse it. They confuse it. And they're making more money the more issues they have, which I know that there are some really important issues that have to be done, but you can't close on anything unless you have all the pieces of paper that you need and everything. So just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. Drew, can you tell me how much water can go through a 42-inch pipeline? 50 million gallons a day?
Yeah, I mean, 42-inch, I'm going to say 20 million.
Can you get, because I mean, Mary Rose pipeline is 64-inch and we get 70 million gallons.
But remember, it's the exponent, it's pi r squared. So, every diameter you go up, you're squaring.
Can you get that information to council as to exactly how much volume can go through there?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Also, you mentioned the water wells along the way. Did you provide a TDS report to council as to how much the TDS is in those wells?
I don't know that we sent a report to council on the TDS, but that is all part of what we submitted in our TCQ application.
Okay, can you tell me how much is too much TDS to be pouring into the Nueces River before you start creating some problems?
Right. Well, our highest well has 5,000 milligrams per liter of TDS, and that was incorporated in our plan to the state. We have a biomonitoring plan that we incorporated as part of this application, and so we're talking to TCQ tomorrow about the efficacy of that plan.
Does TCQ have a limit?
I don't know that they have a limit. I think they want to make sure that we demonstrate that we have an active monitoring process, and if we see something that degrades the environment, that we make changes to what we're doing.
What does that mean? What monitors degrades the environment?
You want to take that?
Sure. So yes, so we're working with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality in their environmental section to work those questions that you're asking. What we have to develop is a aquatic life monitoring plan. So we worked with our consultant, David Bazan, to create this plan where TCEQ is reviewing that as we speak. So it's an ongoing process. There's not a specific number right now, what you're looking for, look on our book, find it. It doesn't exist. What we have to do is work with the TCEQ, provide them the plan for the monitoring, and we'll have to continue the monitoring through the discharge of that water.
Okay, so I'd like to understand that because I thought we could only do 7, 8 wells at 15 million gallons a day or somewhere in that range before, so we wouldn't affect anything like that. But you're saying we could do more.
That's what, through this monitoring plan, discussions with TCEQ, providing the additional information as each of those wells produce and we get better information on the TDS, it's an ongoing process. So I don't have a straight answer for that question that you're asking.
So if we do more, you'd mentioned that we would have to do some sort of swap with Wicked number 3 in order to get, because the water would not be a high enough quality for them to take it out of the Nueces River. Is that correct? And what level, at what point is that going to take place?
So you want me to take that? Look, you're asking some good questions, and I will say that the gentleman that Esteban talked about, Dave Buzan, he's a coastal ecologist, and one of the things that I recall him telling me is that the Nueces River is considered, and I may not say this right, an impaired water system. It actually has, before the saltwater barrier dam was created, there was a natural salinity that would come all the way up the river, quite a ways inland. So the characteristics in the river are not the same characteristics that you would be looking at for, let's say, the Colorado River. It's different. And so ultimately, we have to prove that we aren't going to impact, and that's something that Dave Buzan, our coastal ecologist, has developed this plan, and we're going to present that. We've already submitted it to the TCEQ. We have some more work tomorrow to talk to them, and we'll have more information about how that unfolds after we talk to them tomorrow.
Okay, that if we're having to provide water to Wicked number 3 because the water coming out of Nueces River is not good enough for them to utilize for their, water purposes, then that tells me that we're probably putting too much into it.
No, what I would tell you is we have spent quite a bit of time talking to our partners over at Wicked number 3 to make sure that there's no surprises. So one of the things that we have learned in talking to them is that they sometimes see TDS up at around 1,000 milligrams per liter during drought. And so they don't want to go a lot higher than 1,000 because there could be some potential issues. But what we have found is when we were doing the test well for the higher salinity well, we were monitoring the water quality downstream, and I don't have the exact distance, but that water was attenuating within 500-600 feet. In other words, it was higher initially when we put the groundwater into the river, and then within a certain distance, I want to say it was 500-600 feet, but that's all captured in the plan.
Okay, so the expectation is it to go above 1,000 TDS.
Is that? We want to keep it below that, but 1,000 TDS is our target.
Okay. All right. So with regards to Evangeline, since it's in San Pat, I know we send 12 million gallons a day to Steel Dynamics and Municipal Water, combining them.
Oh, okay.
And the San Pat Municipal Water District. If you just kept that water in San Pat, you would need an export permit, right?
That is correct.
So if maybe you can make an arrangement for that water to go south instead of towards us, you can avoid having to get a permit, an export permit with Evangeline. Would that be an issue?
We have been in very close communication with some of the partners that serve that area. So the answer is...
Councilman, the answer is that it is a defined issue for San Pat Water District and one of their biggest customers because of the TDS content. It's higher than the raw water that they get from us today.
Steel Dynamic only gets half of their water from us. They have
No, I was talking I'm talking San Pat Water District and their biggest customer, Gulf Coast Growth Ventures. They,
Well, Gulf Coast Growth Ventures gets it directly from us from Owen Stevens. There's a pipeline that comes directly from us to them, so it doesn't affect them.
Right.
But this is specifically going to a sand pat from the Mary Roads pipeline. They also get water from the Nueces River.
Right.
So, they kind of have a blended kind of thing as well. So I just want to make sure that is there some way we can massage it to where it blends with the water from Mary Roads pipeline and still goes to South Texas Municipal Water District, where we don't have to get a permit, an export permit.
Yeah, we've looked at it, but they've registered concerns. They're not objecting. They're not saying hell no, but they're worried, so.
Okay. I know there's what's that old saying? There's many ways to skin a cat, right? I don't know where that came from. It's weird to skin a cat, but.
We don't say that here, Councilman. We just did $4 million for ACS.
It's just an old saying. It's an old saying.
I know it may be, but.
Okay, and Drew, I wanted to, I don't want to hide this or anything like that. We've had several people send in information about missing water based on the reports that we'd get that's being published from us.
Where'd it go?
That's a good question. So, but I have no way of answering that because I don't know. I'm, at this point, I'm not sure if I trust the readings. So I need to have some information from you. And I know you had said June 20th.
We'll set something up. I mean,
okay.
We will look at. We'll meet on Friday, the June 20th. We're good to go.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all. Drew? Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you for that update.
All right.
Let's see here.
Don't go too far.
Yeah, right. Okay, so that was 17, so now we're going to go back to item 21. And item 21 is a non-binding motion of support for awarding the naming rights for the convention center to the entity that offers the most funding to the city for said rights. And this was put on by, let's see, Councilwoman Carolyn Vaughn, Eric Cantu, and Zoe Campos. So, Carolyn Vaughn.
I put this on because it's become such a public nuisance, all the stuff that's going on. It's silliness is what's going on. I think it was not the previous council, but the one before that voted this in and gave them the rights. Why they would do that, I do not know. We own the building. I don't know why you'd give the rights away. But it's done. So this council really has nothing to do with it. We don't have anything to do with it. But yet we're being contacted because it's all going in the public and everybody's upset about it. Some for, some against. Can't say which way it leans, but it's there. So I thought, we need to put a stop to it. And I know they're wanting to meet with us, but I'm thinking, OVG's got the naming rights. Put on your big boy pants and name it. That's my feeling. This is ridiculous for us to keep talking about it. And if they would do it, then the issue would go away. I don't know Thomas J. Henry. I have never taken money from Thomas J. Henry. I am not advocating for Thomas J. Henry or anyone else that's the bidders. I do not know who the other bidders are. I don't know who has the most. I don't know how close they are. I don't care. But it's for me as a business person, I would go with the highest bidder. Common sense tells me to do that. He has been trashed, Mr. Henry has, and I think that is unfortunate. He has done a lot for the city. And we all have had things spread about us that are not true. People have contacted me, some really nice people that I would have thought, why would you even say that? And I said, what is your evidence? What can you show me? They can't give me one thing, a reason that they don't like him or don't want him to do it. I think it's unfortunate. He has helped this city. He's got advertisements all over the city. He's got billboards. He's on Channel 3 News, 6 News. They get money from him for those advertisements. So what is the big deal? So today I just thought, you guys can vote for this or not, but I'm going to make a motion of support for OGV to award the naming rights for the convention center to the entity that offers the most funding to the city for said rights.
Okay. Councilman Barrera.
Well, I've been very vocal about this, and I think we just need to provide we need to look at everything as the overall value. It's not all about money. I mean, and I think, I heard an interview with the proposer yesterday, and it's apparent that I personally think, based on what I heard, that somebody else is really doing the negotiating because, you know, the funds don't intermingle with streets and, you know, public safety. And it's true we have the shortfall, but the shortfall is in the general budget. I think, I mean, I obviously have an opinion, and I think you're right. We need to let OVG make their professional opinion, you know, put forth their professional opinion of what needs to get done. It's just when the proposer decided to utilize the media to leverage negotiations, I just obviously, you know, I've never seen a microphone I didn't like or a camera when it comes to the news. And so when they come to me and ask me questions, you know, I just give them an honest answer. And, you know, it's just my opinion that that's not how you negotiate in good faith. Now, I'm sure OVG knows some things that I don't, and I'd like to let them follow the process, and I think we should just stay out of it until we do that, and then let them move forward with that. I mean, because they're the professionals. I mean, Danny, can you come up here? I just got a few questions. And I hope I don't set you up with everybody else wanting to ask you questions, because I just want to know. Yeah, I'm sorry. They're going to pull you up anyway. So how many properties does OVG manage?
The newest numbers, probably between hospitality, venue management, and partnerships, 300 and change. Facility management-wise, probably 160.
I bet you learned a lot about this one, huh?
I've learned a lot, yeah.
And you know, that's my thing. I mean, your organization has brought a ton, and there's been a lot of bumps and bruises. You know, I've been critical, and I've also praised you guys. And your organization has done an amazing job to bring it to the level it is, and particularly with the facility that we left you with, we've put you in. And, you know, we've neglected it for quite some time, and you guys have put lipstick on that pig. And I think I got some numbers from Heather that it actually operates in the black. Is that correct? For the record, Heather is nodding her head. So
I think with the funding sources that we have currently in place, yes, we've been operating the past couple of years.
And I want to thank you for that, because that didn't happen for a long time. And I know I've used the facility. I get friends that call me all the time. I don't know why everybody thinks that because I'm a council member, I can get free tickets. I don't know why that. And so, but anyway, that's really my whole thing. You know, I agree with you, Carolyn. I think, or Councilmember Vaughn, that we need to I've always said, we need to let the professionals handle it. And the only reason I've been vocal is because, you know, the party that we had been negotiating with made it very public. And so I actually wanted to defend the organization and defend the process and the accusations that I felt that were uncalled for. And and I'm a big boy, I can take it, you know, and, you know, it's just part of being an elected official. So I'm not in support, obviously, of making offering a non-binding support of awarding the naming rights for the committee. I'm not in support of the motion. I just think we ought to let you guys do your job. And I think if we have questions with regard to the procurement process, what the normal process is, what the market calls for typically on something like that. In fact, now I think, you know, one of the comments that was made yesterday with regard to me and the mayor and another at-large councilman, I guess you can guess who, probably, but was that, well, what have they done? What have they done? You know, what have they done to go and try and raise funds for the American Bank Center? And, you know, I said into the radio, I went to the legislature and we all worked together to get $192 million, so that way we could improve that facility. So we've all been working hard. We've all put a lot into it. You know, public service and philanthropy, depending on what you look at, it's two different things. It's a big commitment. And I'm sure everybody here that has a job it's hurt. And if you got your own company, you've actually lost money. So, you know, the implication, once again, I think is misguided. But, you know, I think we ought to just let them do their job and not interfere. And the only reason that I've interfered, so to speak, is because those comments were made, and I just felt that I had to come to the defense of the organization and our community and myself. So anyway, thank you very much.
Okay, Councilmember Cantu.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, Danny, I wanted to apologize to you from the last time that we had a discussion here in City Hall. I guess I was acting with my emotions, and I tried calling you a couple times. Didn't get a return phone call. I'm sure I know why, but just wanted to apologize to you because I think you got stuck in the middle of everything. So my apology.
I appreciate that.
Peter, how long has it been since we've been dealing with this naming rights?
About 2 years, Councilman. OVG reminded us it's been about 2 years or so since when the process began to today.
Yeah. You know, well, my colleague, Councilman Vada, says that, you know, Thomas J. Henry did this big press release and did all this stuff. He didn't do it because he didn't do it because he was trying to say that he was the biggest bidder and you know he does this, does that, whatever the case is. He did it because OVG 360 reached out to him and told him that everything was great, everything was fine. They had a contract. They talked about it. You know, it was a done, more or less a done deal. And then somebody here in City Hall stopped it for whatever reasons. And with due all respect, Mayor, you know, the Big Bang fireworks, I mean, you guys get money from Thomas J. Henry. He's one of the biggest sponsors right now, you know, and we take his money for other things, you know, in this community. You know, we can't just say, hey, Thomas, I don't want your name in the building, but can you go and donate some money to this event, or can you do this and do that? I mean, like, it's not fair, you know, and they give him a lot of hassle because he's a personal injury attorney. Who cares? He's a successful personal injury attorney. I mean, his father supposedly worked for City Hall for a long time and got him through college. That's a success story, man. Like I'm happy he has millions of dollars and he could do whatever he wants to do. You know, he's done a lot for this community. He's donated turkeys every year. The university has his name. I mean, there's so much stuff that he's done. Real estate, he's invested in this community. He's building a home here. He's paying taxes here. He has employees here. I mean, if one of my children get hurt, I'm going to hire a personal injury attorney. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And I feel that the taxpayers always get the end of the stick. It's $1.25 million a year. That's a lot of money. And some say, well, our advertisers right now in the American Bank Center is going to pull out. Well, then pull out. We have $1.25 million. I think it's a little bit over $1 million combined together. I'm not mistaken, Heather. I mean, we're still in the win, and maybe we could lease those suites out to small businesses that work their butt off every day, but can't afford it. But now we could do something for them at an affordable price because of Thomas J. Henry. Take their employees there, have a good time, their family. He even said he was going to promote concerts at the American Bank Center for free for the community, and you guys get the beer sales. I mean, I think it's the right thing to do. You might not like the guy. That's everyone's different opinion. But if he's good enough to ask for monies for this and that, he should have his name on that building if he's the highest bidder. If somebody comes in tomorrow and says, hey, I'll give you 1.5, then give it to that $1.5 million bidder. You know, it's about the money, and that's all I'm stressing about. You know, RTA has, who is it? Herman and every bus? I mean, it's the same thing. You know, and like, nobody cares. If Roland put his name on there, the Roland Baeta Center and Brooks Dunn's playing, I'm gonna go play. I'm gonna go watch. I don't care his name's on there. You know, like, I don't care. It's just a name. And I really think that we need to allow him, maybe he's the highest bidder. And why so secretive? Who's the other bidder? I think we need to let people know, like, you know, there was a rumor. I don't know how true it is, but it's a rumor that Nation's the highest bidder, or Pepsi was the other bidder. I mean, I come back to it.
Okay.
I think you want to go because my name was there.
No. And for the record, just so it's not misconstrued, because yes, there was a sponsorship by Tom Henry to the Big Bang. But I never have said, you know, oh, we take his money and then we don't. I'm not part of that process. And I've always said that and stood by that. Now, there are a lot of people saying a lot of things, as mentioned, and we hear them, you know, on the radio or wherever. And so I'm glad we're having this conversation, because there is a process. And as Peter mentioned, we are following that process right now. And I respect you putting this on the agenda to talk about, but at the end of the day, you know, what's to talk about? I mean, like you said, like them or not, hey, I happen to like PI attorneys. I'm married to one. But the point is, everybody can have their opinion. And I think you guys, I believe that you are following a process. And I think that, Peter, you're following the process for this council to be a part of that process. But we're not involved in what your team is doing. So anyhow, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, it has always been my thing to want a fair process. I've said during my swearing in that it is not for us to pick winners and losers, but to ensure there's a fair process for everyone to compete equally. And the last time you were here, there was concerns that that you were told by somebody on our staff not to negotiate with Thomas J. Henry. Is that correct?
That's not necessarily correct, no. We were, and again, without going into all of the details, there was an exclusive period of negotiations. The group that we had those negotiations with asked us to give them a little bit more time. There was a lapse in some of that communication, but we did agree to that because that partner had their name on the building for 20 years.
Okay, so with that, that was the perception that Thomas J. Henry had based on communications they provided to us, that there was not a fair process. So, you know, to make sure that you understand our position, and I think Councilwoman Vaughn really wanted to state, you know, this resolution to give you the position of the council that we want a fair process and that you should go with the highest bidder. Like we have a process where we select contractors and we go with the lowest responsible bidder, right? Mm-hmm. So it is important that I think that this resolution communicates to you that we want a fair process, that we want, you know, the maximum amount of funding associated with the naming rights. And if that's Thomas J. Henry, that's Thomas J. Henry, mm-hmm. right? I don't know Thomas J. Henry from anybody. You know, I have not received any money from Thomas J. Henry. No campaign donations, nothing. I see he hands out turkeys and does a lot of advertising, but I've never gotten a turkey from him either. So I just want a fair process. Ultimately, you know, you want to pick it on, you know, if he offers the most money, he offers the most money. You know, I would say I'm probably on the opposite side of the political spectrum from him, but if he wants to give us more money, I'm not going to turn him down. Okay? I might have a problem with Roland Barretta putting his name on the That's another story. Okay, so, and I wanted to clarify something. When Councilman Barretta said that you were in the black, is that for the arena or for the entire convention center complex?
Would be on the entire complex, and that's operating in the black. That's not, doesn't count capital or anything, any major projects and things like that. That is,
Okay, so that's just the operational
this is just the
side,
operating, correct.
not the total expenditures associated with.
That is correct.
Okay, so I think we need to clarify that. I know the last time you brought some financials to us, it was a little discombobulated. Are you going to bring that back to us here sometime soon to where it's easier for us to understand? And
that is the plan.
Okay, well, the last time was terrible.
Yeah,
So
understood.
okay. All right, thank you.
Councilman Roy.
I know this has been a topic that everybody has been listening to, talking about. When I went back and I researched and got with city staff and I looked at the direction and the vote on the council that gave the direction, it was a 9-0 vote. So that council really came together and it was a 9-0 vote. Nobody objected to having your organization lead the process and go out and find the naming rights. I don't have a problem with that. Now, one of the things I do have a problem with is that I don't want to tell you how to do your job. If they voted 9-0 to be able to sit there and say, okay, you guys handle the naming rights, I agree with Councilmember Hernandez. It should be a fair process. I would expect that. I would expect that you follow some type of process that would take everybody into consideration. But I won't sign or agree to something that says that, oh, it's to the highest bidder. Because the other thing is everybody here is making the assumption that that's going to be Thomas J. Henry. And it may not be. It's not over yet. The lady hasn't sung, right?
Correct.
It's still open.
Yes, we are still in the process.
And so what's interesting about that is that it may not go to Thomas J. Henry. And I have nothing against Thomas J. Henry. I don't know him. I do believe that somebody told me that Corpus Christi is the birthplace of plaintiff attorneys, and maybe that's true, maybe it isn't. But people have a right to be represented. So I don't have a problem. I would just ask this council that maybe what we can just do is maybe revise that, and instead of saying it has to go to the highest bidder, just say that we'll stand by and let you guys do your process, because at the end of the day, I would expect that that's part of your job, is to sit there and award it to the highest bidder, right?
It's about awarding it to the best partner for the facility overall.
The best what?
The best partner for the city overall.
The best partner of the city overall.
For the facility, yes.
And so you may not necessarily, you're saying that you may not necessarily define that as somebody that is bringing the most money to the table.
If we were to have somebody to come in that was adamantly against certain things from the city, but would have the highest dollar amount, we would obviously not want to go about that.
Yeah, and you want to make sure, and I use this, and this is kind of a crazy example, but if you were to have all of a sudden a phone call that said that some radical organization wanted to give us $2 million a year, and it's a very radical organization, you probably would take a look at that, right?
100%.
And again, my thing is that the council at that point in time gave the direction a 9-0 vote, and I say, let's let you guys do that job. So that's where I'm at with it. That's about the best way that I can explain it. So that's it. That's all I got.
Thank you.
And Mayor, do you mind if I just jump in for a minute? And Danny's going to have to help on this. So the process, at least the most recent process, we sent a memo on this. OVG did close the intake for best and final offers. That was on May 31.
We closed the initial, everybody had to announce their intention to be involved in the discussion by May 31. Best and finals was not part of that. I don't want it to be misconstrued as to that was the language that was in what we said. That was not part of the language that we said. What we said was anybody who wanted to be considered for this and had
their proposal in by May 31
had to let us know. Yeah.
So if a new one came in today, would you accept it?
I mean, I think we're I think given the way we are having discussions, I don't think that anything is, I don't think we're completely closed.
I'm just trying to, as my role here is several, but one is to guide the process between OVG, the city staff, and the city council. So we do need some clarity. I mean, the goal was to get, we knew this would be on the agenda last week, and so this will help if there is a vote to guide OVG 360. We also have a meeting scheduled for a few council members that had some questions till tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. One of the OVG executives is going to be joining Danny. So you have to tell us, Danny, OVG does, so we can know. I need some certainty on this process. So I thought the process would conclude with the questions and answers on Thursday, but maybe I'm wrong. So because that's what we've told council via memo. So
Yeah,
to me, it seemed like the process closed by Thursday, and then a decision will be made.
I think our process after we get have final conversations with council as on everybody's calendar.
That'll be Thursday, right?
Would be end of this week, and then we'll deliberate and have information.
Okay.
So you need to clarify what you're saying.
Yeah.
Are you saying right now
That it's closed, or are you saying right now it's open?
I'm saying it's, right now, we have, I would say it'd be closed for anyone that we've had discussions with. We've had discussions with, I believe, 90 different companies on varying degrees of what their interests are on the naming rights.
But if you've had new discussions recently, are you saying, are those open or closed?
We're still in discussions, yes.
Okay, let the record show that you just said that. Thank you.
In discussions with companies that have submitted already, as of the May 31 timeframe. Right now?
What?
Okay, I'm just trying.
Yeah, anyone who we've had discussions with previously, we are still in discussions with. We haven't closed discussions on anyone we have already talked to. No.
Right, but my question, just so we're clear, as an example, if somebody called you tonight and said, I want to put in a proposal?
Yeah, if we haven't already had previous conversations and there's a new company that's coming in and saying, oh, yeah, we're going to give you X amount of dollars. No, we're not having those conversations now.
Okay.
As of when?
As of May 31st. Everybody that we've talked to, like anybody that we're still in contact with right now is people that we have been in discussions with previously.
So you're trying to say right now that if you've been approached by someone in the last few days, you're saying that those individuals are not considered?
If we've already had discussions with them, if they're on the list of people that we've had previous conversations with, yes, they're still involved in the process.
All right.
Okay, I think we need to be very, very careful with what we're doing right now.
Yeah.
Because, and Miles, you can help me here. There is a process that you all use, and it is not only the highest bidder, and that's it.
Correct.
Councilman Hernandez just said, let's make it goes to the highest bidder, just like all your contracts. Or so you made some sort of statement like that. And that's changing. That is, and that's why I don't agree kind of with where we are right now, because we are now giving undue influence, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. But again, if there's already a process and you have a council member who, nobody stopped him, you have a council member who said, let's make this just the highest bidder. Well, that's not part of that's not the only criteria. Right. So I think we need to be very careful with what we're voting on, because it cannot interfere with what the process is, which has multiple criteria. It isn't just about submit your number, and if you're the highest bidder, you're the one. So I just think we need to be careful. I mean, I think we're
not right. Yeah, that's what the 3 signature memo that Councilwoman Vaughn talked about. That is the, if the council votes on that motion, that'll be information that we get from the council.
But
and OBG 360 will use that. The 3 signature memo, says to award the naming rights to the entity.
But that's changing. I need legal here to step up.
Yeah.
Why would, if that is that right? I mean, if it is, that's fine. But is that correct to say is that not changing the criteria that you use and your team?
I think the phrase non-binding
It doesn't matter. I
intended to
understand
avoid
non-binding. It doesn't matter because people that put this on the
Interference.
agenda were not interested in voting on something that is, I know they know it's non-binding, everybody, we all do, but it doesn't make any sense to be voting on something that isn't so. So like Councilwoman Vaughn's intent was to clarify and just kind of get to the point and move forward. But if this is interfering with what he just said, which is, you know, they have a criteria and it's multiple factors, it isn't just one thing, then I would just, I'm not the lawyer, so somebody needs, Miles.
Well, it's intended not to interfere in a legal relationship. And the phrase non-binding is intentional, an intentional word that is appears to be as non-infringing on a business relationship as possible.
Can you, translate that?
It's non-binding.
Well, but we know it's not binding. I know your intent, and I feel like if you say this, the most funding, you're changing the contract. Daniel, you said you don't just use one factor. You don't sit around a table and go, okay, let's look at the numbers. All right, you got it. You said you look at a whole bunch of other things. So I know it's non-binding, but then that defeats the purpose that the councilwoman was putting this item on here for.
Right. That's what OVG has just said, that all the proposals, anybody they've talked to, and they reference 90 to 100 entities, if they haven't talked to them already by May 31, and if they hadn't submitted some type of proposal as of May 31, then they won't be able to do so now. So my estimation, the number of applicants is final as of May 31. I think what Danny's saying is he could still talk to some of them, but we know that your list of interested parties is narrowed.
Danny,
I'm not going to use your
I think the reason why we put this on the agenda is to make it make sense. Who's for the taxpayer and who's not for the taxpayer on this dais. That's it. I and other council members feel that we need to give it to the highest bidder because the taxpayer wins. They want us to pay $1 billion for a desal plant, but we can't take $1.25 million from Thomas J. Henry every year. I mean, talking about morals, I mean, if it is Pepsi, they did this to me, man. You know, I mean, come on. It is what it is. He's the highest bidder. It's public. Give it to him. They say, oh, he's suing the city 9 times. He's in active lawsuits. He's not suing the city. His clients are suing the city because we screwed up for some reason. Very simple. You know, and I feel politics got in the way of this. They could say no, but it's the truth. And you got cut in the middle of it. And, you know, if you would take this for a vote on the ballot for the voters, I bet the voters would say, take the money and run. $1.25 million every year, 10 years. That's a great deal. You know, and all honesty, I don't even know why we gave the naming right to OVG 360. This is a city-owned building. We, as a council member who gets elected by the people, should be able to make that decision. If y'all still want to make money off the deal, that's fine. But we should be, as a council, as a group of people who got elected by the people, we need to make that decision. And the smart decision is to get the $1.25 million, smile, put his name on the building, and collect that paycheck every year for the taxpayers. The taxpayers is always getting the end of the stick. We're paying $1 million for ACs. I mean, it's crazy. Take the money, you know, and you know, I think some of that money should go to public safety. If somebody has a problem with it, make it better. Then put it half in public safety and put the half on the American Bank Center. Do something. I'm sure it could get a police officer or something, but on the payroll. I mean, look, his money's good as anybody else's money. It doesn't matter, you know. And what he does is legal. People are going to hate. It is what it is. We live in Corpus Christi. We got haters. Everybody got haters up here. I mean, it is what it is. The right thing to do is to protect the taxpayer and take that money. And he's going to do so much more in this community. You know, and I never met the guy in my life. I had never talked to him. I heard him on the radio. I didn't even have a conversation with him on the radio. And by the way, Roland, thanks for listening. But, you know, it's just, I think it's the right thing to do. And I am not mad at you guys. And my own personal opinion, you guys got in the middle of it, and I apologize. But at the end of the day, it's business. It's not Sunday school. This is business. And we're getting $1.25 million. That's a lot of money to put a name on a building. And for him to invest in Corpus Christi and we treat him like this, he's going to pull out. He's going to be like, I'm not going to be in Corpus Christi. I'll put billboards all over Corpus, get the cases, but I'm not going to do business with Corpus Christi, how they're treating me like this. So please make the right decision. Take the money. You get more commission off of it. You know, I mean, take the money. Take the money. Thank you.
Carolyn Vaughn.
Well, real quick. First off, Councilman Roy, don't speak for me or anybody else and say that we're making an assumption it's Thomas J. Henry. I'm not making that assumption. I have no clue who it is, and you said that statement for all of us. That's not true. I'm not making any assumption. I don't know who they are. But I want to thank the bidders, whoever they are, for bidding. Thank them for bidding. Tell me why that contract ended, I think, last year with American Bank Center. Why has it taken so long to get to this point?
I mean, I think for us, it's a good problem to have. We had, like I said, we talked between 90 and 100 companies with varying degrees of interest in it. So I think for us, that process kind of took, it took a little bit longer. Obviously, the public nature of this has made it a lot more difficult to get and have some of those conversations that we were having. And I think at the end of the day, we had to kind of put the deadlines on it that we put on it, so that and eventually take that information, get in front of all of you council, and have those conversations, so that way we can speak candidly on kind of where we are in the situation. Take that information into consideration, because obviously that has to be part of our decision-making process. Get all that information so that way we have all the data. What we don't want to do is we don't want to make a decision based on only having specific pieces of data that people were volunteering at the time. We think this is the last step of that process for us, is to kind of get the input here and get the input not only in this setting, but also in some individual settings, so that way we can have some honest conversations on things. And that will be kind of what where we get to those deciding factors.
Well, I don't think the process has been working, because they gave you the right to name it, which I would never have done. And that doesn't say anything about you. Whoever is in there, I wouldn't have done it. Because it is, like Eric Cantu said, it's the city's building. We should have named it. But to me, we don't matter. You're going to name it. It is your responsibility to name it. And I think it's gotten political because you've involved all of us, and it shouldn't be that way. That's why I'm trying to make the motion. If that's what you're wanting to know what we think, I want to make sure you hear what we're thinking. And it may be a 3-2. Hey, who knows? They may abstain. You must have thought Thomas J. Henry was a good partner, because you guys reached out to him.
I mean,
it wasn't you, but someone did.
We actually, like if we're going to go all the way back to before the original name and rights deal expired, they had reached out to us first. And we told them from the get-go that we were in an exclusive window, couldn't have those conversations. going back, and this is where it's gotten a little bit difficult, is there's a lot of information that's being thrown about right now that not all of it is accurate, and this has gotten very public in how some of these conversations are happening. That's not part of our process. Our process has deviated quite a bit from that aspect of it because it's gotten to be as public as it is.
Right.
But at the end of the day, like, we are where we are right now, and we have most of the information that we need. Again, part of our contract is for us to keep the city apprised of the situation as it is. That's what these meetings are going to be for this week, to make sure that everybody is informed with the information that we have, and then we'll be ready to make a recommendation going forward.
And I understand you keeping us apprised. I do. But our opinion, to me, doesn't matter. You took the responsibility, you accepted the contract, you said, I'm going to name it. So I am so praying that you hurry up and name it. Thank you.
So am I. Thank you.
Councilman Campos, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Well, I've been skipped over a couple of times here. I am glad that we're finally bringing this to the council, because it has been 2 years since this issue came up, and it is terrible that we have put you in a situation like this. Because if you've been doing this for, like you said, forever. You've handled over 130, places. Why it got this political, I don't know. But again, back to names, So that must be maybe the theme for today. That a name does matter, and having the process, laid out for you should have been simple. And this is what I think this motion is going to do, if we agree, which is, the bidders have already submitted their names, you've got their names, and this motion would give you the direction. It is going to the highest bidder, not based on, I don't know, whatever else you have it on, but again, it would be, like Councilman Cantu says, it would be for the public. They would be the ones winning. And no, we're not going to be able to make everyone happy. We're humans, right? We're not. So I just want you to hear it from me, that I support the process, and I want it to be transparent. And I don't know how we got into your business, because after we gave you that permission that to have the naming rights, we should have stayed out of it, and that would have been it. But somehow we inserted ourselves, and here we are. We need to clarify things, and by clarifying, I hope that this motion does pass and that we do leave it up to the highest bidder. I don't know who that's going to be. Could be, Thomas J. Henry, could be Pepsi, could be Valero, I don't know. But I'm going to leave it up to you, the professionals, and I think you'll do a good job. You just need direction from us, and hopefully you'll get that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Barrera.
Hey, I have a solution. I would like to make that as a friendly amendment, and let's call it the Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Yeah.
I keyed. And then the 3-signature memo. It's like I said, I'm not going to try and advocate one way or the other. I'm going to give you an opinion. I'm going to give you I'm not going to try and justify it and say, this is why we should be doing it or whatever. I think in conversations we've had, I'm not, and like I said, I just think it's very difficult to negotiate with people that way when they do that. I mean, I'm surprised that you guys didn't have everybody sign an NDA, but anyway, that's all. I just wanted to make clarification. I have my opinion, and I've made it very clear. And what is it? I'm not going to tell you how to do your business. However, you've done it, and your organization has made, has done it quite successfully, and you've been very successful for us. So I want to apologize for you having to put up with this, all it being politicized. In fact, I think it would be very difficult for a probable sponsor when they see all this politics. Then they might think, I don't know that if I want to invest there. And so I think that we all need to be conscientious of that. And I think that discourages economic investment into our community. Now, the good thing is that, you know, several of us, the majority of this council, a lot of people worked really hard. Ryan worked real hard. Denise Villalobos obviously worked with the speaker, and so did Chairman Hunter. It was a home run by Chairman Hunter for us to be able to get that. Obviously, the support of the Senate to be able to get those funds for the project financing zone. Chairman Inoasa redrew the map, so it was leaner. His office redrew the map. And I think it's a different story now. You know, I think we have more to offer and more value now because we have a commitment of $192 million, 190.
Project finance zone is what you're referring to.
Project financing zone. So, you know, I think we've had a hard time because, you know, we were in limbo. We didn't know what we were going to do. We were trying to put the organization. We had a highly neglected facility, and, you know, it's a tough sale. And I think sometimes it's hard to be able to find good proposers for that. But I think now, and then, you know, and in spite of ourselves, I mean, we were going to get even more money to invest in it. And, you know, the community was divided because they thought we were going to build a hotel. I thought that was misguided. And so I think that divisiveness discourages an organization from coming in and investing. I mean, I really wouldn't be opposed as, you know, if it was, you know, the Corpus Christi Convention Center and Arena. I mean, because it belongs to the community. It's a community civic center, and there's graduations there. I had 3 children graduate from high school there, and I had, and my oldest boy got his degree from Texas A&M University there, which everybody said he wasn't going to get it, and he finally did. You know, he took the long way. But nonetheless, I'm sorry, I'm talking about my kids. Anyway, but, you know, once again, it's a community center. It's all very near and dear to our heart. And, I mean, I'm just telling you, I wouldn't be opposed to that. You guys are the experts. I'm sure there's some that are named that way, you know, but are they successful? And I think Corpus Christi is a boxing town. They're known for combative sports. And when we've had, you know, CBS Sports for the rodeo, Showtime Boxing, HBO Boxing, you know, you're the ones that have those interactions with those folks on a regular basis. And we have this beautiful, you know, I'm always really interested when I saw it on Showtime Boxing. I remember one time I turned it on the TV and I didn't click that it's us. And then I saw the drone footage of the Bayfront, and it said the American Bank Center. I mean, that's the whole thing. I just saw that, and it was a source of pride to be able to see something that was on worldwide television. And, you know, you guys put that together. So, I mean, it's a point of pride for the community. And, you know, and just for the record, I've had much more support. I've had much more opposition for the proposed vendor that's been in the news. And I've only had one person, one constituent basically state that we should support the money. So overwhelmingly, I mean, it's like maybe 12 people reached out to me, and that's not an exaggeration. But once again, you guys are the experts. Thank you. Thanks for putting up with us. Thanks for putting up with the dysfunction of the 9 laymen. I wanted to use all my time.
Councilman Scott, he has a comment. He's still on. Councilman Scott?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Dan, I want you to look at me. I want to talk to you. I didn't put this agenda item on, but I have an opinion. I want to give it to you. I think you said the most important thing I've heard all day, and we've been in this meeting for over 24 hours. When you said we're going to try to pick the best partner for the facility overall. And my notes up ahead were, we don't always pick the lowest bid. We pick the best bid. You know, that's been my opinion for a long time, is you find the best bid. You don't always pick the lowest bid. Sometimes that's just not what we think is in our best interest. You pick one that actually might even cost you more. This thing all changed for me with the project financing zone. I mean, $192 million in the facility over 30 years. I had somebody come up to me in the last week, go, Mark, why aren't you just honoring the state? They're the ones that are going to profoundly change. That legislation is going to profoundly change that facility and name it Lone Star Arena. And I went, well, no, we always name stuff. And I went, wait, actually, no, we don't. You know, we called it Memorial Coliseum for decades. And so I think there ought to be a conversation about calling it Lone Star Arena. And come to the Lone Star Arena, enjoy the Texas State Aquarium and the USS Lexington. So I mean, if we're really all about the money, then we ought to focus on where the real money's coming from, which is $192 million. And I do think I was in the council chamber when Gil brought it up before I was sworn in. I thought it had no chance, which shows you how smart I am. And thanks to the work of the council members, and I'm told the mayor was in the right place at the right time, and then our state legislators. The point being, call it Lone Star Arena. And there's probably no way to amend the contract. I didn't sign the contract. I wasn't part of that negotiations. But again, I think the landscape changed. I will tell you that I do have an issue with someone that's in litigation against the city. I think we at least ought to protect our interest, and maybe someone in this it's city staff, Peter, somebody has. Maybe you've got an AG opinion that said no, that's fine. But I do think there would be opposition to at least one or more of the names, and I think we should protect ourselves to make sure the AG says that doesn't violate the agreement. I'm not a lawyer. I do have one kind of final thought, is I want to make sure nobody changes the name of Selena Auditorium. And maybe you can address that, whether that's a potential part of the contract or if there's anything we can do about it. But I think Selena Auditorium is kind of a heart and soul of that facility, and we honor the name and the legacy. And so I somehow I think there may be an opportunity for the new naming rights entity to change the name of Selena Auditorium, and I would not want to be a part of anything that allowed that to happen. Anyhow, those are my thoughts. I would send you away saying, Danny, go pick the best partner for this facility overall. I disagree on a couple of council members. I would talk to suite holders. It's always good to talk to your customers. It's a community facility, but there are people that have leases that provide significant amounts of income to the arena, and I think they have a voice. And so I would hope that at some point in this, you've talked to those people and entities and have a sense of where they would be. But my sense is it's not about the most money. It's about what's best for the facility. It's the best bid, as I articulated earlier. And if you gave me a second chance, I'd call it Lone Star Arena and move on down the line. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Scott. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, a couple things I just want to clarify. I said the lowest responsible bidder, not the lowest bidder. But I want to say a couple of things here. You're looking at the partner that would give us the highest contribution, both monetarily and other, with regards to choosing a naming rights partner, correct? You're looking for the highest contribution.
That's a
right?
fair
it's
assessment.
Money or something else, you would have to quantify it to us as to what that highest bid is.
A combination of those things.
Okay, so what Councilwoman Vaughn's doesn't really change anything. You're looking for the highest contribution to us, highest bidder, that kind of scenario. So I don't think that changes anything. But I also want to say, you probably all were thanks to Thomas J. Henry. In terms of negotiations, you always want to plant that price flag as you be the first one to do it. Well, you didn't have to do it. Thomas J. Henry did it for you. Planted that flag, $1.25 million. And every negotiation came from that spot, right? He did you a tremendous favor. Even if it's just negotiating and, against anybody else, they know the flag has been planted. I did negotiations for 20 plus years. I can tell you, I would love to have that planted flag of that price as a starting point, right? Especially since American Bank was only giving you $190,000, because that was your previous starting point, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so even if they don't get it, you should send him a thank you note to say that, thank you for planting that flag. This is a negotiation tactic. You may think it's funny, but it is a tremendously good thing to happen. So I don't know how you think about it, but that's a great negotiating point. Hey, I got $1.25 million. Can you do better? 1.3? Come on, right? So, like I said, I think it's ultimately what this non-binding resolution gives you an idea of where we're standing at. Highest contribution, highest bidder, whatever you want to discuss, however you want to paint that. But when you do select somebody, make sure you give us all the details as to why they're the highest contribution. because you're going to be held accountable to that. Okay? Thank you.
Understood.
And I won't talk about my kids.
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna ask this for the record, because it is my opinion we are changing. We are changing that contract by what he just said and by the way this is written. And I think that, I don't think that was the intent, but I'm gonna need legal. If I submitted, or if I put an agenda item on this agenda that read, non-binding motion of support for awarding the naming rights for the convention center to the lowest bidder, who isn't an XYZ, whatever. I'm not going to pick on lawyers. I love them. Doctors, whatever. That item can go on this agenda, and we can vote on that because it's, quote, non-binding. Is that correct?
The phrase non-binding is intended.
No, it's yes or no. It's yes or no.
Yes.
If I put an agenda item that said, awarding the naming rights for the convention center to a lowest bidder who is not a whatever profession, that can go on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay. So what is the point to a non-binding item? Miles? No, I hope it doesn't give direction. It's non-binding. If you're giving direction, then we're in trouble here, and someone should be telling us that. So what is the point to a non-binding action item? I've never seen it, but, I mean, obviously there's one, so.
It's a policy opinion of the city council. That's it.
Okay, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But again, what this verbiage says, and I think I think you may have suggested, or who was it? Somebody suggested changing the verbiage a little bit. I think it was you. That doesn't change. I mean, we're not giving you direction because it's non-binding. However, it's like you're a juror. You're hearing the evidence, or you're maybe listening to the news. You're not supposed to when you leave the jury room, right? You're instructed not to, but you go listen to it. Undue influence. So for me, I think this is just a little bit walking on thin ice. And I don't think that was your intent, Councilwoman. I know it wasn't. And I can't, I'm not, this doesn't even apply to me. I'm just saying I feel that it is in direct conflict with what we're expecting them to do, because he's telling us, Gil just asked him, it is about the money, and you said other, what did you say? Other?
There's other factors.
A whole lot of factors. Well, I mean, legal, I mean, that's where you come in, and, I mean, think about, I mean, I'm out of this, but. Okay.
No, actually, that
So-
would be, absolutely prohibited to bring it back, because they have
Okay,
that within their contract.
Okay, Councilman, can you put, so everybody can hear what you're saying? Can you please, thank you.
Can we not edit the contract?
The contract is a bilateral agreement with them as the party on the other side. They have rights. You can request that they make an amendment, but they would have the right to say, in exchange for that amendment, how much are you going to give me?
Well, they get the same amount of money, but we make the decision as a council.
Well,
Councilman, you could do that. We would just have to see if OVG would be willing to amend.
I'm sure they will. They're a partner of us, and they want to make everybody happy and put it on a city council vote.
Technically, they're not a partner. They are another party to a contract.
You know what I mean, Miles.
No, I mean, in a legal sense, that is a very different thing. They are a legal party to a contract. It's a bilateral agreement. You can't force that on them, and that's why the phrase non-binding actually has real meaning here.
So I guess that just, I mean, we can write whatever we want under the sun, and you can't listen to it. And they can vote, and it's non-binding. I don't know what the point is, so.
That's fine. I mean, let's just do it like that. It's just showing who's for the taxpayer, who's not for the taxpayer. That's it. That's all we want to know.
Yeah, okay.
I second your motion, whatever it is.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
I'm going to make a motion to amend my motion to add something there. Non-binding motion of support for awarding the naming rights for the convention center to the most responsible entity that offers the most funding to the city for said rights. And I am doing this because it needs to end. Y'all want to know what the council's input in. That is the only reason I did it, because I think this has to be closed, and I hope you pick it really, really soon.
Understood.
Okay, I have Councilman Scott's the second time. I think everybody has their second.
Oh, I'm kidding, right? So first of all, this whole for and against the taxpayer is just nonsense. I think the best partner, would you say best partner for the facility overall, that is a net business positive for the city is the answer. Just want to get that off my chest. I think the best partner for the overall facility, I think there's an expectation that when you bring us back your decision, that you be able to articulate what that net is, and if there is a difference in the others, why you chose that one. So I don't know this for or against the taxpayer. I do think if that's the case, we just always pick the lowest bid. So I think I'm for the taxpayer, but I'm expecting you to pick the best partner, and I think it should include a net, not just a gross income. Thank you.
Okay, so he is suggesting a slight difference in wording.
Let's see, I didn't hear.
Mark, can you repeat your wording?
Sure. I was going by what he told us he's doing, which is, well, I hear what you're asking. The best partner for the overall facility, and I think it's a net. You know, if I'm going to give you $1, but somewhere in there we lose 50 cents, then the net's 50 cents, not the dollar. And so I was hoping there'd be a conversation about the net best answer, not just the highest best answer. But I liked what he said before, which was pick the best partner for the facility overall. I just assumed that included a net conversation.
Best net.
Okay, that's basically what I've said anyway. I'm not going to change it. But thank you, Mark, for your comments. Let's just do it.
Okay. Okay, so yes, we're going to go ahead and open public comment. Ms. Luna. And anyone else that would like to make comment.
Okay, Susie Luna Saldana, Corpus Christi. I agree with Ms. Vaughn on this issue, believe it or not. And let me tell you why. Because I almost fell out of my chair when Councilman Barrera said it's not about money. Almost fell out of my chair, and that's hard to do. All right? So let me tell you something else. You are the council. The council previous to you voted to give it to him. You have a right to overturn that vote. Did you know that? There have been issues before where previous councils have made decisions and the new council has overturned them. You have a right to do that. So you have a right to overturn it. What I'm telling you is, as a person that lives in Corpus Christi and that cares about what happens to the people, you should look at the highest bidder, because that's going to save money and that's going to put money in the pockets of people that need it. Think about the homeless. Couldn't you do something then with some of that money? Are you so closed off that you don't care what's happening to the people? Because those of you that are not going to vote for Ms. Vaughn's proposal are certainly against the taxpayer, and certainly against the seniors, and certainly against the homeless, and certainly against the people that need it. So it's time to make a decision. Like I said, you have a right to overturn the decision. Previous councils have done it to others. So please, think about it, because it is in the benefit of the people. And that's what I want you to think about.
Thank you, Ms. Saldana. Is there anyone else that would like to make comment on item number 21? Sure. Okay, we're going to close the public hearing. Councilman Roy.
I just want to thank, I'm glad that you changed that a little bit, and I think that's where I was kind of heading with that. And so I just want to thank you for doing that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
It's a motion to amend, Mayor.
Motion motion to amend. Okay, so we don't have the system available?
No, ma'am, if we could just do a voice vote for the motion to amend. Ms. Vaughn inserted the words "most responsible" before entity in the motion
Well,
that's here
why
now.
don't you somebody read it again? Can you read it, please?
Ma'am? Sure.
Can you read it?
So it says, non-binding motion of support for awarding the naming rights for the convention center to the most responsible entity that offers the most funding to the city for said rights.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry? Are you okay?
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, so one no. Mr. Scott?
No.
Okay, 2 noes.
And I'm-
That included the most funding, I think the net.
Yes.
The net.
Well, she didn't accept
The net-
it.
Well, the net would have been most funded. Okay.
Okay. So then we would just vote on it as amended now.
Okay. Okay, motion, who's going to make the motion? Excuse me.
We can just vote, as amended. So, no, it's already been amended, so we're just voting on it as amended.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed, say no.
No.
And Mr. Scott also no?
No.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So we're moving on. Thank you. Item 22 is a discussion with possible action regarding changes to the City Council's public comment process to enhance community participation. I'm sorry, that's council members Vaughn, Cantu, and Gompels. Who wants to, go ahead. Item 22.
22. Okay, I put this on here so that the public could have more of an opportunity to come and speak at public comment. We have so many people that work, taxpayers, they don't get to come down here. They're working. So I just think we should try it. If it doesn't work, we can always go back, but let's give them the opportunity. We may be packed, we may have 2 people, we don't know until we try it. So that's the reason I put it on there. I think it's important that they be allowed to speak as well. We're not taking anything away from anybody. You can still come and speak on the agenda items. You can send something in. So we're not keeping you from doing anything. I think they get to speak on consent agenda before it's done as well. And Mr. Risley can explain it more if need be, but that's the reason I put it on there.
Okay, so let's see here. The details, though, Councilwoman, or the three?
They're on there, and I pretty much said it, Mr. Sinoni.
Yeah, I don't know if Miles had amended council rules or whatever, but basically what Councilwoman Vaughn says is that the general comments to the council that are now at noon would be at 5:30. However, like Susie Saldana, Ms. Saldana's here and has spoken on several items. So individuals coming in during the council meeting can still address the council on specific items, but it really has to be on that item. And the presiding chair, the mayor, if somebody's deviating and signing up to speak on, say, purchase of automobiles, but they start talking about desal plants, the mayor would have to tell them that's not what you signed up for. So the citizen comment from the beginning of the business portion of the meeting through the entire meeting is still allowed. People can speak on items. They can combine items and speak on multiple at one time. This just moves the public comment, the open comment forum from the noon time frame to the 5:30 to accommodate working families.
Okay, so noon, just for clarity, noon is going to be agenda-related only.
Yeah, business-related only.
That's what you're proposing. Well, agenda and city business.
Yeah.
And then 5:30 would be?
Public comment.
Right, 5:30 would be general comment.
Any non-related?
We'll have to work with Rebecca, so when people sign up, they'll have to put the item number. They'll have to put the item number that they want to speak.
I'm sorry, but 5:30 would be?
It still should be the rules of decorum that Miles reads should still be it. Like it should still be pertaining to city business, but not the business that's on the agenda.
I see. Okay, non-agenda.
Yeah.
City-related.
It should still be city-related for the councils, because you
Right.
can't, if they
Non-agenda.
start talking about, some county out in West Texas, there's not much you can.
Right.
There's really two, yeah, this
public
one way,
comment.
Councilwoman Vaughn, and the way she and I talked about it is that this actually enhances public comment. They actually have almost more time to talk.
Okay, so we would pause at 5:30.
Yeah, at
if we were
5:30.
still having a
Today's a
meeting.
little bit of a different,
And then
anomaly of
move
a
on.
meeting, but, if we would pause at 5:30, take citizen comment. If the meeting broke at 4, we'd come back at 5:30.
Okay, so, and if it didn't work out, I guess we can go back.
We can go back. This is a council
And
set policy.
that's my comment. We can
Right.
go back. Let's give it a try, see if we get people to show up that don't normally do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Got to make the motion.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Councilwoman Paxton.
I thank you for the clarification that we're adding a 5:30, because my concern was also, folks are here for item number 10, and then they can't talk till 5:30. I did want to, well, now that one doesn't matter either. My notes were basically, if folks could sign up for public comment in advance, and if we could get, we get the sheets that basically, and I'm not sure what distinguishes when we get the sheets and when we don't, but it'll have their full public comment and any supplemental documents.
Right.
They're not necessarily in the Excel sheet, but I thought that could be, a workaround if we were only talking in the evening, but now we have the lunch segment, or noon, and the 5:30 segment, if I'm understanding
Right.
correctly.
Or it doesn't necessarily have to be at noon, so say item number 10, somebody speaks on, but it's 12:45.
Yeah.
So when number 10 comes up, the mayor says, anybody want to speak on, or actually her sign-up sheet will say, okay, I have 2 speakers that can speak in number 10, come up and speak.
So then I would say if this were to pass and we move forward with this, I would think our public messaging would not exclusively be great news. We've added an evening section.
But we're not adding anything. No. We're changing the public comment to 5:30 PM. We're not adding a public
Well,
comment.
we're splitting it.
We're split.
Because you are.
It exists today. The
Right
mayor
now,
calls
it's all
people,
one.
like Ms. Saldana was just saying, anybody want to speak? She came up and spoke, right?
Yeah.
That'll happen from the beginning of the business meeting all
On
the
the
way to the
agenda
end.
items,
It happens today.
So we're
Yeah.
not going to keep the designated time slot at noon, according to this agenda memo.
Yeah, they still get to speak on any agenda items. Mayor Paulette will ask them that before each item. Does anyone want to speak, like she does right now?
Okay, that's fine. But what I heard was we were adding a section.
Now, I know you heard that, and I
Noon
thought-
and 5:30.
Oh, we're not.
So that's what kind of
adding
confused me.
I thought we were doing noon for any, okay, so we're talking 3 different things.
Yes.
I thought it was noon, people come and speak on agenda items, agenda items. And then at 5:30, it's non-agenda, but all city business. No. You're
What are they
saying
saying?
do away with noon?
Yeah, so the citizen comment outside of the 5:30 timeframe is all on the business portions of the agenda. So today, as an example, if we did a briefing first thing at 11:30, citizens don't speak, right? The council decorum is no speaking. So any portions of the business meeting, that means the consent agenda, the individual agenda, and there's a public hearing one. Citizens can speak on those, and they sign up, and as we go through the meeting, just like we do today, the
Yeah.
mayor says it, anybody want to speak on this item, they can do that. And so they could speak at noon if they wanted to, but ideally for the council who wants to remember what they said, so you can use their information as guidance, you ideally want the person to speak when you're about to vote on the item. So a prolonged meeting like today, if somebody told us something at 12, you're going to be hard pressed to remember it when you have to vote on an item.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
So I think if we were to do an evening public comment,
Right.
I think we would need to articulate very clear, equal, when we're saying, if we move this to 5:30, if you are going to go speak on it, or you're interested, one way or another, on an agenda item, and foreseeably you cannot attend the meeting to speak at the agenda item, email your representative, call your representative, sign up in advance, and then maybe that's where in the system we can get And Peter, again, I'm not sure what divvies the difference, but we get some of these public comments where we get their full input.
Yeah.
It's different from, so if they can submit this.
Yeah, the secretary manages that, but yes, yeah.
But the process, I'm not familiar with the back end.
Okay.
If we get that, but we just have to over communicate, because I'd hate to say yes, and I think that this does. Like Councilwoman Vaughn is saying, I think it opens it up to people who are working. They can come in the evening. But I don't know that it will dawn on everybody, well, that means they're going to vote on my item before 5:30, potentially. And they may not be able to wait through the whole meeting for that. And that's fine. We have that situation right now. Nothing's being taken away. It's just being changed around. So we'd have to overly communicate, be proactive, sign up, send us the documents, reach out to us before if you can't be there, that kind of thing.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I would like to point out, there's nothing in here that would change the provision in here that says that each speaker is limited to a total of no more than 3 minutes per speaker. That would still be in place.
Yes.
But there is one thing that we did have on our proposal 2 years ago that isn't on here, and you might want to have it on here. That is that the meeting would continue being a meeting under that proposal, even if a quorum was lost, because council won't be acting. And the reason for that is the people that want to come at 5:30, quite often once council is no longer doing council activities, making council decisions, there's a high likelihood that council members will then start to filter out. But the people who come to speak are still going to want to be on TV and during the televised portion of the meeting, so it rescues so they aren't inconvenienced by coming to a meeting that just has disappeared.
Well, I certainly hope council members don't leave. That's what we were elected to do, is listen to the people. I don't think that's going to happen. But that's a good point.
But that was in there, and if you were going to amend this to add that, I would recommend that you add that. Otherwise, there might be a high probability council members will leave once business of council other than public comment's no longer happening.
I can do that, but when I make my motion, you add that what you just said, so I don't have to write that down. Like a book. Can you do that, Miles? Still my motion, you're just adding it for me.
My recommendation would just be to add the language that city council will be considered to still be in session during the special public comment period, even if a quorum is lost.
No.
Rebecca, did you get that?
And
Yeah, verbally. So city council will be considered still in session even if a quorum is lost.
Yeah, and I can
We're
follow
going to
up.
add that.
At 5:30.
And we're going to say motion to move public comment from noon to 5:30. And then what I just said.
Yeah, and it doesn't move all public comment,
City
just the
council
public
will be-
comment that's unrelated to the
City
council
council.
But we
business
need
that
to,
day.
don't we need to specify that? We're referring to public comment that is not, what?
Yeah, this is the comment that wasn't related to the business items of that day. The public comment that would happen at the beginning of the session, well, that has to be tied to a particular item on the council that day. That's the biggest change.
Okay, can I just make the motion? Oh, somebody else wants to talk. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Trying to take over your meeting.
We do.
Mayor.
Quick question. Rebecca, real quick. So on something like this, so we're moving it to 5:30. So would the sign-up period
Oh, that's a good question.
be to 5:30 to 5 o'clock, or how would we work
Well,
that?
my staff leaves at 5, right? So we would have to work out a time, maybe 4:30. So we could put the list together and have it ready at 5. I guess, if you're asking me just right now, I haven't really thought that through, Mayor. But that's a good point. When would we close it? That is something I'd have an issue with. So I'd have to work with my staff on how we would work that out, ma'am.
Something to think about.
It is, yes, thank you.
Sure. Councilman Cantu.
I just want to say I support this 5:30 public comment because there's a lot of people that work and they want to go and talk about issues And sometimes they don't want to talk about all these agenda issues. They want to talk about their streets, talk about animals, talk about trees, sidewalks, whatever, and I think it will give them an opportunity to be engaged with the city council, see a lot of new faces. But if it doesn't work out, we could always bring it back to 12 o'clock. And I think it would be a great deal. And I don't know if we could do something with the website or to show the people where their agenda's at, if they want to go talk before the agenda. I don't know, there's something we could do, showing like a time frames, hey, this agenda item's estimated to come out in 10 minutes, 20 minutes or whatever, to bring them to the chambers so they don't have to be waiting all day for that agenda item. But just something we could think about, but I do support this, and see how it goes for the next 30, 45 days.
And we could possibly use the new texting system.
There we go.
To say, hey, alert, whatever, see this, and you could put a link or whatever. I think it's good.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Councilman Roy.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand this. So we would do away with the 12 o'clock deal, but anybody that wants to make comment on an agenda item can be at that agenda item, make comment, and then they would also be able to come back and make comment at 5:30.
That's correct.
If it's just on a general issue that they want to discuss.
Right.
The only other thing I wanted to ask is that proclamations and all those things that you do, would we move that to 5?
Oh, my proclamations?
Or are we going to do your proclamations at 11?
11. No, we'd still do them at 11. Oh, because, wait, so the meeting would
No,
start?
11, I think you keep them at 11 still. The meeting would still start at 11:30.
Okay,
Yeah.
But we would just get through faster.
right, we just go.
Maybe not.
Maybe,
Okay.
right. Bring a pillow.
Yeah.
All righty.
One last thing. Peter, if this passes, can we do the consent agenda right away so we get city staff out of the chambers?
Yeah, we could. In fact, one thing I was thinking of even moving the city manager's report. So the business meeting would open up right into consent agenda. And then that would alleviate, part of the issue is we do have hundreds of thousands of dollars of city staff waiting around for items to happen for hours. So if we take care of consent right away, get that big portion of the agenda over, then move into individual item and then the public hearing, items. The business meeting has consent, public hearings, individual. So in that order. So we'd open right up at 11:30, go right into consent.
Actually, we couldn't do that because the state, the Texas Open Meetings Law now requires before we actually take action on an item, we have to give the public a right to comment on that item.
That's inherent, Miles, in what I was saying. But you go right into consent. If somebody wants to speak on item number 1 on consent, you come up and speak. Or if it's item number 3 on consent, you come up when number 3 is on consent.
But I was going to ask that.
Yeah.
As is today, we can't move forward in our agenda without having public comment first. So how do you address that?
No, it's public comment on the items on the agenda. And we're going to give this, just like we do today, we give them all that opportunity to come up on any item. And Miles just said there's no limit, there's no cap. If you want to come up on every item, you can come up on every
So
item.
as long as it's open?
Yeah, as long as the public has the opportunity to talk on the business of the agenda.
While we're hearing it.
Right, yeah, before you vote on it.
I see.
The reason being, you want to hear what the constituents have to say is one more piece of information to vote yes or no.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, Councilman, the answer is yes on that.
It's 8:21. It's 8.
Okay, I want to make an amendment that Roland Barrera has to be here for public comment. No, I'm kidding. No, but I did want to make a motion to amend per, Miles's comments. I think we need the amendment to that to reflect that. Right, you got it, but I think we have to make a formal amendment to the motion.
Was there a second? Yeah, she hasn't made a motion yet.
Okay, so you haven't made the motion?
No.
Okay, so I'll make the amendment when after she makes her motion.
Unless you want to include it.
What is the amendment?
Oh, you're going to put it in the motion? Okay, then I don't have to make an amendment.
Yeah, she's going to include it.
Except I would like Roland to be here. No, I'm just.
Okay, so where are we?
Okay, so she. So Ms. Vaughn wants to make a motion.
Okay. What?
Okay. I make a motion to move public comment from noon to 5:30 PM, effective July the 15th, 2025. City council will be considered to still be in session even if quorum is lost. Is that correct, Miles?
During the public comment period, even if quorum is lost. Yes, ma'am.
During the public comment period.
During the 5:30 public comment period, the city council will still be considered in session even if the quorum is lost and until adjourned.
Okay, you got that, Rebecca?
And Councilwoman Vaughn, you said starting July 15?
Yeah, it gives us time
That's good.
to-
That'll give us time to, yeah, good.
So one quick last question. Let's say we finished. Let's say we finish, Miles. Let's say we finish at 4. Okay, and we don't close out the meeting? I mean, and hope.
You will close out the
people-
business portion of the meeting. You'll say that the business portion of the meeting is closed,
Adjourned.
but the not formally adjourned, but then the meeting will reconvene at 5:30 for the non-business part of the meeting.
Okay.
And then,
Okay.
and then you might get, some city council members there for that.
I just have a problem with that because what if, just saying, I know me and Carolyn will be here, but what if someone, and you and everybody else, but what if everybody doesn't show up? Nobody shows up to public comment?
That's San Antonio does that. And if you got 2 out of their 9, guess who your audience is? 2.
That's
I
actually why I
agree.
made the recommendation, because that's what happens in San Antonio.
I mean, I think it needs to be a
Public will let you
priority
know.
for everybody.
I was just saying Carolyn because she was looking at me. So I just said her name.
Okay. We have a motion and we have a second. Okay. Is this working? No. Okay. All in favor?
This was Carolyn's motion, right?
Yes.
I can vote for it.
Yes, you
I don't know
can.
what it is, but
Oh, sorry. Did we not do public comment?
What about me?
I'm sorry, Susie. I'm gonna
You
open.
all have very short memories, or you have no idea of the history of this city. This has been tried before at 5:30,
Oh, yeah.
and it created a ruckus, Rebecca, you remember? Okay? It has been tried before, and it has failed. And I guarantee you that if you close your meeting, and if you two are promising to be here, you probably will be the only 2 here. Hey, okay, so if you work, you have to go. If you have other commitments, you have to go. Guarantee you I know someone that won't be here. Looking at them. Okay, so bottom line to the scenario, what I like you to do is, I understand you're trying to give people a chance at 5:30 to come, but I guarantee you that the minute that you guys don't have people to listen, they're not gonna come. And what is the duration of the period that you want to do it for? You're going to try it out? Are you going to have a duration of maybe 2 months to try it out? And then if it doesn't work, you go back to it? You have to put a kind of time limit, because otherwise you're going to get the same thing that Joe got at the time, that says you're trying to squash public comment and not listen to the people. So think about those issues, because I've got time. I can stay here. I've got time, you've got time, I've got time. I don't have a problem with sticking around, but other people cannot. So think about that. A trial period, set a time date.
Councilman Roy.
I know I'm asking a lot of questions here, but I do think time is important. And can we maybe look at, if this thing works, can we look at maybe doing the TERS meetings in between the one or something? Because, you know, what I don't want to have, I mean, what's tough is that we do a TERS meeting at 9:30 in the morning, right? And then we're done with that at 10, 10:30. Then, I mean, I guess it's like tonight. We're here tonight and there's no public comment, but we're going to be here a lot longer than there would be. But I'm just thinking that some of those other meetings that we try to do during the same day, like the TERS meetings, maybe we can schedule those in between or something.
You can.
Because we don't know how long the business meeting's going to take.
Right.
Oh.
You'd have to do that so many hours in advance.
All right, okay. I'm just trying to come up with utilize our time the best.
Did you hear him? We could do it after public
No. Okay. Come on up. Yeah, we're public hearing.
Yeah, just double checking.
Yeah.
Joshua Frederick, City of Corpus Christi. I have a different proposal for y'all. If you would like to hear more from the public, starting at 5:30, add a second public comment time so that you can still accommodate those that cannot make it to the actual agenda item time. And you would also allow for public comment to happen at 5:30. Just put a little pause in the meeting and come back to it after the fact. I am concerned that there are things on the agenda that you won't be able to hear about from the public at that time. They can't make it to 3 o'clock on a Tuesday. A lot of people can't do that, and you may end up voting on something that they do want to talk to you about. So just adding a secondary time for the people that do work all day, that aren't fortunate enough like myself to work for themselves and be here all Tuesday.
You're saying keep the noon and just
keep the
add a
noon
second one
and have a second one would be my recommendation.
so that the person doesn't have to wait for the item. And I hear you. Okay.
Yeah, just a fun thought. All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you. Mr. Rice.
I'm glad he adjusted the mic for my height before I got here. Connor Rice, District 2. I support the amendment. I support the resolution. My only recommendation would be at the county, they have a clipboard, so city secretary's staff wouldn't have to stay. So you can keep public comment open until the working class gets here by 5:30. So they just have a clipboard at the county courthouse that you sign up for public comment on. And then as soon as public comment starts, they just grab it and give it to the county judge. So if we could follow something similar to that, that would accommodate the actual working class people who this is intended for. And then the other thing is I would recommend stripping the recommendation that came out. I think you should hold your colleagues on this council accountable. They should have to be here for public comment, in all honesty. So I would recommend stripping that from the resolution, and then keeping public comment, the opportunity to sign up open until 5:30, and possibly using that clipboard idea that they use at the county. And I think it would work well for us here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Anyone else? I thought Mr. Frederick's idea was what we were initially talking about, was adding one, as you mentioned. Councilwoman Paxson.
I don't know where we are. I think we have a motion and second. Not to belabor the process, but we're already at 8:30, so what the heck? What I think the two honestly makes the most sense. And I think we were all prepared to say yes to that. Now, here's my thought. My initial reaction was, well, gosh, when are we going to get business done? But if the day predicts that most people show up at noon, then there won't be that long interruption in the evening. If the day predicts that most people show up in the evening, we won't have the long interruption at noon. So it'll balance itself out naturally. I do also miss the clipboard. I myself was tripped up by the new system one day when I wasn't familiar with it, so we used to have one right over there. I have no problem with the clipboard. I like the clipboard. But here's an idea. Devil's advocate. What is the thought, bless you, of doing 5:30 public comment Monday night, council, full business day Tuesday? Because then to me, it kills two birds with one stone. And I know you said don't talk about killing animals today.
Not true, Monday. They won't show up.
No way, Jose.
No way, Jose. So, but to me, it makes us not have to duplicate public comment, but people come after work. They can still speak before all the agenda items. And it doesn't belabor the Tuesday. That's my thought process. I see your face, Karen.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Vaughn, okay.
I'm going to leave my motion like it is. I think we can try it. If it doesn't work, then we can change it as we go. Thank you.
Councilman Campos.
Well, I actually did like that idea, the dual. So, but we already have a motion and it's been second, so I don't know if we want to amend it. Okay.
Okay, so we've got it. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Scott?
Well, we're voting.
Okay.
We're voting on her
Original motion.
which is
Move it to 5:30.
move it to 5:30 and we're
Move
going
from
to
noon
have
to 5:30.
one. What did Mr. Scott vote? Okay. Any opposed? Aye. I'm opposing it. I would support 2, and that's what I thought this was from the beginning. So I'm happy for the clarity, because I was coming into this not voting at all, but I thought it was 2. I thought we were just going to separate the non-business to the 5:30 and keep the noon, because I think that I don't know who can sit here until 2:30 in the afternoon to hear their item and speak on it. So for that reason, yeah. Okay, well, the motion carries.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So,
Mayor, just on item 21, council members, Mayor Guajardo, you meant to abstain on item 21. So if that's okay, I'm going to change the minutes to reflect that she's abstaining on item 21, the naming rights item.
yeah, thank you. I am. I had told her, yeah, but it wasn't spoken. Yes. See. Yeah. Item number 23, discussion and possible action to refer to the city auditor for investigation into potential waste and abuse of taxpayer funds by city manager and staff relating to claims and payments made by the city to Luminaire, Inc. This was brought to this, or the memo was signed by Councilwoman Campos, Cantu, and Hernandez. Councilwoman Campos.
Okay. All right, well, the reason that I brought this agenda item up is to look into the waste and abuse of taxpayer money in this issue. I did read what you had sent, Peter, and there's still some questions that have not been answered. So I wanted to make a motion to allow the audit department to investigate this one particular, issue item and report back to us, just to clarify that nothing, fraudulent or waste, because it doesn't make sense that the mediation was for less, for, $202,000, and we ended up paying $262,000.
Right.
So I just want for the council to look at this item and to, see for ourselves that nothing, out of the ordinary happened, because the way it looks now, it does look like we had negotiated with the mediator. They had agreed on the 202, but we ended up paying $262,000. So I'd like to have the audit department investigate this one transaction.
And I just have a quick question. So did, I guess, yourself or Councilman Cantu or Councilman Hernandez reach out to the city manager to talk about this before?
No, I didn't.
This is a pretty big,
No,
I mean,
nobody reached out to the city.
the way this is written is a pretty big, well, it's kind of serious. So y'all did not reach out? No one reached out to the city manager to say, we have questions, we have concerns?
Yeah, no, nobody reached out to anybody, the city manager or any city staff. I'd like to pass out the memo I sent, if I can, Councilman. Yeah.
Go ahead.
We're just trying to be transparent with the public, Mayor. That's all we're doing.
Absolutely.
And there were some people that reached out to us from the public, and they wanted us to look into this. And I don't think it's fair for us to just go talk to Peter and then tell them what Peter said. They want it to be out and open, because in all reality, I've been sued a handful of times, and when I settle in mediation, I pay what the mediation amount is. Mediation was $202,000. Why would the city pay $262,000? I mean, that just doesn't make any sense.
Councilman, yeah.
I understand, and it's part of the process. My question is, did anyone reach out to the city manager to say, hey, by the way, this is a pretty big accusation, before doing this? Doesn't mean you can't do this.
We worded it wrong.
Before doing it. I'm not
Yeah.
saying it. It's a quick question because today there are many examples of that.
Yeah.
And if that's how people want to do business, okay, but it's not a good way. And you heard that today. And so, anyway.
Right, Mayor, can I, if you
Yes.
don't mind, say a few things? I'm going to pass these memos to Councilman Cantu, just haven't passed them around to the council. This was sent to you yesterday. It was written by the city attorney, who's not the city manager. And I'm asking Rebecca to put one in the official record with this agenda item, because the way the caption's written is pretty inflammatory. The answer to the councilman's question, why didn't I recommend settling? Because we had a contractual obligation to pay the company $262,000. The city council approved a 3-year contract with Luminaire on June 14 of 2022, and we paid them for 2 years, the $262. On the third year, for some reason, the then health director, decided on her own not to pay the vendor any more money, when we had a contractual obligation to pay a small business $262,000. And we enter into contracts, we have to pay the money. Especially a department head can't say, I don't think I want to pay this company anymore, even though city council approved the contract. We had an approved contract with this vendor to pay them $262,000. The then health director decided not to pay. The city attorney's office, and I don't agree with the health director's decision not to pay. Second thing I didn't agree with is the city attorney's office setting up a mediation to try to settle on a lesser payment amount. Why would we do that? When we have a contractual obligation to pay a vendor a certain amount, why would somebody try to mediate a lesser amount? So that was problem number 2. When they brought it to my attention to put it on the city council agenda, it was a quick and easy answer of no. Why are we going to tell a small business we're going to pay you $262,000? Take them through a mediated circus and pay them something less. We don't do that. We don't do that in the city. We have tons of contracts that council approves. If we're telling our vendors out there, we're going to approve a contract amount, but it may be less if a director doesn't feel like paying you, we can't do business like that. So I rejected all the staff's recommendations and said, do what the city council told us to do, and that's pay the contract amount. So that's what happened. And it's well written out in this memo that I didn't write, Miles wrote it, the city attorney, the legal department. I'm not a lawyer, but he is, and he has a law degree, or what do you call it?
A JD.
He has a duty to uphold the law. He's not going to write something, I don't know if it's equivalent to an auditor's standing, but that's it. So this is laid out in this memo that nobody asked me about, but I do want to put it on the public record. And I want this included in the official record, and I think the decision is the right one. We cannot tell small businesses that we're going to pay them money, have city council approve a contract, and then at the whim of a director not pay them. And by the way, taxpayer money, if we had settled, we would have had to use general fund, local taxpayer money. The grant had sufficient funding. In fact, we turned back millions, 20 million. So we could use the grant to pay them in total like we should have done. Had we settled, we would have paid general fund taxpayer money of $200 million. That's in the memo too. So, Mayor, thank you for letting me have the floor.
Okay.
Absolutely.
May I respond, or may I? Okay, that sounds like a reasonable explanation, right?
It's the truth.
The problem.
It's the truth, Councilman.
Okay,
Yeah.
it may, I don't know. The only thing that I want to say is that the parties that you're describing right here, the assistant, the health director, the assistant city manager, none of them are here to.
That's probably why they're not here.
Well, it goes both ways. So I am just asking for a simple audit to be done in this transaction. And, there's nothing to be found, then great, there's nothing to be found. I am just asking for this particular item to be audited because, like we said, I know you're saying that if we agreed, that it was $262,000, but during the mediation, they had agreed to $202. Now, I don't.
And Miles can explain that, why they decided. Yeah. Go ahead, Miles. Why did you get?
First thing I'd like to say is a policy of living up to your contracts that the city manager has espoused helps you out as a city in the long run, because presumably if you have that policy, people will be more willing to contract, you'll be more competitive in the world of contracting, you'll get more bids, more proposals, because people will know they can count on you. So I support Peter's policy 100% of paying in accordance with the contract. When we were asked to defend the non-payment by the lower level officials, we actually went to mediation because we had a strong sense that we weren't going to win the lawsuit if there was a lawsuit filed against us. And that's why you have a settlement value that's almost 80% of the original claim amount. That was pretty much almost just a nuisance level of discount that we would have potentially have received. So and we would have had to pay it probably with general fund dollars as opposed to the grant fund dollars that we had to give back. So it made perfect sense. It made perfect sense to get what we could get in the mediation from our level. It made perfect sense for Peter to look at it and say, we're going to pay our vendors in accordance with the contracts that we execute. We're going to live up to our word.
Okay. Councilwoman Paxson.
Thank you. I read the packet. I read everything that we were given on the item. I understand the concerns. I mean, if we're in a business, which we are, if you have an employee who has rights, there's many cases where they would feel they cannot go to a superior for an issue. That's why we have an HR department. That's why we have these auxiliary resources for them to still be able to voice a concern, find information, and be represented without perceived or real consequences. So I understand what Councilmember Cantu is saying there. If he's being approached by people that have a concern, and he's saying, well, how do I go to the issue? All right, makes sense. To me, one of the biggest problems, or a big problem, let me restate that, as a council member, is we don't actually have a standalone entity for council related to things, and I don't mean council like members, but like council related to things when, especially new members, when we're fresh on the team and we're still learning who's connected to what, that type of thing. So with the absence of that, it makes sense. To me, it's over 50,000. It went through 3 individuals, and then it made it to the city manager. If I'm reading this right, you had the health person send a letter, we're not paying you. You had an assistant city manager send a letter, we're not paying you. You had a legal team from the city send a letter, we'd like to not pay you. Enter city manager. To me, that's well above that spending threshold. Staff should have taken it to city manager when it was apparent or at first perceived that the grant had run out. Because, you know, if my staff had just gone and made a $262,000 decision without me, I'd have some issues. I'd be a little upset. So what I think this whole thing is demonstrative of course, it is a failure of control, because it went through, in my opinion, reading this, it went through so many hands and wasn't caught.
I would agree
if
with
that makes sense.
No, that's a part of the problem, and that's why some of the individuals have moved on from the city.
And I hear what you're saying.
Bad decisions, bad choices.
I think that's what Councilmember Campos is saying, is that she's recognizing there was clearly somewhere a failure of controls, and it resulted in, well, now we
Yeah,
gave.
Councilwoman, I would say failure of judgment, not control. The controls are there. Nobody paid anybody anything, 50,000 or above, you know.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
when I say controls, I mean, my staff would know they're not spending or refuting spending, because whether you're saying you're not going to pay it or you are, you're negotiating $262,000. That should have, in my opinion, been a city manager decision. And if they had an issue, if they said, hey, we signed this contract, it's supposed to come out of grant funding, I've lost the grant, I need help here.
The grant wasn't lost, though.
But you could have caught it if they had included you.
That's right. They should have
Right.
done that to begin with.
Right.
No doubt on that.
So then, for myself, saying, oh my gosh, so did we spend general fund to cover the grant? And then discovering,
Yeah.
continuing to read that we didn't.
Right.
So my heart stopped racing at that point.
Okay.
But I would think then,
Yeah.
where you are now brought into the picture and you're saying, no, we're not putting this on the agenda. I would have perhaps put it in an executive session and said, hey, this is coming down the pipeline.
No, we didn't need, well, okay, I don't want to
Just,
interrupt, but
this
yeah,
is
but-
coming down the pipeline, just so
Yeah.
you know, I'm taking care of it. We're good. We did not lose grant funding.
Right.
It's going to be taken care of, whatever. And I think we wouldn't be here today.
Maybe so, but then just one thing I've been thinking as you've been saying that is this city organization with 29 different lines of business, 4,000 employees, and a $1.8 billion budget a year is making hundreds and hundreds of decisions a day on who to pay, how much to pay. So it shouldn't even come to your attention. You have to trust us, trust me as a city manager. If you don't, then I don't need to be here.
But I mean, a dispute on a contract for aggregate, it was almost $1 million.
Yeah, it was a self-imposed issue. It's self-induced. It wasn't the layers of oversight did not make the right decisions, didn't bring it to the right people at the right time. Brought it to me to want to settle when you should have rejected it had I brought it to you, because the city council approved the payment of $262,000. Well, I'm not going to come to the city council and say, you all approved to pay a small business, but I want you to pay something a little less after they provided all the service to us. Who in their right mind would say, oh, great, Peter, I'm so glad you did that?
I have a little placard that sits on my desk,
Yeah.
and it says, bring it all, the good, the bad, and the ugly, because we can make a plan for it if we know.
Yeah, that's my job. They need to
That's-
bring it to me.
So
And they
if
did.
we're facing, now we're talking about a grant moving into general fund, and now this many years later, if it's coming back to council members that there's a dispute, the information perhaps could have been there to refute that before coming to this level.
Yeah,
That's
right.
all.
I understood. Yeah.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, Peter, I just had a few questions on this because when it came, they asked me to put my signature on the memo. I'd reading through it. How did this go to mediation without you knowing about it?
Just that. Miles will have to answer that question.
We do dozens of mediations a year. That's routine. Peter
You
doesn't
I
know about all the
yeah.
mediations. He doesn't.
Yeah, I don't approve, one answer, Councilman Hernandez, is I don't approve what goes to mediation. I don't even really know what goes. Miles, as the city attorney, manages those. However, if it's a serious thing and a legitimate, and people are making right judgment calls, I probably would know, but I don't know what Miles has
Yeah,
in
if the
mediation this
product-
week versus last week.
If the
So how
product of
many
mediation
mediations-
is going to be a settlement of more than 50,000, in order to approve that settlement, then we have to go to the city manager. Just paying a bill that was previously authorized by the city council, that wouldn't necessarily have any problem with it. But it's this kind of settlement would have gone to the council not without the city manager recommending that we stick to our guns and not pay the money. Peter said, this is the policy we're going to have. We're going to live by our contracts. That's a legitimate decision, and you don't want a weak city manager who's going to come to you all wishy-washy and say, well, I don't really recommend this, but you have the chance to make a decision here. No, that's not the kind of city manager you hired.
Okay, so when you included this information, I didn't really see the full contract, only some exhibits, right?
We can get you a copy, Councilman. I don't
Yeah, and so in looking at this, I wanted to know what, on the last page here.
Actually, the contract is there, the service.
From an email from Danzel Okorin?
Yeah.
Otokorin. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that. On the last, you have kind of several invoices that were paid, $100,000 in 2020, $203,000 in 2021.
Right. There was some prior.
And then we, I guess, signed a 3-year contract.
Right.
In 2022.
Right.
For the 780, so, but on the last line there, it says auto renewal. Was there a renewal aspect of that 3rd year?
Yeah, it was a 3-year contract that city council approved, totaling the $786,000.
No, that wasn't my question.
Yeah.
Was that last year optional?
No, the 3 years were automatically renewed at staff's discretion. So it was a contract approved on 1 year with 2 automatic renewals, is the answer to your question.
Okay, so did we not, so if I'm understanding, we asked not to pay for this, but was it a timing issue where we didn't give them notification in time to not renew the last year?
I don't know if Dr. Dante can answer that, but the services were performed, the databases were set up. A lot of this work was done to last 3 years, and so a lot of work was done on the front end, but Dr. Dante would have to.
And what value did we get in that third year? I mean, I'm wondering, because I don't know what they did in the contract. I mean, I understand what they did during COVID.
Right.
But once we get to 2024, there's really no.
I know, but the issue is that we had an agreement to pay them, and it didn't say if something happens, we may pay you. It said we're going to pay you for 3 years at $262.
Okay, but you just said it was 1 year with 2 renewals.
Right.
And that says an auto renewal, but when was the notice to them to terminate that last year, or they didn't want to use that last year? Was it a timing issue? Was it that we didn't, I mean, did we have to renew for all 3 years?
Yeah.
So Councilman Dante Gonzalez, I'm the interim director of public health right now. So the terms of the agreement actually said that if there was any, if they were not performing, that was the only way that we could terminate the contract. And they were performing. They were a great partner, as a matter of fact. They did everything they were supposed to do. So when we took this back to them, and it was, hey, we're no longer going to keep doing the work, or we don't want your services anymore, it was a surprise to them. They had been performing at what they were hired to do. And even when we took the item to the state to ask them, how can we control, or what can we do about this? The state say, you have to pay the bill. The grant, you have an agreement, and pay the third year. And
so what did they do?
The legal fees is the only thing, which is in that email that you just pointed out to. It says we're not paying for legal fees, but the contract is included in the grant. The 3 years were included in the grant.
No, I get the grant.
So the
but
last year,
you don't just spend the money because there's a grant there. You don't just waste taxpayer dollars.
You know, this is all about the surge capacity that we had also, right? So as the progression of COVID continued to happen, surge capacity means, you know, if all of a sudden there was a mutation in COVID and we needed to continue to provide the vaccines, we needed to have a redundancy of that, and that's what the grant paid for our ability to be able to provide these services, to be able to provide the vaccines and make sure that we are tracking the vaccines and the data. So the third year that you're inquiring about is they were performing as they should. We had this availability of the system, and we needed to pay the contract to be able to have that system.
Okay, let me ask the question again, because I don't think you answered what I asked. Was there an opportunity to terminate this contract by notification before the auto renewal kicked in?
The answer is no. There was not an opportunity. It was not for fault of performing. They were performing just as they should. The clause that is on the agreement, which is listed on the memo that you have.
But I don't have the documentation to say that that's the case.
It's on the memo. Isn't that on one of the paragraphs?
Councilman, actually, it's in the packet. I read it yesterday. It does. The only way you can terminate the contract is for failure to perform. It's Exhibit C, Councilman. Item number 4, the clause is called term and termination. And the only way you can do it, it says either party may terminate this agreement if the other party materially breaches the terms and conditions set forth herein. Period. That's it. So that's the only way.
What you passed out to me goes from Exhibit B to Exhibit D.
Yeah, and that's a termination for cause.
Yeah, some of the exhibits have exhibits. If you go, just a second, if you go to page 1, 2, 3, the 4th page, on the back side of the 4th page, it should have an Exhibit C in the upper left-hand corner. And if you look at 4, term/termination or semicolon, it says again, either party may terminate, but only if the parties materially breach the terms and conditions. I asked this to Miles and Dr. Dante, was there a performance issue? No. Did we ever tell Luminaire that they weren't performing? Did we send them a cure letter? The answer is no to all of those. They were performing. We never told them they weren't performing. There's no evidence that they weren't performing. Therefore, the contract for 3 years had to have been paid.
So what were they doing?
They were provided the software they were provided the software. They were provided the license to the software.
So it's just a license to a software?
Well, I mean, they have the database, right? They have the information and they're upkeeping with the software for us to be able to input the data so we can cross-communicate with the state database along with our local database so that our staff didn't have to manually input and key in every single piece of information. So it was transmitting information back and forth between the state database for vaccines and specifically for COVID. And also our information that we were inputting in our iPads. So whenever you saw the thousands of people lined up waiting to receive a vaccine, and we were computing the data and maintaining the data, so that system would keep up with that information.
In 2024, when pretty much COVID was effectively over, we were paying $262,000 for how many vaccines?
Well, I think in the way that you're phrasing it right now, you would assume we would have to have known when COVID was going to end, right? We had a 3-year agreement that we started back in 2022.
When did the governor declare it was over?
Well, we started this agreement in 2022, Councilman, right? And it was a 3-year agreement, so it was going to take us all the way through 2025.
So why bother to go through mediation?
I think
it was a bad decision on staff's part. I'm telling, that's what the answer is. The health director who excluded Dr. Dante from really any of this information told them to go to the mediation. He didn't know anything about this. I asked this morning, were you at mediation? The answer is yes. Were you prepared? The answer was no. Did you get prepped by the city attorney's office? No. So he was instructed to go by the then health director, to represent something he knew very little of, because Dr. Khan at the time didn't really engage him in this issue. And so he went to mediation. Nobody told me from the city attorney's office, and I shouldn't be saying it here publicly, but talked to Miles about this, where if you're going to go to a mediation on something like this, you probably ought to let the city manager know, because he may object. You know, we don't want to go through a whole mediation and then have this circus saying, well, you went to mediation, something must have been up. So Miles knows that already. The more words were said than what I'm saying right now about you guys got to hold up your end of the job over here. You can't go into some mediation. An assistant city manager shouldn't be at the mediation and doesn't even tell the city manager that he's going to go to try to get out of a contract that the city council approved to pay a small business. It doesn't work that way, you know. So that's the answer, Councilman.
I think if you want to really see why Peter made the right decision, look at the Doug Allison letter on the last 3 pages. He explains why our case was so weak. That's why we went to mediation, because we knew we were going to lose a potential lawsuit. And that's why Peter said, we need to just pay this contract because we are in the wrong.
Right.
So you ought to be lucky you have a city manager that makes that kind of moral decision, decides to pay. And he did. He overruled his attorney, but he was right to do that. Mm-hmm. You know, but we're the attorneys. We're going to fight for whatever position, whatever level at the city is taken. But he makes the moral decision, and he makes the decision that's long-term self-interest to stand up to our contracts, and that's what he did.
Okay.
Okay. So I mean, this whole thing kind of, you know, I'm thinking much to do about nothing.
That's the way we see it. Well, actually, I don't see it that way.
But we went through this whole rigmarole of mediation, going through this whole process, creating kind of this image of or impression that there's some sort of weird thing happening, and then all of a sudden it goes in a different direction.
Right.
Then I'm not sure how we agreed to this. That there's, 1-year renewals, but only for breach of.
Yeah.
Well, the only party that can breach is Luminaire.
Yeah, and
I mean,
right.
Why agree to a term like that?
The contract was poorly written, Councilman, and it wasn't.
Who wrote it?
The former purchasing agent that's no longer with the city. So
Josh Crowley?
Excuse me. No, it was a legacy one that Kim Baker had done. It was kind of it goes back even prior to COVID, because the initial contract, remember you talked about the 100,000, and it goes back to 2001. So they continue to use the same kind of contract template that they used with them initially. But the contract, one other thing is the contract didn't have, most of our contracts, if they're run through the legal department, which in this case, I believe it wasn't, have a 30-day provision where you can the city can just cancel if we want to, right? That's in most of our contracts. It's not in this one, which is another compelling reason that we had to pay the bill, because there was no provision that's now in most of our contracts that says we can terminate just because we want to within 30 days. If we tell you, it's not the best way to do business, but that's in our contracts. And then also in there, you can terminate if funds unappropriated. But neither of those two pieces of information were in here as well. So I didn't write the contract, but I do oversee the team, and we have counseled members involved that got us to this point, the mediation point, or the point where we're telling a vendor who went out and I don't know how many people he hired, how much programming he did. So the 262 may have been just a split payment over 3 years to.
And since this is a software contract, was IT involved in this at all?
They probably, well, I don't know. What do you think Peter Collins was involved? It was during the days of COVID, when most people weren't even working.
There's the operational side, right? Like if anytime there's a vendor who's going to utilize the same system that we use, they have to be involved at some point. But
Okay.
to tell you about the contract,
obviously, I don't see Peter Collins.
Councilman, it goes back to the beginning of COVID, even prior to, so who knows? He might not even have been at work. I think he had COVID, in fact. He probably, a lot of people.
Not for 3 years.
No, well, to write the contract to begin with,
Okay, so there's a lot of lessons learned to be here on this, obviously.
We agree.
The contract was poorly written.
Agreed.
IT was not involved. It doesn't appear to be.
We'll have to get that answered. We're not for sure on that one. We'll get you the answer.
Okay. There's the language of not being able to terminate, obviously, is troubling. Going through mediation on something without your knowledge. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's not something you need to be told on an individual basis, but maybe on a weekly or monthly basis.
At least if you have
the mediations we're doing, mm-hmm. or the amounts or something like that. It just seems like there was a lot of things that could have been avoided in process, and it all led to this mess.
I will say the employees involved have been, it's either in their file, they've been counseled, and some of them, So the employees were.
So were you here when this was initiated? Did you initiate this?
The contract?
Yes.
Back in that was
22.
That was 2 directors ago. I mean,
2 directors.
COVID started in 2019, right? And then 2022, that was the previous director.
2022.
But I thought it was.
Yeah, because we're talking about March, right?
The last payment, the last.
So.
Okay, let's move on.
There's still some unanswered questions.
All right.
Okay.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
The answer is no, Councilman. Okay. I was not there. I was at Parks and Recreation. I was the interim director of Parks and Recreation. That's the answer.
My question is going to be really quick. Mr. Sinoni, did you ever tell the staff not to pay the contract?
No, I did not.
Okay. Why did the health manager refuse to pay?
We don't know. I asked Dr. Dante that. The best assumption somebody gave me is that the health director thought she would be saving taxpayer money.
Is it normal for one of her position to say, we're not going to pay? Is that normal?
It's not normal. No,
okay.
It's not right business, and it's not normal.
Was Dr. Khan at the mediation?
No, she was not.
Is there a reason she wasn't there? Is that normal for the health person that refused to pay not to be at the mediation, or is it just usually you and who was at the mediation?
We can't make people come to the mediation.
She probably should have been there, so I'm not sure why she wasn't there.
Did y'all ask her to come?
I didn't. Miles, did you ask?
Miles.
I don't have a record of whether we would have asked her to come. We probably would have said, offered the departments the opportunity to come. I can't imagine that we wouldn't, and that she sent Dante.
Okay, so there should be some kind of record. There should be an email or something where you asked and said that would be the normal thing. You had to ask some way. You wouldn't go to her office and say, you want to go to mediation. There would be a record. Did you go to you want to go to mediation or come to mediation? There should be some record.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Is it policy to pay contracts when there is disputes and have others that have disputes not been brought to council? Is that normal to go ahead and pay them?
Say it one more time, Councilwoman?
Is it policy to pay the contracts when there are disputes and have others not been brought to council where there was a dispute?
I'm not aware of any other ones, but it's,
There actually is it's unique in this context. However, in construction context, there's often disputes where there is some dispute as to what was built, why it was built, what the amount of materials that was provided. So there's often disputes in construction contracts. It is normal in construction contracts for there to be a disagreement between the person that's reviewing the work provided and the person who's providing the work. So I would say it's not, in this context, it is a very much a one-off and almost, I think,
Councilwoman, the key word in your question is dispute. So as to follow up on Miles' conversation, if there's a dispute in construction work, we may not pay it until the dispute's settled. I asked that on this case, was there a dispute? Was there a service not being provided by the vendor, by Luminaire? Did they not perform? What was there to be a dispute about, right? And you know what the answer was? None. There was no dispute. There was no problem with the vendor. They performed just like they should have. There was no letters sent. We have no documentation of any letters sent to Luminaire to say you're not doing what you said you would do. You're not delivering what you said you would deliver. Therefore, we're not going to pay you. None of that existed. So I'm at a loss because the director's not here. Dr. Dante doesn't know the answer on why did the director not want to pay the contractually required amount that the city council approved to be paid.
There should be a record. And I know that there are so many vendors that y'all pay.
Yeah.
They cannot all come through your office. So there has to be a policy on how they're paid. There's no way you could just sign off.
I don't sign off any checks for vendors. Yeah, I don't do that. Not my job. That could be true, Councilwoman, but that's poor judgment on her part, because guess what? The grant, not only was it not canceled.
You need to speak in the microphone. We can't hear you, Kaylin.
She was just, the Councilwoman was saying Dr. Khan thought the grant may have been canceled. I was
just saying that in the packet we received, it said that the health director interpreted the direction and the contract from council to be 3 years for this service because there was grant funding. And so when the health director interpreted that the grant funding was no longer available, the health director then said, next step is the contract should be canceled.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and unfortunately, Dr. Dante can attest to this, but the grant, there was tens of millions of dollars in grant funding available. And we even have the email from the grant agency that says, use our grant money, it's available. So I'm not sure where Dr. Khan came from. Not only do we know we had $20 million, and we gave back, how many million did we give back to the state?
13.
13, okay, so we had 20 million initially, we gave back 13. We have the granting agency say, use our grant money, it's available. She sent that to Dr. Khan. So I don't know how she could think that we don't have the money and send erroneous letters to the company to say we don't have the money to pay you, when in fact we had more than $13 million, as attested by the granting agency, who said don't go to any type of mediation, because if you do, you're going to have to use real taxpayer money right here from Corpus Christi.
Right.
Local taxpayer money. So, yeah.
Councilman Barrera.
You know, as soon as I saw the memo, I called Peter. And the question was asked and answered. Mm-hmm. And we probably spent 15 minutes on the phone. And
I don't think it was that, but yeah.
I'm sorry. We probably spent, it was quickly answered. And it wasn't surprising because of the challenges that I knew that were engaged with the health department as well. And you know, and that's been the challenge that with other departments here. But, you know, we've been criticized, or I've been criticized for what we pay Peter. And I think we need to get every nickel we can out of him. And I think this idea of micromanaging is really out of line. It's really out of line. And I go back to, I think that's why we can't find assistant city managers, because now here he was holding his responsibility and executing a contract. I mean, I'm a small business, and, you know, I've been sued, and each time I felt like I was the victim, and each time I had to pay for to be represented, and each time we prevailed. But we go through this process, and you have to make a decision. Okay, what's it worth to go to have to fight for it, and then you end up settling. And so I can understand that. And I think right now, we empower the city manager to be able to fulfill his responsibilities in a $1.8 billion organization with 29 different lines of business. And sometimes the challenge is that when other departments don't fulfill their obligations, and you have a system of what we should have is checks and balances, of which we finally came back and the city manager puts his foot down and says, this individual deserves to get paid. And then once again, if you go through the process of weighing all the pluses and minuses, you have a situation here where, okay, so if we settle, then the money comes from taxpayer money. So we actually lose more because it was coming from grant funds. Because then we don't utilize the grant funds to be able to make the payment, and which we received. So that once again saves taxpayer money because they were grants funded, which was approved by the council, which should have been executed. And now, for some arbitrary reason, we go and decide that we're going to mediate, and it's going to end up costing us more money. I mean, if we would have gone through this mediation, it would end up costing us, what was it?
$205 million.
Huh?
$205,000 million.
$205
general fund money, yeah.
So, I mean, but the contract here was for, what was?
But 205,000, sorry, not million, thousand.
205,000.
Yeah.
So it's 205,000 in addition to what we would have settled that would have come out of the taxpayer money.
Right.
So we paid 233, how much was it?
We paid the contractual amount of 262,000.
So we paid 262,000 plus the 205.
No, we didn't pay the 205.
No. If we would have followed through with that.
Okay, yeah.
It would have cost, we would have lost out on $260,000 of grant money.
Okay.
And then we would have had to pay up another $205,000.
Right, it would have been almost a $500,000 issue.
Yeah, $400,000 swing, as well as staff time, as well as the staff time, as well as the time of legal to be able to argue this. So had he not intervened, this would have cost us about $500,000. And that's why we empower the gentleman, to be able to make those decisions, to be able to work on behalf and to save the taxpayer money, which I do care dearly about. So I think the thing is but however, for some reason, we don't have this confidence in the gentleman that we put in charge to be able to run this multi-billion-dollar organization, of which is very popular with the public. It's very popular with the public. But however, for whatever reason, there's some individuals that just don't seem to feel that way. And so then they bring this information, and then we end up putting a 3-signature memo. And I think, why can't we just extend the courtesy of picking up the phone or going up into his office and going in a conference room and just asking, and you know what? If you're not satisfied with that answer, okay then, talk to the mayor and then say, this is what we're going to do. Talk to the chair of the audit committee, perhaps, if you want to do an audit.
I think that's what I want to do.
But, that's the whole thing. I mean, there's a process that we need to follow to extend a courtesy to a professional that we've empowered to run the 8th largest city in the state of Texas and probably the 50th in the country, Yeah. And so for us to be going, I'm a layman. Hey, I'm great at peddling insurance. And, this software deal, I could tell you right now, there's a lot of frustrations with software because IT has their own projects. They don't get involved in every software contract. I know that they don't want to get involved in the enrollment platform that they have for the health plan, which I'm involved with and trying to help. And I know that they don't want to get involved with the audit committee software, the license agreement that they had. They get no help. So, for us to go from to try and ask all these questions when all you have to do is just give the man a call. He's highly accessible. Thank you. It's my first time.
Yeah, thank you. Councilman Cantu.
Real quick. Why did the legal department write a letter to terminate the contract?
Because that's what we do. We defend the city's position. I mean, that's what you expect from your lawyer. I think one thing you got to ask, what would we have, if we hadn't gone to mediation, we would have paid, and he had filed a lawsuit, we would have paid the attorney's fees and potentially a judgment for substantially more. So you're saying, why did the legal department wanted to do what we could to defend the position of the staff members who came to us?
But don't you, Miles, look at documentation before you make a judgment call and see what the city has and what they're obligated to pay? And would you make a recommendation to say, hey, we got to pay this, we don't need to send a letter, we don't need to do mediation, we need to pay this because this is under contract?
No, we don't make that kind
The
of,
answer is they should have.
So you mean to tell me the city attorney's office wastes taxpayers' money on issues like this that we could be doing other issues and worrying about other stuff than worrying about we have to be paying this small vendor? I mean, we say that we support small businesses and we owe them money, we pay them the money. I don't understand why you dragged on months of mediation and doing all this stuff to pay them the money. I mean, they're a small business. I'm sure they needed the money. It was probably during the holidays too. I mean, I just don't understand it. Who signed the contract? Who signed the contract originally?
Kim Baker.
Kim Baker?
Purchasing, yeah, the then purchasing agent, Councilman. And
I just don't see it. If you go to mediation and you settle for an amount of money, they sign the dotted line, and we pay what we owe them. Why do we waste their time? Why do we waste our time? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. That's all I'm saying, Miles. I mean, like, it doesn't make sense, and it blows my mind that we wasted all this time to pay them what we owed them, and we could have just paid what we had to. I mean, how much time do you think the city spent on legal fees on our side, like to represent us on your payroll, whatever the case is, and mediation? How much money did we spend on that?
Well, it's internal staff.
I know, but we're still spending money. I mean, it costs $100,000 to have this meeting supposedly.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's a lot of money.
hours, yeah, it probably took hours and hours.
It took hours and hours. It didn't.
You know,
it wasn't-
I'm just saying, we got to do a better job if that's the case, you know, and then you make your boss look bad. You know, I mean, that's just my opinion. But I don't know. It's already late. I'm past my bedtime. Let's go home.
Okay, Councilwoman Campos.
Well, bottom line, it seems like there's still a lot of questions, but I do like the suggestion that Councilman Barrera made is, should have called Peter, should have made, these phone calls. And I think one of the suggestions that you made was, should have maybe gone to the auditor. Maybe I'll just do that, bring it up to the auditor and have him look at it.
That's interesting that you bring that. I mean, when you have an audit, when you have an investigation by the auditor's office, and actually I've gone through the open meetings audit that we went through, you spend hundreds of hours. It is enormously consumptive of staff time. So that's what you're doing. What we did here is we put our reasoning and the history on the table with a clear memo to City Council. This is, and the basis and the contracts, everything's attached. So it's there. It's all out there.
Yeah. Okay, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Clearly, everyone is very tired. I speak for everybody in here, I can tell. So we can keep going over all of this stuff, and we're not accomplishing anything, we're not making sense. Clearly, there were some mistakes made. And whatever policy needs to be changed, I'm sure you'll do that, Mr. Sinoni. I think the attorney should have told you all of that, and Miles, I think you know that. I'm not going to rake you over the coals for that. Right. I'm just saying, I think everybody is tired, and to sit here and keep discussing this, I don't think, I know my mind's gone.
I agree. Councilman Hernandez.
That exhibit you referenced was from the 2020 contract, not from the...
Yeah, it's the same template was, as I said, Councilman, was continued. They amended the contract. That's why the caption says an amendment to the contract. It's the motion, the item that was passed on June 14 of 2022 says to renew, it's a 3-year software license renewal from Luminaire. So it renewed that initial contract from the 2020 timeframe. I don't know why it was done that way, but that's how they did it at the time. So we were using Luminaire prior to the COVID 3-year software deal, and the purchasing agent at the time used that existing contract and amended it. That's why the motion that's on the front page of the memo talks about a renewal of a license agreement. Yeah, that was my same reaction when I read it, yeah.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Campos?
Oh, why?
Do you have a light on? All right. Okay. So we're going to move on. Peter, thank you for that. And again, we only have one item left, but I'm going to say we just spent, 35, at least 40 minutes. And honestly, and I'm going to ask everyone to give each other the courtesy. There is no perfect council. No one has to be best friends and run off into the sunset together. But let's just give each other the courtesy, because a lot happened in this meeting that did not have to. And we just spent 35 minutes or so on an item that could have still come forth, but the people that were very interested in this could have had that meeting with the city manager and had a lot of this answered on your own. And then he could have said, you know what, I'm going to let the rest of the council know. And if there are questions, they can get with me. But this is not, which is a perfect segue to the next item, this isn't a way you cut back on having meetings, because if you want to cut back on having meetings, you have to be efficient. We have to stick to the business. And I'm sorry, this could have become business, but I think we've missed a big step. And my office is always open to talk to me about anything, especially when it involves me or my office. And I think Peter feels the same way, and any of you would as well. You know, it's not a pleasant surprise to go about business the way it was gone about today. So I'm just asking everyone to please, let's not repeat, what's taken place today, and just be more efficient and courteous. So our last item of the evening, by the way, we're going to take item number 26, which is an executive session briefing, and we're going to move it to the next meeting. And that way we can leave, maybe get home by 10. So our 24 is discussion and possible action on council policy regarding the scheduling of council meetings. Okay, who would this was requested by Councilman Eric Cantu, Carolyn Vaughn, and Gil Hernandez. And I don't know who, Mr. Hernandez, go ahead.
Okay, this kind of came about because we have somewhat of a discombobulated schedule. We had 3 weeks off, and then we'll have successive 3 weeks of meetings. I understand that, when I'm talking about the council meeting, when it's successive meetings, I'm talking to Drew Molly at 8 o'clock at night about items that are on the agenda. It takes a lot to put these meetings together, right? I understand it from the staff time and appropriations. So, and then you have only a certain amount of time to get the information. And actually, I have to credit to Peter, he extended that time. Before, it used to be just 3 days. Yeah. And then we got it the week before, but then there was changes on Friday, which is, like I said, better than what it was. Yeah. But considering how much time it takes for staff and how much time and effort to do it, and not to mention, we're changing kind of the public comment. So if we're still here by 5:30 because the meetings are a little bit longer and more productive, then we can still be here for public comment, all of us. But, just in terms of preparation for not only staff, but also ourselves as council members, not all of us have the time and to be here every single week, right? There are people that have jobs because we only get paid $6,000 by the city as part of the charter. So it's not like this is, our full-time employment. So I wanted to say if we can extend those timeframes, and it can be adjusted for holidays, as like the agenda memo says, to better prepare for these council meetings.
So you're wanting to go to 2 meetings?
So I'm looking at like every other week, but it doesn't have to be specific, because obviously we have some budget issues, like when we have to go to budget in terms of getting it in September to the tax assessor collector.
Yeah.
Right. So there are some
right.
leeways, right? But if you can kind of plan for this, or you have a 1 week gap, I think it'll be better for everybody, and especially, I'm thinking staff as well.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
the amount of time it takes for people to prepare these.
I'll give you my 2 cents. I think that every week, I think we're a $1.8 billion budget. I think that we have a lot going on, and we will continue. If anything, it ramps up. I think we need weekly meetings. I think the public expects that. They hear what is happening every single week. They come down. They're part of this process. And for me to scale back, this is what it's going to be like, what we're experiencing right now. We're not going to leave here before 10 p.m. We're going to be calling a lot of special meetings, a whole lot of workshops, because there's going to be 2 weeks in between. I can't support it because, again, the agendas are going to be loaded, and we're going to leave at 10 p.m. and staff has to come back and go to work and get moving again. I think that we have a very staff and the city manager has a very open policy about briefings and welcoming council members to come in and visit and ask questions. And it is, a week? Peter, you put out Monday?
Yeah, we send it out Monday, and then there are a few changes here
Yeah.
and there, but state law, by the way, with the legislative session mandates 3 business days.
Right.
Right now, it's, so anyway, the point being is that soon, there will be no more changes. Once Monday goes out, that's it.
Oh.
Yeah, 'cause
Okay.
it has,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, so you have a whole week.
Yeah.
All right, anyway, that's my 2 cents. I think, again, but the main reason is people expect it, and they know. They know that we are here. They know that they can listen in or be a part of the process and know what is happening every week. Long marathon meetings like this, I don't think that's a good move for us. Councilman Cantu.
I'll do a motion to table this. I'm really tired.
Councilwoman Paxson.
Was that legit?
That was really legit. That's my motion.
It's a motion to postpone to next meeting.
To the next
Well, I don't want to be here later if we're going to just move this off.
Well, if y'all want to table it, that's fine.
So,
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilman Barrera?
Well, I'm going to put the timer out.
Oh.
The time.
No, then I'll take my floor back.
You're not done.
No, it's just that, this is just more, honestly, I think a lot of this can be circumvented if just, we gave the manager a call whenever we have questions, and we call staff, and, now in this day of age of WebEx, you can easily meet or visit with somebody if there's questions, and,
Mark, still there?
and, yeah, I know he had something to go to, but, my point is that, this is another solution in search of a problem. And I don't think we had a problem. And, and that's the thing. And I know, we have the right to ask questions. We need to ask questions. But I think that the thing is that our idea is to ask questions so that way we can vote yes or no, not to try and fix the city manager and change his management practices. Yeah. And I think that's the challenge that we've had, is we've spent too much time trying to tell the city manager how to do his job. And if you have suggestions for him, great. I've made a lot of suggestions. I think we've done a lot of good things for the health plan. We did a lot of good things at municipal court. But we did those by setting up a meeting and meeting in their office, making a recommendation and then following through with it, not having a meeting here and then discussing it among 9 people and everybody, because we're just a board of directors that vote yes or no. Any CEO or any major corporation, their board of directors, they're typically not short meetings, but they're typically meetings not of management, because if they're paying somebody $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 a year, and I'm not a city, but a board of directors, and then they expect that person to perform. I serve on a board of directors where we let somebody go for $250,000 because they couldn't make a decision, and we let them go after 11 months. It was $280,000. And because they couldn't make a decision. And if I have to be telling them how to do their job, then I don't want them in that job. And I think that's the problem that we have, is we're too busy trying to micromanage the city manager. But you can call him, talk to his staff, talk to any one of his staff, talk to your liaison if you have a systems problem. Trying to resolve it here from the dais, that's not governing. If you want to do that, then apply for a job. You know, apply for a job. We need assistant city managers, you know?
You have to toggle all the right
There's an
boxes,
opening.
or
You
your
know,
application.
I'm going to use
doesn't-
my whole 2 minutes and 34 seconds, you know, but that's my point. I don't think we should table it. I think we should just leave it the way it is. Now, if for the sake of voting to table it, I will, but I think it's a waste of time. And it's going to waste staff time, it's going to waste our time to review it again. The system has been working this way for decades, and this isn't a problem. It's not a problem. Pick up the phone. Pick up the phone, use a WebEx, use Microsoft Teams. I just want to say that I really oppose, the problem is that we're trying to micromanage the city manager, of which the gentleman makes 409? 409, you think so, plus all the other benefits, you know, of which, but yet we think we know better? You know, I mean, anyway, all right.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and yield for a minute and 45 seconds.
Who wants that minute and 45?
Thank you.
She'll take.
I think I actually yielded to you, so I'm a higher yield. No, for me, I see the thought process because I am someone that works a full-time job, so I see the thought process. I am also someone who likes to read every line and make notes, and I don't have a problem with that right now. My bigger thing is I'm a huge advocate for how much connection can we have to the people. The more the merrier for me. So I think it's a great idea. For me, it's not fleshed out enough, but that's my 2 cents. There, you can have the minute back.
So if I can answer some of those questions, you know, some of us don't have as great a relationship as Mr. Barretta does with the city staff or the mayor. And a lot of times we have to kind of force things onto agendas. So I want to make sure perfectly clear that relationships matter. Relationships matter. So, you know, when if it should tell you something about the discontent about some council members with the process, if we're having to do this. So if you think there's an issue, there is an issue. Okay. So I would recommend for the city manager to be a little bit more fair with his time and with this communication to city council members, so we don't have to do this.
Okay, well,
Okay?
for the record.
And I
Council-
will agree to table this until next week.
For the record, there were 6 items today, that were added to this council agenda without one bit of communication. That dealt with me, that dealt with the city manager, and by the way, whoever, the genius that wrote that up, Luminar, that was very unfavorable to something about you. Okay, well, it's very unfavorable, because Councilman, I'm, okay, that's not the way, you don't sit down and the agenda is put together, that's policy. That's policy, sir. The council doesn't put the agenda together. All right, we're not, okay, my point is this. Okay, we can talk, yes, okay. So my point is, yes, you can. Yes, you can. So we have 6 items, because I'm going to correct the record, that Gil made, the comment that Gil made, because he can't say that, you know, the comment about not having this communication, there was no communication. And that's a lot of items. And maybe they all should have gone on. Hang on, sir. We don't do that, Councilman. Nobody else does that. Put your light on if you want to speak. Anyway, that's my point. So Councilman Hernandez, your item, you have a motion and a second?
The motion is second to table till next week.
Was there a second then?
Yes.
What?
He motioned it.
Yeah, Eric made the motion.
Right.
And Ms. Vaughn seconded.
Okay. Ms. Vaughn, did you have your light on?
I just want to say that I did have communication with the city manager.
Okay.
Just for the record.
Right, you did, Councilwoman.
Well,
You
thank you for
initiated
doing
it, and
that.
I called you as well. So, you know, and I'm available to any council member. I know we haven't met one-on-one in a couple of weeks here, but I'm accessible any time of day, any day of the week. And everybody has my phone number, and you know where I live, and you know where my office is. So, yeah, and Councilman Vaughn can attest to that. We've talked around the clock recently on some of these items, so.
All right.
We talked at 6 o'clock this morning.
Councilman
It was
Kennedy.
5:30, but yeah.
Look, there's problems within us. You clearly see on the agenda. You know, Mayor, you said we're a team. I don't feel personally we're a team. I feel that there's 3 or 4 of y'all together, and all of us are stuck over here. There's meetings that goes on within the city manager and you together. We don't get no memos of what the meeting was about. Just like the housing authority, we didn't even know anything about that till the breaking news. Like, we have no idea, but you guys knew about it.
Yeah,
You know?
we can't talk about all these things that aren't on the agenda, Councilman. But
So then I have to put a
respect
3
your
essential
stand.
memo to put it on the agenda. See, I mean, it's just, if you want to work on relationships, include all of us. There's a problem. That's all I'm asking. It's include us, you know? It's the right thing to do. I mean, we're supposed to be a team together.
Yeah.
And I want to be a team. I really do.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Bell.
Here, one thing, and we've had this conversation before. I don't think we're a team. We're a set of 9 individuals that were elected by the public to be able to govern and vote yes or no. And that's it. Now, if you want to get initiatives done for your district, then the best thing to do is find the money and find staff and then figure out a way to get it done. And I mean, I think when the mayor and I were not in a good relationship, we got a lot of work done during those 2 years. And I think it was at a point we decided we could do better together. You know, so I just don't think that that's governing to be able to just throw items. I've said enough. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman, hang on, Councilman Scott. Carolyn, Councilman Scott wants to make a comment, and we've all spoken like 100 times.
No, I don't. I'm ready to go. Let's
But
vote.
that's not on the
Let's
agenda.
Call the question.
You ready to go to this motion?
All right, Councilman, make your comment. What is he saying? No,
No, I
Councilman
said
Scott.
I don't need to speak. I'm ready to go. I've got. I'm late
Okay,
for dinner.
well, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.
We didn't vote, Mayor, on the motion to table. We didn't vote on it. Yeah.
We're reconvening the meeting. All in favor to table, what item was it?
24. 24.
24. Say aye.
No.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Oh, rolling, okay.
No.
I think it's a waste of time.
Yeah, there's 2 no's, Rebecca. Okay, this meeting is adjourned.